Hey!
Whoa.
Look at all these wonderful people who stopped by to say happy birthday to me because I basically demanded it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Joe. Happy birthday to you.
Oh my gosh.
8 bits are all you need.
8 bits are all you need. You guys rock. Thank you. Seriously, like I don't even know what to say.
You don't get the first piece. Sorry.
Oh damn. Okay.
Yeah, our family has bad histories of trying to mail confectionery delights. It would probably get lost by the post office for like 4 weeks and arrive moldy. That's always what happens when Grandma tries to send us cookies. Anything else that'll arrive fine, but not cookies. Not her cookies.
So yeah, today is my birthday. I am 42 years old, and I invited a whole bunch of my internet friends, most of which I've never met in person. I mean, I guess this it sort of is in person, to come hang out with me. And these 3 wonderful people took me up on my offer, and I greatly appreciate it. I have a lot of people out there who think I'm cool or something. I don't know. So I figured I would just hang out and have some fun this evening. So we got Garth here, we got Exodium here, and we got Mr. Justin D. Morgan here, because everybody wants the D. Folks! And somebody else just came in, another D. It's Dave.
Dave.
Hey.
And also, before the chat on the screen,
Hey.
Rudy gave me
Hey.
so whoop to Rudy. Thank you.
Yes.
So, yeah, absolutely nothing on the plans tonight. We're just going to hang out and have fun and goof off and make fun of Ron because he's not here. I'm kidding. That's a joke. So, yeah, what's going on in everybody's world? We got Garth. What's going on in your world? Didn't you just get like a really cool pickup or something?
Yeah, I got this iMac. It's let's see if we can get a little camera on it. Yeah, cool little iMac. Whoa. 17-inch iMac. Yeah.
Nice.
I got it at the flea market, and I just need to clean it up. So that's what I'm going to be cleaning up tonight.
Nice. You went to Deanza Flea Market, huh?
Yeah. I haven't been there in
Nice.
like 25 years. It's pretty funny.
And the first time you
Longer
go
for
back.
me.
Very, very few computers actually there, though. It looks like there was only about half full for the amount of people they generally would have, though. So maybe later I'll go again.
Cool. Right.
Justin, what's going on in your world, man?
Well, I went to an estate sale today, and yeah, I didn't realize how expensive estate sales were these days. I do not believe I won the Atari 2600 that I put a bid on because I did not want to pay their $200 sticker price on it because everything was marked at eBay prices.
Jeez.
I mean, seriously. I suspect I got outbid because I didn't want to even pay the minimum bid amount. I was like, it's in good shape, so I'll put the minimum bid in and I probably won't win it. But I did, as a consolation prize, I bought the ET game cartridge for it because of how infamous it is. And it was in good shape, so it's going on my computing history knick-knack shelf of
E.T. for
infamy.
the Atari 2600, not even...
Yeah.
You bury enough of those out in the desert, and they'll do a documentary on it.
That's cool. Justin, you said in Discord, when we were talking about this, I get to pick what you're going to work on. And I told you to choose... But now I'm looking at the list of things, and I am split. I am split between the Atari 400 or the NES. You think about that.
Ooh.
And you get Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. What's going on in your world, man?
Well, let's see. Well, we've been doing a few streams lately. Been working on that Mac SC30 board, but I discovered I'm going to have to fix a little tiny little trace where it goes to that one little capacitor I pulled off, I ripped the pad off of it. So I'm going to stream sometime tomorrow. I've been kind of sending invites out to some various people. And so, yeah. And then plus, this thing up right up here, this Frank and Mac, I need to fix the little magnet on the very, very back of the plate that I made on it to hide all the ugliness, the Mac Mini in there and all the wires that come out. One of the little magnets came off, so I just need to glue that back on. But other than that, it's working fantastic. The screen looks nice and bright. And so, yeah.
Send that to you.
Yeah, that works good. Does my audio sound too loud, or is it okay?
It's about right.
You're fine.
Okay, all right.
About right. And now we have Exodium, who has been doing God's work. All of this SATA stuff in the background. I don't know. People may have been following that. People may have not been following that. But you need to tell everybody what you've been doing on that stuff.
So this started as a whole. Like, I'm not doing any SATA shenanigans. Well, I might if I have time today, but these cards are pretty much useless for Mac things. I don't know why I have them on my desk. But for the most part, I've been working on what started as trying to overbuild the absolute crap out of my Power Mac 9600 was both a homage to my old 9500, which good luck finding a 9500 in good condition these days because the internals are all made of plastic and the worst plastic, so it's all falling apart. But as a homage to my old 9500 and also kind of an appreciation of the 9600 my friend had back in the day, which was very overbuilt, and he used it for audio stuff and such. So my plan was to just overbuild the absolute crap out of it, and the biggest hurdle to clear thus far has been storage and trying to find a good bit of storage that'll work in it, because my usual go-to, which is one of these lovely blue scuzzies here, unfortunately is too slow for that Mac. It just does not work very well. It'll boot the machine perfectly fine, but the minute you try to do anything like I/O intensive, it just really cannot handle it. So, another thing that I get to thank Justin for on this very stream is he lent me his Blue SCSI F4, which I'm still kind of evaluating. And also, I've made my trip to the sin bin and got one of these.
No.
Ooh.
Evils.
So I've been just evaluating everything, putting it to a benchmark, and then I got the SATA stuff in, which that's been an adventure because I didn't realize at first that you had to have a very special EEPROM chip. There's actually 3 approved ones because the firmware for Old World Macs is kind of DRM'd in a way, in that it looks at the EEPROM and it's like, okay, is this an approved model of EEPROM? No, the drivers are not going to load. So that was fun. I had to go on AliExpress and find the correct one, and it turns out all 3 chips are in the process of being obsoleted, so there's probably not going to be much supply before too long. So it's a real fun time, and I went on this whole journey trying to get a SIL3112 working in my Power Mac, and thankfully I was very successful, and that thing absolutely screams.
I've seen the benchmarks. It's like, what, 10 times faster than anything else?
It's double the fastest speed of SCSI, too. Easily.
Incredible.
It's not fast enough. Not fast enough.
No? No?
Okay, for an idea of how fast it is, it actually still outruns, even with a spinning Rust hard drive, I mean a 7200 RPM drive, mind, but a spinning SATA drive, it still outruns the ATA 100 bus on the MDD.
Did you try the ATA 133 bus? Can you get scores with that?
I can't get whatchamacallit, I can't get SCSI Director scores because it flips out. It doesn't know what the ATA bus is. But I can get Mac scores because it runs OS 9. And I believe it's on, I thought the highest speed it could go was ATA 100.
I think that one has ATA 133 ports in it. I thought it did. Or is it one ATA with 66s? Oh, no, there's two different speed buses on that thing.
I know it's connected to the faster bus because it's the one
Okay,
to the hard drive. So whatever I was getting there is the fastest. that it can pull, and it was insanity.
It's just, and the pictures have been going back and forth in the Discord, the screenshots of these speed. It's
Yeah,
just
and
nuts. And so, like, I'm like, I must do an Exodium. And so I went out to the interwebs and bought all the bits and pieces I need to do the same thing, because I have a 7300 with a busted SCSI controller. And I'm like, well, here's how we solve the problem.
oh, and I've done even other things, like, because I got two port card. So the weird thing is, I bought this card. It was a StarTech card on the advice of DOS Dude 1, because I told him my plans. He was like, wait, we could do this better, and I can find you a card that's actually here in the U.S. rather than buying one from China and having to wait forever for it to get here. So he found a StarTech card that was weird, because normally you have cards like this. I don't know if this is going to show well on stream or not, but these are eSATA ports right here. This card I had on the external bit a just regular SATA port on it, which is weird, but it also allowed me to grab a hot air station, hot air that SATA port off, and move it to an internal set of pads. So now I have two internal ports, and I figured, what am I going to do with this other internal port? Try an optical drive. And sure enough, it works just as well as the built-in SCSI drive. Like, yeah,
it seems like SCSI, right?
Yeah. The only thing that doesn't work is audio, because it doesn't have the 4-pin audio connector, but it does boot OS 7.6 perfectly fine from the disk. So it's an option if you don't have a working SCSI drive anymore and you want an optical drive in there. It's great. It's another option for you. It's more, and I mean, its supply is probably going to dry up for those chips. They're probably still going to be easier to find than a working SCSI CD drive.
Dude, it's great, because
I want one of those cards so bad now.
It's still being made. They still make SATA stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so you throw this card at this ancient machine. The computer's like, oh, this is a SCSI bus K. And it just does it. It doesn't need anything special. You throw brand new drives at it, like freaking MSATA SSDs. And it's like, okay, we're like...
I BOS on
it just works. It just works like it's just another SCSI drive to the system.
Doesn't care.
I can't believe it. I didn't believe it at first when I was told in the Tinker Different Discord, oh, it's just going to work like a native drive. Even drive setup doesn't care. Like, unpatched drive setup does not care. I couldn't believe it.
Your disk, yay! Rudy!
Hello, boys and girls.
Hi, Rudy.
There he is.
How are you, man?
I'm doing very good. I'm copying some files and I'm getting my stuff packed up. My wife and I are going to Greece for a month.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Wow.
So I'm going to hopefully bring back some retro cool stuff from Europe.
Give me an Olivetti. Something.
An Olivetti.
Sure.
Those are one of the first desktops I worked at when I first started my full-time job, was an Olivetti desktop. Pretty cool. Yeah,
Nice.
so since I'm going there, what we're doing is we're bringing only our carry-ons, no luggage. And I'm going to buy luggage, fill up with all retro crap, and send it all back.
Yep.
Very cool.
Save the money on the courier cost.
When you guys leaving, tomorrow or what?
Monday.
Gotcha.
And I've left my sister in charge of my new purchase, the K Pro 2.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's coming in while we're away, and now I have the machine to match the printer I already bought.
Nice.
I
Nice.
bought the
You tried
printer
to give it
first.
to me.
I bought
I
the
don't have
printer.
any room for.
Well, it was a great
Look at my
deal. That,
floor. Look at it, Anakin.
I love it. Need a bigger house.
This is the bigger house.
Oh, then buy the second
This
house.
is the house
I'm
I moved
addition.
into 10 years ago, so I can do this. Hey,
Yeah,
One
so I
Big
got-
Fever Dreams is in the chat. Hi. Happy birthday to you or me.
Yes, and speaking of the birthday boy up there, yeah,
Where?
he hooked me up with Well, it's in the LC now, but a blue SCSI. That's the instructions for it there. So thank you very, very much, Joe.
You're welcome.
Now the Mac Plus and the blue and the LC don't have to fight anymore for the SCSI drive. So they're both happy now. So yeah, and
Through my
8 bits is all you need. There you go, right there.
Speaking of blue, this is the JCM1 special edition right here.
Oh, he's got googly eyes on his. Look at that, man.
Joe says someone donated this to me on his behalf or from his store or something, and it came like this. So it's either Joe sent this and did not want to take credit for it, or Tom sent this to me. It's got to be either one of them. Either way, it is appreciated.
All I can tell you, Exodium, is you are incorrect on both counts.
Wow, there's someone else who had the googly eyes.
Yes. Oh, this rabbit hole goes deep.
Oh,
All I can tell you is because it has the eyes on it, we know they're within our little friend group, and I'll leave it at that.
It's Ron.
I realized maybe on this stream, this MacBook is looking a little bit barren, and I have the perfect idea.
Oh, yes. Yes. So the question is, the apple going to be the mouth or the... You know what? Those eyes are perfect exactly where they are. They're like all offset and weird. It's great.
Yep.
All right, Joe, I know you were torn, so I'm going to... I picked one because I actually have 2 of them. So it's an NES.
Yeah!
Yes.
The NES with the Ricoh RP2A03 processor.
Hey! And I've apparently left myself a gift in the cartridge slot.
Yeah!
I realized...
Backstage.
They
Hi,
just
Ron.
stick it inside and say, "Oh yeah, it's all included in the same price." Yes.
Oh boy, we got
Hey!
Hey, Ron!
We were making
Hey,
fun
Ron.
of it earlier because you weren't here.
Run!
Saved it.
I hope you're feeling better, Ron. I know you've been under the weather.
I am. I actually just today retested, and I'm not pregnant.
Oh, good. Good.
So that was a big, was kind of a big scare for a moment.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. How would you explain that to the wife? Gosh.
Well, I mean, how did Mary explain it to Joseph? Listen, I went to Comic-Con and
These things.
shit happened, I guess. So what happens at the Marvel booth stays at the Marvel booth.
There you go.
Ron, you look like... First off, you look like $1 because...
I look like any of the people from Retro Repair Roundtable that aren't Joe.
Ouch.
Oh, man.
Just did it to fit in, huh?
Hilarious.
Oh.
Well,
But
actually,
aside from that, you are looking well, and I'm glad to see that you're doing better.
thank you. My son wanted to come on the stream and say hi, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I knew it was gonna be so like that. Like, yeah, all right, whatever. It's not gonna happen.
Oh,
So good times.
We need a sound effect on the rain that goes to-dunch.
you need a sound
Look at Justin D. Morgan. Sliding.
I never did say. Come here!
Speaking of bald people,
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! How you doing, guys?
Good. How you
Happy
doing?
birthday!
Not as good as you guys, but I'm okay.
Here, let's put the roundup guys at the top. We'll do it.
Oh, I see how it
Ron,
is.
what happened to your hair, man?
well, I actually did a movie in Texas.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me3.
Well, these are types that don't show up on the Internet Adult Film Database. But the movie I went and did is it's called
Devil's Night.
Devil's Night.
Devil's Night.
And that was spooky.
They made like these really cool little sort of trading cards, and that's my like Magic the Gathering kind of card. So
Noise.
one of the principal actors on the movie made these for kind of all the main cast of the movie.
Nice.
And, so yeah, but I played a priest, or like a Benedictine monk.
Just like your candle.
Yeah, exactly.
I need that photo, man. I need that photo.
As soon as they release like high quality photos to me, I'll get it to you. But but I had a tonsure for the better part of like 2 weeks. So
It looked
I was
really good.
was running around rural Texas with like that very crazy haircut. So I very quickly went to the American Embassy down there and bought this hat, and then I've basically just kind of worn it since.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Now here's hoping it grows back.
Oh, it's looking pretty.
I've been hoping that for years.
Me too.
I've got like a.
You know, my hair's been growing back too, backwards for years.
That was something I was kind of worried about, is seeing exactly how far my hair recedes, but
That's not bad.
Oh, you're good,
not
man.
I got the same problem.
Mine recedes back to my neck.
That's
So
right. It starts back here.
it falls backwards. It's like my dad says,
I look at Dave's hair, and Dave's hair always makes me jealous because Dave has got the poof.
Yeah, look at Dave.
Flowing hair.
He's like Mr. Hair.
Dave has his hair cut at the exact same place as Conan O'Brien.
You should make a.
You gotta get the.
Yes,
for shampoo.
I need to get a haircut. And I need to color it.
You go like that.
You're getting into Captain Pike territory there, Dave. You're gonna have to. You're starting to have to worry about low flying aircraft.
Wait till I get up in the morning, man. I look like the Lion King. I hold my coffee and I go like this.
Oh, my Java, gonna drink you up.
I do that with my mini stickers now.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Hey, just all you gotta do is just don't let Javier have them.
That's right.
Because it's like he'll give them all away.
That's
In
right.
one go. And he won't even give them to people. He'll just put them on a desk.
No, just
At,
put it
like
on that.
at a Ramada Inn, like in
No, I do the drive-through. I go to the drive-through and just stick them on the window so people pay. Say, hey, who's that?
It's that one guy. You know,
That one bald guy.
that one guy.
So, Ron, what is with the weird transposition of the letters in your name? Are you just being silly?
Oh, no, actually, I'm going through a rebrand right now. I figure, I've been out of the game for several weeks. Just want to launch back with like a big push on my new brand, and just see if anybody cares. So far,
no.
no one. So it's been a rousing success.
Just don't get rid of the post-it note thing, guys. Then
The Post-it note thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, you can't even see it. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Yeah, that's an essential part of your brand.
It is.
No matter what the channel's actually named.
Just like Justin D. Morgan, essential
Yeah.
to his brand is that
That is
middle
correct.
initial.
Absolutely.
Because that's how you know that it's Justin D. Morgan and not a presidential assassin.
Exactly. That's Justin A. Morgan.
That's
Justin.
right. You're way far down the list by at least 4.
Macawax. Look at that.
Man,
Thank you, Mac Effects.
that's awesome.
Thank
Wow. Very nice.
I would immediately turn around and spend that on Mac Effects eShop.
I would.
I'm just saying, it's
Like that?
I
Exactly.
would pay full markup on the Mac Effects e-store right now to help him reclaim some of that birthday money.
He's got some really nice stuff on that store. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yep.
Did you hear that? I'm going to drop it here first. Did you guys hear that there were a couple of new items that were announced for Mac Effects for fall? Or I'm guessing actually spring 2023. There's going to be a clear case for the Apple Power CD.
What?
That's going to be amazing. There's also going to be a translucent case for the original G3 tray load iMac.
Oh, nice.
Now he just has to get around to doing all that stuff.
Yep.
Now that the announcement's been made.
If you will for it hard enough, it will happen.
Yeah, it's
Well,
brand
at least
new.
we know. At least we know now that if you cut Ron's hair off, he's still funny.
I know. Brand new translucent cases for the G4 Q.
Huh.
And brand new translucent cases for the what is the G4 lampshade speakers? amount of things that Apple made clear. All right.
Liquid for these.
Yeah.
There you go.
I
Those are
want
cool.
one of
Those are
I
cool.
like this thing.
Those are cool machines. Joe, I've got like 3 or 4 of them. Just come over to my house and pick them up. I'm not joking. Just come by and pick them up. Swing by.
What is he talking about?
G4 lampshades?
He's got a bunch for you.
Don't you want one?
Joe, did you do anything fun for your birthday today, or did you do anything
What?
fun for your birthday today, or just kind of hang out with us?
I'm just here to hang out with you. I work all day.
This
You
is
worked
the
all
fun
day?
thing. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just home alone, and that's it.
No one is going to eat a single slice of Joe's cheese pizza. Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern are going to stop by later.
Jeez.
Justin made a cake and then didn't give it to Joe. You see Justin's cake?
What? Wait, what? Oh yeah, Justin made a cake. He ate it all.
Yeah.
I
Joe.
didn't make the cake. I made the trip to Food Lion for the cake.
Food
Oh.
Lion. Way to name drop a regional grocery store.
I know, right?
Did you maybe stop by Winn-Dixie to
I went
pick
to the
up
Safeway.
Piggly Wiggly?
Piggly Wiggly? You know what? Piggly Wiggly's kind of changed because that's like an IGA kind of thing now.
Well, if you really want regional, I could have stopped at Harris Teeter and got the cake.
There
Now,
you
that's
go.
really regional.
Yeah.
Huh.
I worked at Giant back in high school.
You worked at Food Giant?
No, Giant.
There's actually several different giant grocery stores, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
The
We
original
have a food. We have a Food Giant,
Yeah.
which is kind of like an IGA kind of thing. Independent Grocers Association for all you European people. For all you people with like robust public transportation and healthcare.
Ooh, got the
There's no-
cakes today.
Oh man. Wow.
Joe,
Anyway,
Joe, I got you a special gift for your birthday. All you gotta do is stop by and pick it up. A whole mess of PCBs that I made incorrectly. They're all yours. They're almost, it's a perfect business card for you to give out
That's right.
to help promote my brand.
I'll just take some acetone and I'll just squeak your logo off here, and I'll put a Joe logo.
Yeah, a Jogo, if you will.
A Joe
Yogo.
Yogo.
So Ron, have you got the revision 2 of that thing in
This
yet?
is the revision 2, and it's bad.
Oh,
bad.
Oh, no.
Because it's got a bunch of not good words on it.
Not good words.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
got
would you have a Tourette's fit and just like drop a whole bunch of F-bombs on it or something?
no. It's okay. It's okay. It's not great. I'm it's the V2. I'm not super pleased with it. See, as you can tell, I think the holes are too small. I blame that on Joe.
they're just surface mount. No
Because
problem.
we were in a meeting, and you know how Joe is just lighting one cigarette off the next. He's like, Ron, we got to make these holes smaller. People, the kids at Poughkeepsie, they don't give a shit about big holes. Yes, small holes. And I was like, I'm like,
God,
just like
Joe.
this, just writing it all down.
Oh, man.
So I was saying earlier that somebody shipped me a scheduled package that would show up today on my birthday.
Oh,
And it was this.
astronaut ice cream.
Oh,
Nice.
That's
that's
so
good stuff.
Somebody
Very
knows that I
nice.
like both ice cream and astronauts.
Here's the thing.
Nice.
It doesn't taste anything like astronauts.
Yeah, no.
It's
It tastes like ice cream, not ionizing radiation.
Doesn't taste like space.
Taste.
Space.
Like space.
Space.
What did the Mark Kelly say? Was it Mark Kelly or somebody said space sounds like a tastes like a burnt steak?
That's right.
So I wonder what this looks like on the inside. It weighs about
air.
a quarter of a gram.
Yeah.
Yep. It's ice cream sandwich.
Melts in your mouth.
You're gonna open it, and it's gonna look like easy for me to say, non-binary air.
Oh,
Non-binary error.
okay. Hexadecimal air.
Oh no, it's an ice cream sandwich.
It looks
Oh,
tasty.
weird. Wow.
I was thinking it was
That's
gonna
just
be like a
big Oreo.
Neapolitan.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, poor thing. It still
It was
thinks
kind
has
of
a
chalky
biscuit.
and
Mm-hmm.
So you
I like
so you have to do anything to that, Joe, to eat it? Do you soak it in something or just wolf it down?
Yeah, saliva.
Yeah, breaking it because it's
Joe, you got to take it upstairs. It's 2015 was a couple of years ago, so you got to take it upstairs and use your Black & Decker food rehydrator. And then it'll taste amazing. Yeah. Mom, you sure can hydrate a pizza.
Come on.
And get faxes with happy birthday
Yeah, it's you know what? They really for all the
everywhere.
stuff they got right with the flying cars and the
Yeah.
hoverboards
Right?
and you know, what's his face still having a movie career? You know, it's with all the stuff they got right. Really, they whizzed it down their pants with that fax stuff.
what's it taste like, Joe?
it tastes like
Teen
Styrofoam.
Spirit.
coffee creamer.
Yeah.
Coffee creamer.
Mhm.
That's actually probably accurate.
I don't know why would I know what that tastes like? I was young in the 80s. Anyway,
Joe, does it like melt in your mouth?
kinda, sorta,
Yeah.
It turns into slime in your mouth.
yeah.
Because I was Cape Canaveral back in 2010, and I bought some of the ice cream, and it was like weird. It looked like styrofoam, but when you ate it, it just kind of melt like a goo in your mouth. It's like, oh,
It's like when you take a whole handful of like cream and go like this in your mouth, and really
Yeah.
quickly and it just kind of clumps down, and then I've never done that, but I think that's what I would imagine it's like.
I don't think the marshmallow
Crazy
is
person would do that.
except bad.
All right.
So talk to us about the chocolate wafers on the outside. Now that Exodium has ejected himself into space.
Here's the thing.
That's what you get for being totally sus. You're
So
out.
I have a large regional ice cream manufacturer as a client.
Oh yeah.
I have had ice cream sandwiches directly off their line, which are
Like you lay
freaking
at the
awesome,
end?
by the way.
Like you lay
You
at
just
the
put
end
yourself on the line and open your mouth,
and-
and it comes.
Hey, when the government president is like, "Oh, you've done a good job. Here, let's go back to the back and get a fresh one."
There we go.
You don't say no.
Yeah.
So
Just an ice
Anyway.
cream sandwich straight from the teat.
yeah, there you go. So the cookie part is like it's like a fresh off the line one. It's crunchy. It's just normal.
So you really know.
Middle. That's the problem.
so no crumbs.
You already know how the cookie crumbles, huh?
All over my workbench. It's like that Twitter post somebody posted earlier of the Mrs. Dash inside the keyboard. So
Yeah, the keyboard shakens or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot to do the noisemaker for my birthday.
Oh, good.
Oh, for the record, I just made a mod to this NES, and I decided to do it on your channel, Joe, so
Alright.
that I didn't get the complaints in my comment section.
What was the mod? Did you clip
I
the
just cut.
NES pin?
I clipped pin 4 on the CIC chip.
Good.
You are going to hell.
Wait a minute. You mean you didn't like desolder it and then go through and lift the pin up as if there would be a time in the future where you would ever reconnect that?
Yeah, that's true.
I just
No. Snip, snip.
I go in there with like just side cutters and just that's it.
I gave it no chance to even scream before I just cut the pin. This
So now you
NES,
can play all those bootleg Christian games without problem. Got it.
That's exactly what they do in a doctor's office. They snip.
Oh my gosh. Wait, what?
Yeah, they don't carefully lift and pull it out. They just
Yep. You don't have time enough to react.
No time.
It's done.
Oh my goodness.
Be like, well, there was that one lady that was looking to combine DNA. Oh, no, I'm sorry, too late.
although I am now going to actually remove the pin I cut just for completeness.
Speaking of that, though, Dave, I heard that they're highly reversible. You just got to be quick. You just be like snip, and it'd be like, well, hold on, I changed my mind. Nurse, super glue. They're mostly, I got it mostly arranged correctly. I mean, if you see some leaking around the outside, then you know.
no. They put some heat shrink tubing around.
Maybe, yeah, I was gonna say, get some flex tape.
So it's Ron telling jokes, and in this background, like, it's like a laugh track.
Nothing but the best entertainment on Joe's.
It's the monster
Right.
from that Mel Brooks Frankenstein movie. I think I should
Is
know
that
the
that
name of
crappy doc thing? It is.
Yes, it
No,
is.
that's Ron. That's Frankenstein,
Oh,
not
yeah.
Frankenstein.
Sorry.
One of those crappy docs saved our bacon at the office this week. So don't.
Well, I love these things, but this one's got this thing. You just mount it in it, and it never lines up perfectly. And I'm like, oh, this is annoying. I'm just gonna rip the plastics off it. And I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I just got like a little separate one, which is actually here.
I bought
But yeah,
I
if you
bought
get
a
a
new
good one
one.
of those, they're awesome. If it actually slides in correctly. Yeah, this is not. It's like a cheaper one. I was just gonna take the freaking board out though.
I had one that had like extra little like cutouts, like an extra little door if you were just gonna put like a 2.5-inch drive in, and I'm like, who's this for? Like, it's in there. I don't. Is there anybody that would do this like outside of their case that would be like, I don't know, if dust gets in there, all my precious N64 ROMs and pornography might get ruined.
Bob, thank you. But,
Hey, where's Adam? Adam hasn't come in. What's going on with him, man?
He was in here earlier. I saw him in the chat.
Okay, cool.
yeah, he was here earlier. He's all I can say is he's in a little bit of a grumpy mood today, so he took off.
Oh, whoopsies. Hopefully he'll be better.
Yeah, I hope so.
Actually, I got this idea for the mod from Retro Techie because he actually had bought an NES game. I think he did a video on it, and I figured out what was wrong with it. And actually, the chip was, I think it's also a CIC chip that's on the cartridge, had actually gone bad on the game.
Yep.
So it was a perfectly fine cartridge, except for the fact that the CIC chip on it went bad. So now I've got an NES that if I ever get a cart and it's in the same condition, well, it won't matter. I can play it anyways.
Or if you want to go out to AliExpress and buy one of those 4 trillion in one. Like, actually, I'll tell you what.
Over and over and over and over
Yeah,
again.
it's the same 6 games. Actually, no. I found one that there is like one really good one out on AliExpress that like the people that sell it will sell it in like a translucent, like red or blue or green kind of case, and it does not have a ridiculous amount. It's like 260 in one or something, and no joke, it's all a bunch of like Mapper 3 and non-Mapper games. So you get a lot of launch titles. You get a lot of Mario Bros, kind of like Excite Bike-y kind of stuff. But then you also get stuff that goes all the way up to Mapper 3. So, so some pretty good middle of the era kind of NES. You're right, Frankenstein's monster. So I got that. I think it was $19 or something. I got that for my niece for Christmas a couple of years ago, and man, she loved it. She played all those games. Oh yes, yummy. Yes.
Justin, did you put Claris on your
I haven't received them yet. They're coming from like Norway.
Oh, okay.
But I did order them. They are inbound, coming from Norway. So
Justin, this mod you're doing is for what?
Oh, actually, the mod I did, the only mod I was going to do was just clip the pin 4 of the CIC. Therefore, this lockout chip on this NES board is now in, I guess, key mode. What,
So
just
it doesn't assert
it thinks it now thinks it's on a cartridge.
Oh.
So it's never, since it's in key mode now because I clipped the pin, it will never lock out the NES because it's going to be looking for a lock that never will exist.
The chip is now pulled high all the time, so it thinks it's getting the handshake on the like the world's worst handshake. You know?
Actually, I think
don't even touch thumbs. Forget it.
Actually, I think the way it works is if pin 4 is, I think if pin 4 is high, it's in lock mode, or pin 4 is low, it's in key mode, or the other way around. Because it actually might be if it's low, it's in key mode. So by clipping the pin, it can't be pulled high now. That's how because it's the same chip on both the cartridge and the console. So the one on the cartridge would be effectively like this, with pin 4, I guess, tied to 0 volts probably. And then on the NES, I think it's tied to 5 volts. But I just clipped it, so now it thinks it's a key.
I like your window right now, Justin, because you look like any number of presenters from like 80s computer stuff that I watched on PBS. Because like you're inside the chip, like you should be explaining to me how weight states work or something.
And now how the CPU functions.
There we go. That's even an even better effect now. Yes. Yes, a weight state is something that I'm not going to explain on Joe's birthday because who has time for that?
This is way too boring.
No,
that's way too boring.
It's directly to the right of Joe. It's Pennsylvania. That's the weight state. Literally, you gotta wait like 8+ hours for that ride to be over.
Oh man! Every time I go out to the East Coast, I drive through Washington, PA, and then down 79 and across 68. And Washington, PA is always in construction. Always. It has been in construction since I was 8 years old. Every time. This wide 4-lane highway on both sides, all the way through is 1 lane. Always. I don't get it.
They're working on it.
I don't understand.
Give them a break.
Didn't Biden just sign that the new bill for billions of dollars to fix bridges and roads?
But there's no bridges, so it's not going to work.
It's you know what? Because they don't build
Good
bridges
news, Joe, they
in
got more money to
Pennsylvania
do it.
because everybody would have already jumped off of them. I just nothing against Pennsylvania, but
No, Pennsylvania.
you know, if you like barns and snack food, they got lots of that.
They got a lot, yeah.
And then like lots of driving.
There's a section of 79 south of Washington, PA too. It goes down to Morgantown, West Virginia, and there's always construction. It's another thing. There's construction zones where they have like lanes cut off, but there's no construction happening. And it's been that way for like the past 20 years. In the same spot.
They're waiting for the check to clear. Governor, you listen.
They're waiting for the check to clear.
President Carter said it'll be there any day now. Yes. I had to go to Safeway, and I was going to come back. I was going to go to Snyder's of Hanover, and then I was going to come by for that road improvement check.
What is this Windows blasphemy Exodium is showing? What is this?
I am going to be blowing away this 98 install to put an XP on here.
Yes, do that. Now.
Because I need to test this video card out. It only works in XP.
What video card is it?
It's a PCI GeForce GT610.
Oh, weird.
Now you.
Interesting.
Let me bring it up on the camera real quick. It's one of these guys.
Oh, okay, yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
You took it out of your crypto rig?
Yeah. Yeah. One hash per century.
Pretty much. I'm gonna be rich.
Hey,
That's not going anywhere anymore.
have you guys ever noticed that if you just gave Exodium one of Action Retro's scripts, just had him read it, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference? It's you got the voice too, man.
Same energy,
you,
right?
you totally, for April Fool's next year, you need to do a
do a
Action
swap.
Retro parody video.
Sure, swap.
Hey guys, what happens if we hot swap a PCI card?
Don't
Hot
do it.
swapping a PC.
Yeah, don't do it.
If you pull it out fast, it's probably fine, but your
Just
computer's gonna
make
crash
sure that all of your voltages and grounds get connected at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have done it successfully. Once.
Once.
I would not suggest ever doing it again. That was a
Alright.
very, very long time ago.
Let's see if any of the crappy optical drives on this thing actually work.
Stay
Justin, are
tuned.
you removing the RF modulator?
I am removing it so I can recap it. Because the power supply's in here too.
Would you find a diaper in there, Garth? What was that?
What was that?
I'm gonna stare around.
Oh, I thought it was Depends.
Oh no!
Depends.
I
Does
didn't
it-
take the battery out of this either yet. So I left
Does
it in there.
it does it work? Did you power it up yet?
Yeah, it works. Yep.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah, it boots.
Excellent $20 investment. There you go.
Although I will say it might make a weird noise when I turn it on, because the first time I turned it on, it made some interesting beepy noises.
What's
Just
this?
beep, 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 like this.
What is this?
thing, yeah. and
What's this thing?
Hey, how much RAM
It's
do we
the,
have in this thing?
this thing.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
You don't
I got
have
it
to
at
have the
flea market
battery in
today.
it. You don't have the battery in it, but if you did take it apart, you might know, but I remind everybody anyway, did you replace the thermal compound?
Yeah. Because I'm just testing this right now. I'm not
Say
going to
yep or no.
No, I've not done
Yap or nap?
Nah.
Nap.
No, I'll do it later. I need to open it up again. I just
Because I
wanted to
didn't
clean this thing
know.
up.
I didn't know until Joe told me.
What, the
And
thermal
he
power?
really was like acting like he didn't want to, like he was maybe insulting me by telling me, and I was like, Joe, I didn't know that. And he's like, yeah. You gotta
No,
replace the thermal.
supposedly you're supposed to, when you re-torque up the screws in the bottom, you're supposed to do a certain torque weight. I was like, I've never done this. I've taken a bunch of these apart in the past, and yeah, just like quickly switching things. It's all dried up and gucky anyway, so it needs to be done. But I just want to make sure this thing. I'm just cleaning it up, and then I'm gonna.
You know, I've never put one of those back together. I've taken a ton of them apart.
Yeah, that's the trick.
I've never put the screws back in one. You put it on the desk and you just like hope for the best. Just don't.
I
just
actually have one torn apart, and yeah.
don't be a goofball when you swing the screen around, and you're probably fine. That's why those IDE cables and stuff are in there. It's like a little spring, so like kind of.
Yeah.
Garth, does that have the Bluetooth module in the bottom of it? Is that the one that supports it?
I actually don't know. I think it is.
Because the 17-inch one that I had, the last revision, it supported Bluetooth. And you had a little Bluetooth card you put in it.
So it probably has one. I don't know. But
Dave, show me
I
that
know
Bluetooth
The
card
Wi-Fi
again.
card's pulled up.
It's like you gotta make a deal. Gotta make a deal. Gotta get Bluetooth in your machine. Gotta come to me. I'm gonna make it.
Dave's got the cap ass.
You know, I miss Ron being on my streams because he's been missing out on a lot of stuff.
I
You know,
couldn't even talk.
I know.
Which I'm sure everybody around me was just like, man, what a freaking vacation.
What a
that was.
blessing.
What an amazing time to be alive.
Oh man.
Yeah, Jay. Oh my God, Jay. When we were doing that, Garth, Jay sent that to me on my phone, and he just ribbed me left and right on that. That's almost as it's actually worse than Thingamaboob. You know.
Yeah. I heard it and I was like, that's funny. And then I'm like,
That never gets boring.
It's named in the branding section as Mike's cat.
that's good. That's really funny.
Do you have the sparkling water challenge guy in your branding?
No. I could probably go grab it real quick. Oh man.
And as predicted, everything is going sideways for me because I cannot get it to boot off the CD.
All right. If
Oh my
anyone's-
god, is the mail finally here?
The mail. Wow, finally.
Could be Bruce's wine delivery.
That'd be chicken
like-
sounds.
I believe Bruce is streaming right now, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, really?
Why is he streaming? He should be here where the party
Well,
is.
because he said he was
Right.
going to stream on Sunday, and it was
So-
like, that's fine. But he kept to his word because it's Sunday there.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, if anyone's wondering why I'm doing it this way, it's Console 5 recommends to actually desolder the RF modulator from this side of the board, and not the side that people normally go to, because the traces for these pins on the main NES board are on the other side of this board. So they recommend to desolder the RF modulator from the RF modulator side, so that you're not risking damaging those
Not
traces
going to
that
pull
you
the
can't.
via through the board.
Yeah.
Or pull the trace pad through the
Exactly.
via. Yeah.
It's just there's still a lot of things you got to desolder, but they recommend doing it from here and not the NES mainboard side.
It's my theory that those console like the iFixit. You said iFixit, right?
Console.
Console 5.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say console 5 is pretty good, but I was thinking iFixit for some reason. I think sometimes they recommend stuff just because they know they don't have to do the work. They absolutely, they're like, oh yeah, no, you're going to want to take every like screw out of that like 2012 MacBook Pro. Like, wait a minute, but I'm not even replacing the part. No, you didn't
Matter.
read the guide. Step
Yeah,
5.
look at
Take
that.
out every effing screw. What do you got there, Jones?
No.
You get your caps. Your birthday caps.
What? I
bought
eat
some
them. They're tasty.
I have caps going in the mail from Console 5. Actually, it's supposed to arrive today.
It's
One of those cases where you ordered some caps and like literally minutes later, I'm like, wait, I forgot a few, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I have a couple queued up now, but as soon as I put the order in, it's gonna be more. And it's like sometimes I'll get from Console 5 just because they have convenient kits and stuff, especially for power supplies.
Yeah.
And I have another else. Well, Anyway, but yes.
Why would I go out and do all the work of figuring out what individual capacitors I need and what individual values, what of each, and end up paying more when they bought them in bulk and have already done all the work?
Right.
I'm okay with that in that
Those
instance.
are perfect because exactly I go through and measure every single one, go look up each one, and I'm like, god, it's like 2 hours.
What's the diameter?
I mean,
what's the height?
busy
What's
work.
the spacing?
I know.
I mean, boom, there we go. These are the caps in the NES front loader.
Yeah.
Done.
There's lots of times
The-
if I'm working on a project, I'll document stuff and then I'll send it to them and just
Boom.
say, hey, maybe the kit for this. And so you guys can thank me. I was the one that did all the hard work for the Apple IIe card cap replacement kit that they sell.
My goodness.
I was up like 3 nights, man.
That's 2 caps, Rod.
Yeah.
Or is it
Yeah.
one tap?
Don't ruin the joke. Go out there and order. You have no idea. It was like making Rice Krispie treats.
It
Yeah.
might have a Star Wars Lego set Death Star, but can he chug a sparkling water and not burp? Oh my gosh! What do I do?
That's funny.
Full, s-
That's going to really leave a mark. Yeah.
full send right into the garage door.
Oh man.
So everybody else, see here's the thing. What nobody knows is electrolytic capacitors are a great replacement for your electrolytes. So instead of it's all compressed and it's super dense. So instead of drinking like Gatorade that's all full of water, you just chew one of these. I mean,
Yeah,
you'll
but
have
Joe-
diarrhea afterwards.
But Joe, those are suppositories, though.
Oh.
I wish they had them
That's
in
what
other
these are
flavors other
for.
than fish.
You can pull them out when they're done.
Well, you gotta look at the polarity on them. Does it go here, or does it there?
Wait for it.
To get the effective result. There you
So
go.
what do you,
That's right.
so what do you do with non-polar capacitors then?
Say what?
What do you do with non-polar electrolytics then?
Then it doesn't matter which end you stick it in. There you go.
Go.
Quick,
Go.
somebody
They're
get that.
That's
They're like Flintstone vitamins. You just chew them.
Go. The non-polarized one go in your pee hole.
This right here is the beginnings of all of the supplies for an Apple free power supply cabinet. So
Wow.
on my site once I have the rest of the parts. The reason I brought that up is because Garth was talking. I bought, and then oops, I need to buy more, and then that was this. I went to Mauser and ordered stuff, and then like the next day I had to order more stuff, and then because I kept forgetting things, I think I probably paid Mauser like $450 in shipping in 3 days. You know,
Yikes.
but somebody's got to keep the Oompa Loompas filling the packages. So, you know.
There was probably someone on the shipping lines like, oh, there's another one of those packages for Joe.
What's this guy's problem?
This guy really likes capacitors. What's
Another one.
So
What
they
is
didn't
this?
wait for your multiple orders to get all done to consolidate it.
Are you kidding me? Once the order's in, it's gone. Somebody's
Already in a box, waiting to be sent out by time you click the next one. Yeah.
This is my new toy I got Friday.
Ooh, what's that?
What is that?
It's a
D-Link.
all-in-one
machine.
PC.
Oh,
It's
wow.
all-in-one
Oh.
PC.
Guy. Yeah.
Oh,
So I'm
Cool.
settings up for my bench. It's a Celeron processor with 8 gigs of RAM, but it's kind of cool for my bench. Yeah,
cool.
and for my bench setup, so I'm gonna have it hook up to my monitor. So when I'm doing repairs, I can just pull the schematics up on here as opposed to going to my other monitor on the side. As I just look up and
Yeah.
it's fun. It's
neat.
kinda,
Yeah.
I never had one before, and I thought it wasn't too bad. It was cheap, pretty cheap price on Amazon, and
Oh yeah. You can get those little tiny computers for pre-pandemic.
yeah.
You can get those things like with everything excluding RAM and storage for like
Right.
$100.
I paid that for this with 8 gigs of RAM and 256 SSD drive.
Dude, win.
Win.
100% win. And then you just throw any old operating system on it. Heck, it's fun.
Well,
You throw-
Oh.
It came with Windows 11,
Nice.
right? I activated it, I looked at it, and I deleted and put Linux.
Well,
Mint
I hate to
OS.
tell you, Rudy, if you ever reinstall Windows 11, it'll just work. It'll just reactivate. Your license will just work. It's,
Oh, man,
Steve Ballmer
the
was at home, like just having a cry, just having a whinge, and then he saw the
Microsoft is
uninstall.
pushing people to the Mac OS or to Linux. People are walking away from Windows. It's terrible.
Yeah, like Windows 11 too. There, you have to go through wacky rigmaroles to get
Yeah,
it
it's
installed
I don't know.
without a Microsoft account.
Language, Joe.
And
I
you can
think
only
the
do that if you have the pro version. Like if you have the home version, you have to use a Microsoft account.
Yes.
I guess that's. I mean, like Apple's had that, but at least like Apple's Apple accounts are ass. You know, and, like your local account is still your local stuff, and iCloud is separate.
Right.
With the Apple account or with Microsoft, it's like, no, your profile is online now.
That's it. We're backing up everything.
Profile, what is that? It's bullshit.
I mean, if the Windows Store wasn't just like, the
Malware?
worst, like a war crime, then maybe people would be like, oh, I guess I could synchronize my stuff. I mean, this is probably the most convenient way to make my Windows phone talk to my computer. So oh wait, I don't have a Windows phone. Oh wait, all I have is this like terrible operating system, and like just everything is free anymore. I don't even use Office. Like, damn.
I also got this 8-port hub.
Oh, nice. That would come in very
Switch?
handy.
I hope it's
Those are very good.
Switch. TP-Link, really good. I have a 4-port and excellent, reliable, and they're not expensive at all. So
TP-Links are really good if you don't need management. They just friggin' work. You just plug
Yeah,
them in.
it's
Work. They're cheaper than anything else out there. And did I mention they just work?
Yeah.
During the pandemic, they were near impossible to find. So
I just realized I was muted this whole time.
Dude, they're still impossible to find. I have stock from 3 months ago, orders that I'm still waiting for to get projects done for clients. It's just, when will I get it? Now.
Well, did you hear that GM has something like 90,000 cars and trucks, cars and trucks waiting for chips, or just sitting somewhere, just
sitting in lots. Yeah.
That's fine. They'll work it out.
They said they were gonna steal them from the new MacBook.
I'm just.
Why not?
M1 chips. There you
Did
go.
you guys see that they announced like a bunch of new Raspberry Pi stuff? And
the new W or whatever.
Yeah, and like
Pico W.
somebody in our friends list. I can't remember who said it, but I was just like, yes, exactly. It was like, it was Chris from RetroTech Chris, and he was like, does this now mean there'll be 3 new models we can't buy? I was like, yeah, exactly that.
Basically.
They advertised it for like $6, and the first comment I saw on Twitter was like, "Oh yeah, another $6 when you can't get for $6. Great."
That's right.
Will it actually cost $6?
No.
The Picos are available. It's the actual full Raspberry Pis that you just can't
It's
get.
the useful stuff you can't get.
Exactly.
I'm thinking, the Picos are great though. They could be because they can be. You can install your own. How can I put it? You can install your own low-level code on it, so you don't have to run like a Linux or anything on it. You can treat it more like a microcontroller, and that could be a good, progression plan for something like a high-performance Blue SCSI or something down the road. Because it's my understanding those can be programmed through the same code process, so the same IDE, Platform IO or whatever that Blue SCSI is developed for. So you just basically, my target is this now, and it goes, and it just does it. So,
So any news on building new plants in the U.S. or in Europe, other than China?
I was at Lowe's earlier today. Like all the flowers are in, so just go pick them up.
You nerd, I love you. The best. You're really close to me. Intel is building a ground-up fab in New Albany, Ohio, which is about 40 minutes away from here.
Ohio?
Who
wanted to do things in Ohio?
But will they run out of water there first?
They'll just run a 200-mile pipe from Lake Erie. It's fine.
Yeah, but those plants will take a while to build, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they expect it to be open about 2026.
Oh, that's quick.
About 5 years.
That's very quick.
And it's going to be a leading edge plant as well. So
I love
that
their
allows
computer.
them to take other facilities and downgrade them a step and build some of the less leading edge things.
I'm surprised they're so
saw a
bullish,
really
right?
interesting video on that. Why this pandemic actually screwed up all of the supply chains, and it just has to do with so many of the chips. Like the chip on this, on the Blue SCSI, is like 10 generations old as far as the fab tech, and they don't make fab units for that anymore. So to spin up a new fab to increase the productivity of that, you have to go back to the original lithographic, whatever the machine is, that shoots the light on it that actually burns the chips.
Guys,
You gotta
here's
go
the
back
deal.
to
They
be
just
like,
don't make
"Can you make us a
photons that small
25-year-old
anymore.
unit?" Yeah.
If they could make photons that small, they could just make all this stuff. But nope.
Well, Ron, in the news, I heard that they're not doing the photons; they're using tachyon particles.
Ooh,
No.
nice.
Because the Romulans got upset.
Yeah.
Oh, confirmation that I have the right set of friends. Great.
Are you sure? You better check
My
that again.
Reed! Happy birthday, Joe. Thank you, Reed!
Very nice.
Yes.
42 years old. You're a spring chick. Or what do you guys say now? I don't know.
Yeah, what are the
What is
young
the expression
people saying?
nowadays the kids are saying?
You're a real BTS. You're a real member of BTS, Joe. You're so young. you light
No,
every
he
room
holds-
up like
He's like, I get that one.
You're the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah,
am.
that's it better.
Yeah, you're in that middle-aged bracket now, Joe. There you go.
Yeah, shut up.
Hey, Joe,
Don't
when you got
remind
your
me.
colonoscopy scheduled?
I went to the doctor and said, another couple
Not till
years,
you're 50.
you're okay this time.
50 is when they recommend it.
That's right.
Literally, my doctor talked to me about that last year. There's that coming up, and I'm like, okay, thanks.
If you use the
You-
capacitors, right?
Traumatize me ahead of time.
I can say from personal experience, I've only had one done.
Here we go.
The prep is a lot worse than the actual procedure.
Oh, yeah, because, how can we say?
I was awake for the prep.
They have to, you have to clear the trap.
That's right.
I am very uncomfortable in this conversation.
Happy birthday, Joe. We all came on here to talk to you about it.
Yeah, I just the advice I would
You want a
give is,
42,
like,
so.
Yeah, that birthday cake you ate will be gone in a minute. There you go.
Pain in the-
Yes. Let us tell you about the wonderfulness of potassium chloride.
Yes.
Never be that clean again.
That's why you wait for the next 10 years to have another one done.
But see, after that, no one can say, "Hey, you're full of shit." It's like, nope.
I have the
Reed's
doctor
right. He's
bill.
like, he's had 3.
And my daughter
28.
come out for it. Yeah.
Dana's here. Hi, Dana.
Hey, Dana.
Wonderful maker of blasphemies on the internet.
Oh yeah, it's awesome stuff.
So, Ron, did you just barf on your towel there? What are those stains?
it's a 70s towel, so those
Oh
are,
my
those are
God.
roses.
Oh, it looks like your cat barfed on it or something.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's a 70s towel. A lot of stuff could have went down between now and then.
So you,
Yeah.
so you have the same towel as Adrian then?
No, his is like purple or something.
Well, it's the 70s.
Yeah.
So you got an SE case there, Ron?
Yes, it's a SE30 case that I bought from someone on the internet, and they were basically like, "Oh," I was like, "Hey, you got an SE30 case? I need one, so I'd like to buy one." And they were like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And then I was like, "Okay, well, let me know what shipping is going to cost." And they were like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll get it shipped, and then you can just pay me." And I was like, "No, you probably should figure out exactly what this is going to cost, because it does have to pass through the filter of this is what I'm willing to pay as well." That's right, Frankenstein's monster. My thoughts exactly. So I said, okay, well, go ahead and ship it. Let me know. And then they shipped it, and they sent me a picture of the receipt. It was $75. And I said, well, here's the deal. I said, this is why I said to do it first, because it's not worth $75 to ship with nothing in it, nothing inside of it.
Right.
So what are you
they
putting
were
inside
like,
there,
well,
Ron?
I would have never done this if I would have thought. And I said, well,
Yeah,
here's the deal.
$75.
Here's the deal. I said, I'll give you half. I'll give you half what you paid. You
Yeah.
know, because it was just like, but it was like a free case. And I was like, but it's still there. You got to factor in that it's like, yeah, I may not want to spend like, you know, I went to the FedEx store and I had them package it. And I was like, yeah, I said, this is just, your story's not getting better as you go.
No,
So-
exactly.
Yeah. So anyway,
What's the plan for that, Ron?
the plan is I
He's
have.
gonna ship it to me for $75.
That's right.
That's what I'm gonna do. No,
Ship
what
it to
happened
Joe.
was
Say, hey,
this.
Joe, it's broken.
Yeah.
I shipped because that was actually kind of how I got to like be friendly with Joe. Is that he was looking for an SE30 and I had an SE30 that had some issues, and so I shipped him the board, and that he did a whole repair series, which is very, very informative. And if you have not watched it, I'd really recommend that you do. And so he repaired it, and then so now Joe has an SE30 as well. And this is just my
You're
other
back.
one that I've had
That's
that
the one right here, actually.
that Steve was nice enough to repair. Hey, look at there, real bunny hair,
Nice.
real bunny hair,
Pumpkin tosh.
all the way from Steve's house.
Steve's basement.
Yep, Steve's basement of wonders.
Nice.
So this should be working. I mean, he put enough time and trouble.
So are you gonna put an actual CRT in it, or are you gonna put it like an LCD?
Oh no, I've got an SE. I've got an SE in another, like my case that I melted with citrus strip. So I'm gonna take the power supply and everything. I'm gonna put it in here.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you had the frame and all that stuff. I wanted.
No, I've got all that. What do you mean frame? Yeah, no. I got all that.
Now, do you need stickers to put on the inside?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, did you know? Hey guys, this is one of those rare ones. It has no signatures inside.
Ooh.
I know.
It's actually worth more.
And
1%.
it looks like it's a platinum one too. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll send you one of mine. They're edible stickers.
You know, honest to God, anything is edible if you can get it down. So,
Anything's
Not-
edible if you try
Apparently
hard
not
enough.
capacitor.
edible arrangements. You know, regular floral shops sell edible arrangements. I just, you just got to be committed.
You eat flowers. It's a thing.
I mean, I eat broccoli all the time. They're flowers.
I had broccoli with my chicken dinner tonight. It was great.
There you go. There you go, broccoli counselor. Broccoli counselor.
Boo.
You got your new.
Oh.
That Frankenstein's really talkative tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
the
the blue-
apparently to
The
the
blueberry.
Ooh.
Nice,
Greedy.
Joe. Nice.
It
Yeah,
looks like, so cameras and pictures on the internet do not do this thing justice. It is blue. It's hyper blue. It is absolutely beautiful.
Joe's hyper blue.
It's beautiful.
Like
That's
it's
beautiful.
blue. It's crazy. I mean, look at that.
Oh,
look at
yes.
that.
Sweet.
Like,
Nice.
That's awesome.
Are you putting lights inside it, Joe?
yes, it's going to be set up very similar to the pumpkin tosh over here that you can't see because it's not.
And what are you gonna do with the keyboard?
Great question. I don't know. Paint it, maybe? I have to get one. I don't have a spare keyboard. This is being made completely out of spare parts, so I don't know. But yeah, it's going to have lights on it here. If anybody in the chat hasn't seen the pumpkin tosh, it's got the neon strip lights on the sides of it, and it has the amber screen in it. And so this guy is going to be the same. This guy right here is going to be set up very the same. I'm going to put LEDs in it. It's going to be it's going to have the white CRT in it, but I'm going to put, if I can find where it's over there somewhere. I'm going to put a blue film over the CRT to bluify the screen a lot to make it super
Oh.
blue.
Is that a word?
It is now.
Maybe if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But we'll
Oh no.
and then the keyboard, I'll have to. I don't know. I need to get a spare keyboard for it because I don't have an extra. And like I said, I might paint that. I
I
don't
thought it was
know.
pretty cool.
the long-term plan for this is to give this one away. So I'm going to build it all up, and it's going to be a giveaway for something.
Well, it's
You can
pretty
give it away
built
to
up
me
right
if you
now.
want.
What's that?
You can give it away to me if you want. I don't have one anymore.
That's right.
I gave mine away.
I just have the SC30 board.
Yes. I've got on that too. I've got here's some more.
I'm starting to collect and rebuild mine, and I've started with just the sticker, so I'm one step closer to building my new SC.
Absolutely. You got to have the proper sticker placement. Yes.
That's right. You know.
So I have a battery bomb SE.
Yikes.
Ooh.
Wow.
It's got all the chips on
That's
it.
really bombed.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got all the customs on it, like the ROMs and the swim chip and all that.
I'm glad I ate the
Look at
cake
that.
beforehand.
Oh,
Nobody
nice.
one of those. So
You have to let us know, Joe, when you're done that board, how you liked it.
Yeah.
What do you mean is how I liked it?
Like,
Is that?
would you
process
recommend
or the board itself or?
would you recommend buying one, like buying the kit like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Is that
Only
through Mac
ever-
Effects?
Yeah. Well, it's a. Let's
The
put
Kai
it this way.
Koba.
Yeah, it's Kai Robinson's board.
Right.
To reverse engineer the board, and it was a. How can we put it? I do a lot of consulting work for Mac Effects on their projects, and so things just show up
Braggart.
at my door that I don't ask for, and I'm not complaining. And if he's in the chat, thank you.
You're complaining. You're a complainer.
Show up. Like this was in a box one day. I was as I was building the pumpkin tosh a couple nights ago. Not the pumpkin tosh, the blueberry tosh. I'm like, I sent Mark a quick chat. I'm like, does the chassis normally come with a speaker? Because I'm just now realizing I don't have a speaker. He's like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go over to your website and order one. He's like, too late, and then he sends me a tracking number. He just sent me one. So
Is
it's
that-
Oh, nice. Very nice.
That's cool.
I'm not trying to flex or anything. It's just like people do that. I just things show up, and then
I mean,
like,
I just,
like in the case of Rudy, I'm like, I would
people
love to
just
have that
do
printer.
things for
but
me. They make
Space!
things happen for me.
You don't get the printer anymore. It's done.
So, what revision board is that? Because I know they have a revision B. That there was a issue. JDW just did his installment number 3 video,
Yeah.
and he said that the I forget one of the chips, but pins 7, 8. It's not hooked up to the 5-volt power supply, so you have to bridge it from behind with a piece of wire.
Oh
Good
yeah.
question.
The revision B fixes that.
Yeah, this is all I can tell you is that this is board revision 1.5.
I think that one he had was a 1.5 B as in boy.
Okay. Well, if it's wrong, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna
Steve
try
just
something
wished
won't
you.
work and we'll know.
And
Thank
Steve
you,
just
Steve,
wished you a happy birthday.
for the happy birthday, and happy birthday to your wife. She shares a birthday with a really cool person herself.
It's a very young person.
Mm-hmm. Allison's pretty great. I'll go on record. I went to Steve's house. She laughed at all my jokes, even the obscure stuff. But to be fair, I did a little bit of research and I was kind of looking at like the records and stuff they own, so I could make witty comments about Wilco.
Hey, Alex.
Alex, thank you. Happy B-Day. Woo, woo.
Nice.
Alex.
So I was asking about that board because I want to get one and put it in my 2E case.
Yeah, I got to do the same.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what?
I want to modify an old 2E case and put that board in it.
Okay.
Go for it.
You can do
It
that.
looked kind of cool. It'd be like,
The biggest
It's like-
trick is you really do have to have a parts board because like the BPU here is custom, the swim or IWM is custom. There's a custom PAL here. This is like the ADB chip, it's custom stuff like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
but in the case of this, it's a battery bomb.
yeah, you just
Yeah,
take
you've
part
got
of
it.
that.
Yeah, so that's the trick.
No, because I was going to stick my 2GS in a 2E case, and I thought, why not stick that in the case instead? It'd be different.
Think different.
It's like a super sleeper, because with a properly modded composite two Apple IIc or Apple IIe monitor, you can just plug that sucker right into, and it'll look utterly stock.
Yeah.
And you plug, and you plug in a what's the thing? You plug in a floppy, and you can say, "Oh, I just don't have old floppy drives because floppy drives, right?" And you go to boot it up, and people are like, "Boing!" And you're like, "Wait,
Wait,
what?
why did they make the kill siren sound from Kill Bill? Why did they do that again?
lol." Okay,
Oh my goodness.
that how it works?
I assure you that the product key I just entered is 100% legit and I own it. I'm just kidding, that's a lie.
Was it KD9J9PVRWXCTBTG
11.
4PG?
Oh my gosh.
Are you repeating Devil's Own, good sir?
So now you have to wait 3 hours to install
It was,
XP,
it
right?
was the KMS. The KMS key.
Garth, be quiet!
Yeah,
You're gonna get me banned!
No. VHS. I still remember my dad's Windows XP CD key. FCKGW. Oh wait.
It's just 11111111.
Yeah, that's the upgrade. Like the 95 upgrade code.
Yeah,
111111.
that's the only one I remember.
I actually still have my Windows 98 second edition key memorized because I did builds for work. I was the build supervisor. I built all the computers. And so we used a single key just to get the OS installed before we sysprepped it and all that.
Ooh.
And I was just like, like talking to people to the side and typing it in. Like, yeah, enter. And it would install.
Oh my god, Windows 7, shut up! Just do the thing. Do the thing, leave me alone. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Gosh, I feel your pain from across the continent.
Okay, so I had a story I wanted to tell earlier, but I was muted stupidly. So when we were talking about the whole Windows account or the Microsoft account thing, what's funny is I decided to try it way back when it was kind of a new thing for Windows, and I was like, I'll try it. Why the hell not? And it turns out, way back when they first implemented it, you would use your Microsoft account password to sign into Windows instead of your local password. Yep. And I had my Microsoft account password in a password manager. So you can just imagine it, how much fun that was to try and log in.
Oh no.
And I had to try and
get
my account back to local. And literally back then, it was just easier to fully reinstall Windows and like go through all that again.
Right.
Yep. We any computer that comes through our shop, retail computer that needs a new setup, we're like, yep, local account. We don't even give the customer the option or tell them that it can be done. It goes out with a local account.
Yeah.
Because every computer we come in that doesn't have a local account has a problem. I forgot my password. What email address is associated to?
We can fix that. Format C:/S.
Sorry to watch out forever. Just the anger level. Anyway.
Talking about anger.
There's a little
I've been
fix.
drinking something for 20 hours. And it's stopped.
It's done?
Oh,
It's
wow.
stopped. Look, it has a hole in there.
Oh.
It's supposed to look like this.
Oh.
Did you run out? You ran out of filament?
No, it just stopped. I don't know what happened.
Overheated.
The thing just stopped. And
Did you pay your hydro? Did you pay electricity bill?
no, no, maybe that's why. It
I find
burned
it funny
that.
that Rudy had to change his statement from pay your hydro bill to pay your electricity bill because of the way they name things up there. Anyway.
Because we have hydroelectric processing.
Look at the Apple logo.
Apple. Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Have a
They're going to be coming for you.
It came out
Wow.
really good. So
Bold.
maybe the next one I'm going to do it in platinum now. It looks like it's going to be good now. Yep.
Thank you, Rudy.
Yeah, these are my tests, but I think this is gonna be good.
That's nice. That is strong.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. See, the Crealities have this thing where they lose power mid-print. It gets stupid. And I'm having a feeling that that's exactly what happened in your case. It probably right near the end, you had a tiny little blip in the power, and it just set the control.
Yeah, and it just stays there. It burned this, and it did a bump here with a yeah. It was hot.
It lost. Yeah, it reset.
Yeah.
Question for you: you use Octoprint, correct?
Yep.
You didn't happen to push an Octoprint update in the middle of a print job, did you? Okay.
No, I'm thinking about not using Octoprint and print it directly from the card.
I agree. I found it on the Creality to be more reliable that way.
That's what we have to do at work. You print it directly, print your files, so that way it's not like, hey, I'm constantly looking back at this machine that I could have anything in the world occupying its processor right now. Yeah, do it all local. You'll have better results.
Yeah.
So, Joe, you think it was a blip in the electricity?
Yeah, same thing happened to me last week. I was printing out some blue scuzzy stuff. It got to 95%, and it was either because an automatic update kicked through my Octoprint or my Octopi or something like that, or a tiny little flip down here, and it reset the printer. Yeah. And my printer has a firmware on it that allows automatic
updates.
Well, no, what is it? It has the power went off. Do you wish to continue your print? It has that feature, but it doesn't work. You continue it, it'll do all the thing, it'll put the head right where it's supposed to print, and then stop. And say,
you have to replace your Octopi with an Octopussy. Well, one just buy a small UPS and just plug that in. That way, even if the power goes off for a moment, at least it won't cause problems.
Hey, back up.
Maybe.
Whoa!
Hey.
Ah, nice. Very nice, Garth.
Other folks,
Nice job,
Retro, happy birthday. Thank you, Sean! And 6B, happy big bad birthday. You know it.
Which is it again, Joe? Tell us again your age.
Old fuck. It's his 46 do-over.
Seriously? Nah, it's good.
I was born in 1980.
1980?
1980, yes.
Wow.
Yep.
That's why
I like to think I'm a
chicken.
I was already clubbing at that time.
Yeah, other cavemen.
Clubbing at the time.
Clubbing seals.
No.
I'm Crazy Eddie with Crazy Eddie's Used Car Emporium.
Yeah.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing dupe man. Anyway.
Or probably my favorite commercial from that movie, if anyone realizes which one I'm talking about. Spatula City!
Which movie is that from? I know it.
UHF. Weird Al Yankovic, UHF.
Oh,
that
yes,
movie you caught that one time on cable halfway through, and you're like,
It's Conan the Librarian.
I would
Remember the Dewey Decibel System? Remember?
Conan the Librarian. Oh my god.
That movie is great. Hey, you station!
Actually, it's anytime somebody brings up UHF, I bring up Emo Phillips because he was like the guy that was doing like the woodworking thing and like cuts his hand and just kind of mugging and all that stuff. So that was his thing. But I guess his scene was like way longer and way more grotesque, and they were like, "You gotta cut this way down." But he brings it up all the time that it's like he gets residuals from having done that movie, and it shows on cable at 3 a.m. somewhere, and he gets money, and so he had a check. He held up a check for 43 cents. And he was like,
"Wow,
it's a gift that keeps on giving."
UHF. It was great. Sinister Pisces, happy birthday. Thank you. 42 years young. Or something. I don't know. I feel older than that. Like I'm mentally 12 and I'm physically 80. So
You got like a 3-year-old dinky.
What?
Anyway.
You got less than a 40-year-old, but a 3-year-old dinky.
You mean to tell me NVIDIA lied to me? Are you kidding me? I could have just downloaded the Windows Me drive. What?
Pray
I
that
just
they
did
don't
all
lie
this on
more.
So you went through that entire process to wipe it on it, and there's a 9X driver.
No.
There's no XP driver.
Whatever. Wait. Let me do the search to make sure it actually exists.
Welcome to the world of Windows.
It's
If it had been a Mac, all you have to do is turn it on.
It goes back to 95. Wait.
You know, this is just a very Exodium.
Get
the OST drivers.
This can't be
Oh,
right.
man.
This can't be right.
You know, I totally believe this. I've watched
Oh,
his
wait.
channel.
Oh wait, GeForce 600. GeForce 600. Here we go. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, it goes back to. Wait, what?
Wait,
no, we are
there's
not.
DOS 622 drivers. What?
Oh no, this is gonna be a journey, ain't it?
Oh, that
Where's
was
the XP drivers?
Oh man.
Oh no.
So
Could
it has,
be.
so it's got 9X drivers, but not XP drivers.
No. So I was on the wrong. I thought this was a GeForce 6 series card because it's a 610. No, there's also a 600 series,
Gotcha.
and those go only down to Vista apparently, which is like, why?
My work on it. My work on it. And my.
You know, you probably ain't wrong. Well, no, it's 64-bit only, which is like,
Oh, yeah, then it-
why?
Nope, I did already
that's
install. You got to
on a
install
journey.
Windows XP X64 edition. Then nothing runs on properly. Do that. Do it.
The thing is, I'm running this on a Pentium 3.
Oof.
Let's see. Let's get back to the
Sorry?
capture card, I guess. Let's search for modified drivers, I guess.
Get them specs.
I love it.
Super sticker! Woo! Thanks, Ron, in the chat with us.
Thanks for just saying the word super sticker. You know, I'm just telling, like, that is a real failing of StreamYard. They really
Just
should.
do the sticker. Yeah, like
Yeah,
what is it?
They should really
Well,
show the
yeah,
sticker.
here. Yeah, it's yes.
Did it?
Let's see if I can. If I do this,
You can just say it's poop.
that,
It's poop. Everybody knows.
that.
It's just poop.
That's what the
Hey.
super sticker was.
Great.
That's for before your colonoscopy.
Yes.
Mm.
Immediately before you pull it up. Man,
Oh, boy.
those first 24 hours, they're a doozy.
Bet you thought your bird wouldn't go this way, did you?
Dude, no. Gravity is not my friend right now.
Jeez.
Oh man.
So
So
is XP installed yet? You can do all the updates?
I'm just running Service Pack 2. I'm not even gonna bother Service Pack 3 because
all the
the
updates,
minute I know this card is good, it's going right back to 98.
all of the updates. Rudy.
Hey,
All-
Exodium.
there's like 188 gigabytes of updates.
That's right.
Do you ever use CPU Z?
Not really.
You should,
Last time
because
I
that could have
used it, I
saved you a lot of trouble. Because it'll go
How-
through and it'll like, hey, what motherboard do I have? What revision of BIOS? Tell me the serial numbers on my RAM modules and all that. And they have versions that'll run all the way back to like 95. So it's a handy utility to have, especially if you're not 100% sure like what's under the hood, and it'll tell you like what RAM slots are occupied, how many RAM slots you have. It'll tell you
If
like,
you don't know what's under your hood, you need to go to the doctor.
I know exactly what's up. What this machine's packing.
I just spelled attic. Bad joke. Anyway, moving on. Ron, check out CPU-Z. Is it scriptable? Can you run it like
CPU-Z? You just run the program and you click the tabs to see.
I understand that.
And I think you can run it from a command line. It'll just dump like a text file or something like, here's
That's what I
everything
wanted
about
to
your
know.
machine. If you're
Because we've
so
been-
inclined.
I mean, I use it all the time for whenever I'm in Windows on a system to look at a processor that I, was also GPU-Z, but really you just need the one, really, right?
Yeah.
But honestly, it's funny you say it because I rarely ever do anything in Windows anymore. But yeah, it's
Good
useful.
for you.
Yeah.
Lucky.
It's actually today we're talking about Command and C and V and stuff, right, and hitting Control for Windows and stuff, and I recently had to do that again. I'm like, click, click, and I said, keyboard. Just so used to muscle memory on macOS.
Mm-hmm.
Hordak82, happy birthday! Thank you.
I'm waiting for someone to be like, real people use NeoFetch.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Just be glad, Exodium, that you're not using Windows 11 on this thing.
You're giving me a bad idea now.
Because I'll tell you what, we have that at work, and you want to see a bunch of angry doctors because they're trying to get into this bloody system, and all of a sudden this what is it, McAfee comes up and says, oh yeah, you need to pay for this before you can have access. We don't even have that on there, so we had to have.
Dave, your computer may be infected.
We're on a cloud-based server. So ThinkSmart is our cloud-based server people. We use their servers and oh yeah, we've had ransomware. They had to switch us to another server. It even locked their servers out. So they lost like about 100,000 people that couldn't get into their systems. They had to go and go, because they have one in Utah and they just built another one in California. And but getting back to Windows 11 though, it's just everything is everywhere. I mean, you go to Device Manager, and of course when you switch from 10 to 11, you go, well, where's Internet Explorer now? What they call that? They change the name on that. Yeah,
Okay.
Edge.
What I love about Windows 11 the most is how Windows 8.1, not Windows 8.1, Windows 8 as a whole, kind of established, hey, don't screw with the start menu. Like, just leave it be, leave it alone, do not mess with it. And then what did they do with Windows 11? They completely messed with it all over again.
Yeah, they need it more for like tablet users, but they should have just made Windows 10 and just added some more cool stuff to it and left with that.
Yeah. They fix problems that nobody has.
Right. That's why it's always a good strategy to just skip the every other release cycle on that, because it's like 95, 98.
Happy birthday,
Microsoft,
Joe!
Microsoft is the embodiment of that SpongeBob meme that's like, how many times do we gotta teach you this, old man? Like, literally, they keep making the same mistakes.
Dude, Windows operating systems are just like Star Trek movies. The odd number ones are crap, and the even number ones are good.
I don't know. Windows 7.
I'm not going to say anything in front of a Trekkie.
Back and
Because it's like, you got XP, Vista, 7, 8, 10,
good.
11.
XP, Vista bad. 7 good. 8 vomitous. 9. 10 good. 11.
Yeah, I have Windows 7 on that Dell Optiplex that I drag out every now and then to play with. So
Like 10.
I do it in the closet though, so nobody can see me.
Oh my God. I would argue 10 started off pretty rough, but then it kind of, after I believe it was like the 19 updates, like 19H1, 19H2, that's when it kind of really came into its own. And it was like, actually, okay, I'll daily this. I won't hate it anymore. Windows 7, it was amazing how like Microsoft just said, you know what? It's dead. We're not extending it. We're not doing anything. It's friggin' dead.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want what happened to XP to happen to 7, where people were like, no, we're still using XP. We're not getting off of XP. Screw you, Microsoft. And they kept having to kick that rock down further and further because people would not get off of XP, even though 7 was out and was pretty good.
The problem with XP is that half the installations around the world were illegal installs.
Right.
Microsoft wasn't making any money.
FCKGW, baby.
That's exactly it.
You know what's really funny is
You
like,
just throw a key at it and it doesn't care now. It's like, you're activated. Great. Have a nice day.
yeah, that's what I just did. But what's funny is the amount of mileage I've gotten out of because I actually back in 2012 I did some server work for somebody, and they said, okay, well, I don't have money to pay you, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an invite to my BizSpark program, and you just go in and take whatever keys you want to take. And they were all volume license keys for Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 8.1, Office 2013 Pro Plus, and I have those in a spreadsheet, and the amount of mileage that I've gotten out of them has been amazing, because they still work to this day. And
How much would you charge for a copy of that spreadsheet?
If you ask nicely, I'd like to have it, but because I don't mind at this point. I really don't.
So, happy birthday. Everyone's screaming when we come to dinner, but happy birthday, and thank you for everyone.
Thanks,
See
Garth.
you. Bye.
See
All right, bye, Garth.
Thank you.
But yeah, so what's funny is those keys still activate Windows 11. Like, Microsoft, I don't get why Microsoft, sorry to cut you off there, but I don't get why Microsoft doesn't just make Windows, like, for consumer use, free. Because it's like they don't even really enforce licenses anymore for consumer use. They make all their money off the enterprise.
Well, one of the big problems too with Windows 11 is that it's forcing you to new hardware.
Oh, I hate. I
That's
have so many nasty things to say about that.
I
Because
have
It's not actually that much newer, right?
No.
it's just
That's
It's a year-old machine that, you don't have TPM 2 point whatever the it is. You
2.0.
have a nice day. And it's like, you can get a card and install that, and if you can find the card, because chip shortage.
yeah. That's why I really hate Microsoft for doing
That's
that.
exactly it.
It's like, how tone deaf do you got to be, Microsoft, to announce that you're dramatically ramping up the hardware requirements for people in the middle of a huge hardware shortage where people can't just walk in and buy a new computer right now? Like, why? And the biggest thing is I actually have a Dell Latitude, Skylake Latitude here, running a low wattage i5 in it. And I decided to make that my Windows 11 test machine, and it runs perfectly fine on that machine. Like, there's no issues with it at all once you bought it to bypass that check. And my previous main laptop was a big, beefy Precision 7720 that had a GTX 1060 in it, and was like Skylake and such. And you're telling me that this beefy machine cannot run 11? Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people are actually switching to Linux. I know 4 people have just said, screw this. They've blown away their desktop and installed Linux, and they're playing with it, and they're actually finding it fine. And one guy's actually gone out to buy a brand new Mac. But it's not good for Microsoft.
To be fair, they are Canadians. But what I was going to
They're
say...
They're not. They're American.
what I was going to say is...
The Canadians, what we do, we just say, screw this. We install ProDOS.
There you go. .drdos. I put DRDOS on everything. If it won't run OS2 Warp, it ain't going in my house. But what's kind of happened is this, though, is the PC, like people buying new PCs, even if they could buy new PCs, the main people that are getting them are students. and the parents are just like, you know what, my phone does everything I want it to do, or they have a tablet or something, or they've got a little walled garden. I can just pick it up and I can use it, and I don't have to worry about like, oh, I got like antivirus software, and I've got, I got to worry about like Windows updates and things like that. So I mean, a lot of this Windows 11 stuff has driven people directly into either just abandoning having a desktop PC at home, or like Rudy was saying, running Linux, just if they're got the technical level of skills, just blowing it away, and are using Cloud Ready or something, because so many of these people are coming out of high school, coming out of college, and they're like all in on the Google infrastructure. So it's like if I can turn a 15-year-old laptop into a Chromebook, because all I do is I use the Google apps.
All I do is I play Roblox and write spreadsheets.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything else. So people are their phones or cheap stuff.
I think this whole problem with Windows 11 has driven up the cost of the K Pros. That's why I bought mine. CPM rocks. CPM rocks.
Thingamaboob.
But so I think the fun part is it's like, where do you, like, Linux is really the only way to go right now with regards to if you're tired of this, because if you look over at Apple's camp, they're also relentlessly killing old hardware because they want to get rid of Intel already.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Like, they killed off a bunch of Macs with Ventura that arguably could still be fine. Like the 2015s, I feel was a little. No, they killed the 2015s and 2016 MacBook Pros. That was a little rough.
Mm-hmm. And it's been said on Mac Yak many times, especially by Bruce, that Apple's always been a hardware company. They are a consumer electronics company, and their income is in selling you a new piece of hardware with the capability to run their new updated cloud platforms that generate revenue that way. So, yeah, of course they want to kill off old hardware because they want you to buy a new device.
Joe, you want to look again at what I've done.
Click full screen. Registered to Thingamaboob. JCM1.
Nice.
You win the internet, sir.
I figure if this is going to be a temporary installation, might as well have some fun with it. Now let's play the bet of how much stuff is missing.
Joe approves. Kit tested. Joe approved.
Everything. Holy moly.
One bit fever dream says, yeah, my 2011 motherboard can't let me install Windows 11. Well, you know what? You're not missing a thing, my friend.
Yeah, I most of my clients they're staying with Windows 10.
Yeah.
The ones that are with Windows 11, like my technicians, my trained technicians with more certifications and like letter barf on after the end of the titles than me, can't figure out how to get to the control panel in that operating system.
It's slightly. Oh, go ahead.
Like I'm exaggerating, but it's like last time I tried to use it, I'm like, how do I do this again? They moved it where? Why is that? Huh? And it was bad enough in Windows 10 where they kind of split it, where like half of the settings are in the settings menu and the other half of the settings are in the control panel. But they've done that even worse. But to be honest, the biggest thing that pisses me off about Windows 11 is by default, the taskbar icons are in the middle of the freaking taskbar. And it's like, this is not a Mac. This is not a dock. It doesn't function that way. I want my start menu in the lower left corner, please.
I think what's also kind of concerning is usually Microsoft, up until 11 release, they had a pretty good update cadence going with like the big Windows 10 updates. Like by now, we should have gotten like 22H1, but I think they're stopping the big updates.
Now they just had an announcement the other day about 22H1.
Oh, they did?
Mm-hmm.
Is it actually finally coming?
No, it is. It's finally coming, but it's. I guess they sent it to integrators or something just for testing.
Wasn't that
so? It's got some broader.
That wasn't necessarily official.
I do want to address something. That has nothing to do with our current conversation because it just popped into my head and I had ADHD. So it's my
So
channel.
if you want to make these interruptions, Joe, you're gonna have to do them on your own channel.
You're muted, sir. No, I'm kidding. No, but seriously, VHS said something about putting a shelf back here over top of this machine.
Yes, and you can put the K Pro printer there.
Yeah, there you go. The problem is that's a door.
Oh, do you use that door?
Up in there. So
is that the door for the bathroom?
No, that's all the way back. That's back.
So what's that door?
An outhouse back here. It's literally an outhouse.
It literally is.
It's like 2 feet by 6 feet.
Because while I was there, Joe was in there, I guess moving brown or something, because he was in there forever. And I'm in his basement minding my own biz, and I was like, it really came on me that I needed to pee. And he's got there is a urinal that is right next to their bathroom, just sitting out. I mean, it's weird because there's a dryer right next to it. But if the main facilities are occupied, you can just go. It's amazing.
Joe, is that door a fire exit or what's behind that door?
No, so this house is
made of wood, so it could be a fire exit.
It's on fire exit. So at both ends, so the basement is split into two halves. Right down the middle is a huge concrete wall which supports a beam that holds up the whole house, whatever. So that's a concrete wall. On both ends of this is an opening that goes through the concrete wall. On the far end down there is the actual entrance to the side that goes to the stairs and to the built-in garage and all of that stuff. Right through that is technically that's a closet. It's a 6-inch deep closet. It's just shelves, effectively. But
you could put shelves. You can close up that door and put shelves. You're not using it.
Well, it is closed off. The other side of it is a wall. It's just it's wood paneling. You can't go through that. You open that, you can't.
But you could put a shelf there now, then.
Yeah, but I have stuff inside it. That's where nerd alert. Inside that door, on those shelves, is my Lego collection.
Is your what collection?
Lego collection.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Yes. Yes.
I think
So,
Joe's kind of underselling here.
Lego.
Because
You
on the
know.
other side of the door is that closet that has his Lego collection, but on the other side of that is just the edge of Michigan and then Canada. you gotta dig far, way far back, but it's in there.
It's part of the Underground Railroad, wasn't it?
It's like Narnia.
yeah,
It's like Narnia.
Narnia, Canada,
The lion
lots of
is
N's and
Justin
A's.
Trudeau.
Coincidence?
I think not.
Maple syrup.
There we go. 8 bits. All you need.
All right, Justin.
There you go.
Yeah.
So,
Sweet.
As much work as you've done on that should be a Super Nintendo by now. Come on. It's just a point where you got to just stop gilding the lily. Hold on, I'm gonna retend the connections on all the RAM. You never know. Might speed up my Doki Doki Panic speed run time.
Ooh, Eric's Edge. The 1200 grit worked. Might need a higher grit. So Eric, you've been working in the background on what? Polishing a turd? No, seriously. Getting some scratches out of a G3 or something like that. But yeah. No, but yeah, just the way this house was designed, it just has these two holes in the concrete wall, and the one on the far side was the one they decided to allow it to open here. And this one on the other side is a wood paneled den. And so the other side of this door is a room that looks exactly like that door. But you can't walk through there because there's shelves in the back side of the paneling. I have wanted to for a long time to actually take that out and expand the museum in that direction, but I have been overruled many times. And that discussion never gets out of committee. So I doubt that will happen.
Joe, if you do that, you're expanding into Canada. You have to get permits and talk to.
You know,
Justice
I'll
Bureau
actually
and-
have to like get my birth certificate and go to the post office and get a passport. And then I gotta like go through all this rigmarole of setting up a freaking border checkpoint. And,
Right.
yeah, it's like
I've already been told.
feed
I've
the
already been
guard.
told if I come home with milk in bags, I'm getting divorced. I said,
But Ron, you missed the beauty of the milk in a bag. You just snip the corner. You put a straw inside. You just carry it under your coat. And
I
just
know. Yeah, you can
Drink milk all
totally.
day.
You can totally sneak.
I
into a hot
love
bag.
milk in a bag, man. Love it.
Hey,
No, I
by
agree.
the end of the
It makes
day,
more
it's
sense.
nice warm milk.
There you go.
Yeah.
Just don't smell it.
We might
Somebody
be in trouble.
carry, the milk from the milk place,
The
where they
milk
get
place.
the
That's
Cows.
yeah.
Cows.
Yeah, that's where they get milk.
Do that when I was a
At the
kid.
milk
yeah.
place.
So you cut the corner of the bag, put a bit of chocolate Nestle Quick or whatever you guys
Oh
have.
yeah.
Put on your arm and walk around, and guess what? Chocolatey goodness all day long.
Nestle Quick. We're in America. We use Hershey's chocolate syrup that is 95% syrup. And
You're only
5%
saying that because you're
cocoa
on the
puffs.
payroll of Pennsylvania.
America. There you go.
More.
Not that one. This one. Happy birthday, Joe! Herb, happy birthday!
Hey, Herb.
Hey,
All right.
Herb, our 8-bit partner in crime from Kansas Fest, Apple II community. Herb is an awesome dude.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Speaking of which, Joe, are you going to be able to make it?
I am not going to Kansas Fest this year.
Okay. Can I have your room? Have your room?
They already refunded, so there might be a spare
That's
room.
not what I asked.
We have broken Windows XP in record time, gentlemen.
You have broken XP in record
I'm
time.
going to call him. I'm going to be like, Joe said I can have his room. And they're going to be like, well, don't you already have a room? Yeah, I'm going to put like a little habit trail.
That's
Like
right.
hamsters between the two. Because I keep all my food over here. I keep all my bedding and retro computers on this side. So
if your XP is broken, call up Microsoft.
I'll take a candle with Joe's photo so he can be in spirit.
yeah, Javier, you're going to be there. When are you getting there?
Yep. Get in there. There you go.
Javier, you're going to be there. When are you going to get there? Yep.
Yep.
That's no offense, but this is like every interaction I've ever had with Javier over PM. I'll send him.
Yep.
I'll be like, hey man. Hey, well, like, what was the deal? You were working on this thing the other day, and you had this thing, and you were like, "That is true," and then like I won't hear from you for like 8 or 9 months, and then the follow up message will be like the verbose answer.
No. The problem is that you're a very busy actor, and I got to go through your agent and all that. So.
So you will be there. You will be there, Javier.
Yep.
Okay. Our good friend of the channel. Jeremy from Jeremy's Retro Bar will be there all week too, I believe.
Mm.
So
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna see if he wants to caravan out that direction. But
I unfortunately have to fly.
Man, are your arms going to be tired? Ha ha! Ron's face. He's just like that. Dude, I'm full of nothing but 2-cent dad jokes. That's all I got. If you don't like this channel, it's not for you.
Ron.exe has unexpectedly shut down.
mhm. I'm looking forward to going. I have absolutely no I got nothing of no expectations. I just want to go and have a good time. And I think
I
Going
think
in-
you will.
going in
you're
like that, I'll
lucky
have
now.
a good time.
So you just got over COVID, which means now you're immune for a
That's
short
not really
period.
true.
Well,
I could get it again tomorrow.
Less
Don't test me.
potentially less.
I'll get it again in 10 minutes, Joe. You're not coming to your house.
Prove you wrong.
Thank you,
boy,
Eric.
I think I busted it real good.
I think it'll be a good time.
It's gonna be
Format-
good.
But I don't know what to bring. I don't know what to bring. But because I live 6 hours away, so I want to make sure.
Bring your redneck. Oh, I better shut up. Sorry,
My
Just
redneck.
bring clean underwear. That's all you need.
Kansas.
Well, but it's not really Kansas. It's Missouri.
Yeah, true. You're right.
And I live in Missouri, so I just live on the other end of Missouri.
Oh,
I live down by the boot heel.
ooh,
Herb's got the right idea. Bring it.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And
Well,
A couple of them at least, yeah.
Here's the thing. I've got a bunch of stuff I really want to give away. And a couple of years ago, I gave away a bunch of stuff. But I really, the problem is I've got more stuff than I could ever give away, and take it there in a reasonable fashion. So I need to think about what people really might want.
You could.
I have so many G3 IMAX and stuff. Do you think
Well,
people
people
would
really
any of
want
that?
Ron is cash. So if you want to give that away, that's not a problem.
I've heard that song, that Ruggles song. Yeah.
I'm just putting it out there. I don't know. It's retro.
Well, you could. Oh, I got a great idea, Ron. Yeah, those G3 IMAX. Yeah, and then if they're slot load, just put a $1 in the slot load, and
There you go.
make them happy both ways. There you go.
I mean, they're single moms. They're trying to raise those kids. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
there you go.
All right, I'm about to do something else that's going to bring wrath to the comments, Joe.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Thermal compound on YouTube.
You're gonna be banned.
Stop sniffing it.
You
Here,
honestly
so
don't.
No, you-
everybody can see. I just so happen to have a very secret.
You need more, Justin. It's too late.
Justin, you really
That's
don't need
too
that if
much.
you just run it.
That's
if you,
too little. That's the wrong type.
If you wish to grieve,
Justin.
here's
Look at an Oreo cookie and pretend that's a thermal compound. That's the proper amount you need to put in there. Okay.
For the
The double
Great
stuffed
department
one
is
is even
right
better.
here.
Okay.
and I do not advocate the sniffing of hydrocarbons. Thank you.
Justin, you need to put the thermal compound in there if you just run it DC instead of AC.
Yeah.
A good question.
It's a good question. I'll have to get back to you on that, Ron.
Okay.
Speaking
also
of
have to-
did we see Eric's stream earlier today of making that
Yes.
full hypercard stack?
Oh no.
That was really good. I like that.
Very good.
I unfortunately, because my sleep schedule is inverted, fell asleep watching it, and I apologize to Eric now, but I will go back and watch it because he went to all the effort to do that, kind of, sort of, for my pumpkin pie. So,
Kind of, sort of.
apologies to Eric, but I'm going to go back and watch that because
Yeah.
that was freaking awesome.
Eric made it for your birthday, Joe, and you weren't there. So
Yeah, I know, and
Great.
so that's why. You know what? I'm owning it because I'm owning it, right? That's what I do.
You better.
But
show
yeah,
him the money.
So the idea is, the pumpkin patch is a pumpkin. So here's what Eric and I were talking about is that I asked him, hey, is there a process with HyperCard with the streams you've already done that would be able to teach me how to do a HyperCard stack on this to make animated pumpkin faces and stuff, so I can put it in the window on Halloween, and it's like a pumpkin, it's jack-o'-lantern. He's like, no, because that's crazy. I'll just stream about it. So he did a stream about it, and I don't know if this was coincidence because I don't believe I told him my birthday was today. But
You already knew.
But somehow he just streamed it on my birthday. And it's like, well, that's kind of a cool random thing. So thank you, Eric, very much. Now I just have to get HyperCard installed on this. It's not on.
Joe, what did you do for the keyboard for that thing?
What, for this?
Yeah.
It's just a.
Oh,
just
you didn't.
a compact.
You don't have a clear case for that?
No. I mean, do they make them?
Hey, when are we gonna see the blue one, the blueberry?
Yeah, it looks nice. He was showing it before, Javier. Looks
Yeah.
really
Really?
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, look.
Looks really good.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
came out really nice.
Dude, so here's a blue scuzzy for comparison.
Nah, noise.
That is. I mean, even on camera it looks washed out, but in person, this thing is positively glowing Cherenkov radiation. It's great. I mean,
That's gonna be really cool when it's
I
done.
walk next to it.
I want to see the
Well,
monitor.
I don't know why, but I'm okay with that.
I want to see the monitor, man.
With the screen in it?
Yeah. Well, no, the screen with blue. So
Oh, yeah.
Rush.
Good. I started working on this because I was like, I needed to figure out the bits and pieces. What are you
Do it.
doing to be in the screen? What is wrong with you? Are you having a fit? Are you okay?
Do it.
Doing it. Chill.
I can't do it any faster.
Faster. I just smacked my hand on my table. That hurt. Mother.
Fletcher. There you go.
God, this hurts.
That's what happens when you hit after 45.
It won't heal.
But there's like no damage. It just hurts.
Yeah, the closer you get to 100, man, it's the pits.
For x equals 0 to 100, print x next. 42.
Did they ever actually make a blue screen CRT?
Not
Sort of.
exactly. So it's complex. I've been researching this quite a lot. You can
Rod.
What are you doing?
Look at his name.
I mean, I know how you could do it. You just take a color CRT, you turn the red to green gun off, you got blue, and you can adjust the
Here's
gamma on
deal.
it.
All
Oh, he's making
compact
fun of me
Macs.
because I'm doing this. and
No,
he's doing this too.
It's
You
not.
jerk. I love you.
Because all compact Macs have a blue screen. Every last one of them. It's because it is not really black. It's just a really, really, really dark blue, and that's 100% true.
Yeah. It's the P4 phosphor it's very like super. It's blue. It's on the blue spectrum, but it's so bright in the gamma that it floods you out and it kind of looks white, kind of like LEDs. White LEDs are technically, or whatever. It's working. He's got the NES. Here, we're gonna do this. We're gonna give you.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
Nice.
So there is a P. Is it the P12 phosphor? There is a phosphor out there that exists. It is a very low refresh rate phosphor, high persistence. It was used in radar screens. And there are some, I say some, I mean, like, hints and allegations. We're talking like you can call me Al levels of stuff out there.
You can call you Al?
Yes. If you'll be my bodyguard. There were hints and allegations. I need to pause my backup. Pause. There we go. It was making stream there and stuff. So anyway. There's this other phosphor that it is a super deep blue. Like it is blueberry blue, right? But finding a tube that has that, you're like scrounging through military surplus BS trying to find it.
Or you can get it off an old pet.
But the PET's tubes aren't blue. And this is where I got the idea. Those PET's tubes that are super blue, it's the P4 phosphor with a blue plastic coating over it.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah. That's what led me to this research.
So isn't there a lot of Army bases around you that are just not used anymore? You just walk in and grab one?
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on, I'm going to go
Look
to the
at that.
arsenal and say, hey, can I have some of your nuclear weapons? Yeah. That'll go well.
Sure, there's some ICBM sites you can go to.
Yeah, you should go there, man. And you say, hey, can I have these?
Yeah, we don't have any.
Rudy, these are American military bases, not Canadian military bases.
We don't have
Gate, and they're
we
like,
don't have bases.
so, like, why are you going pokey-pokeying around? You know, Canada's, all of our, security and such.
All we have is NORAD.
No, it's that's the thing. It's Canada has like a ton of military installations, but they're all disguised as Tim Hortons.
That's great.
Why does this Tim Hortons need a 45-acre lot? Oh, don't worry about it. It's okay.
It's just it's
It's okay,
military touch, you know.
Good job, Justin.
Clear Wessels. Yes,
Yeah, it
Bill.
looks good,
Yeah,
Justin.
Yeah, it does. And it needed recapped. I wasn't sure if it needed recapped, but actually those caps were starting to leak. So
How's the sound on it?
I don't know. I don't have a way to get the sound through StreamYard.
So like this is like the silent film version.
This is the silent film. Let me see if I can actually get the sound piped in, and we'll check.
It's
the
okay.
sound.
We've heard Mario Brothers before.
I've never.
I can do
I
that.
don't,
I
And
don't even have to watch the video, and I can already hear the music and everything.
and I don't need a Nintendo copyright strike on my channel.
Right.
So
All
Do,
right.
do, 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 do,
There
do.
you go.
Joe got a copyright strike from Nintendo, and I write that song too. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
I gotta go, but happy birthday, Joe.
thanks.
Javier.
Bye, Javier.
See you guys.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Cheers.
Stay cool.
All right.
Hey,
Thank
yo,
God he's gone.
Natrium Reflect actually worked and brought back the 98 install. Sweet.
All right, you fix.
I think I should maybe put this back together now.
No, it looks
Oh
better like that.
no! It's more reliable and easier to use that way anyway.
You know what?
I know.
Better airflow. Yeah.
Last time I had an NES, I took the top off of it so I could get cartridges in there correctly. Because that stupid top or that
The door.
whatever the hell
The-
they call that loader.
I think they call it Joe queuing the video. They call it a
Thingamaboob.
yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they call it a. There we go. That's what I was trying to cue.
Sorry, dude. I'm not that smart. I'm pretty slow on the uptake.
That never gets boring. It's still hilarious.
Your Mountain Dew's wearing off. Better have another one. There you go. Yeah.
Actually, I've got another NES, but I'm not going to recap it tonight. I'll save that one for my channel.
Yeah, go ahead and very quickly. Just go ahead and do an RGB mod. Okay, just
Oh yeah.
kick it out.
Fuzzy
Kick
in
it
it.
out real fast.
Put a blue scuzzy in it.
All right, everybody, do you have your unassembled blue scuzzies? Let's go ahead. Everybody get your kits out. Let's go ahead
Oh.
and assemble some blue scuzzies.
I can disassemble mine and reassemble it.
I've got 50 of them over
Okay.
here.
So you know what's tragic is
There.
I've considered disassembling my DB25 because I accidentally flashed the overclocked firmware to my DB25 and it
And now you're
actually
not allowed to go
worked.
back in the mall.
No, conversely, I'm allowed into the mall more so than ever. But it's the other blue scuzzies that when I flash them, they're like,
Now
no,
you can't
no
go
mall
back
for
into
you.
Spencer's Gifts.
Yeah.
Stop flashing.
No
Yes.
soup for you.
You'll catch
I have-
diseases. That's right.
I have unassembled blue scuzzies for such an emergency.
That's for the apocalypse.
I always keep a extra unassembled blue scuzzy in the glove box of my car in case there's an emergency and I'm trapped somewhere.
That was a good idea.
Have just on hand.
I mean, most people when they're bored, they've got.
Let's disassemble this and see if I can make it work again.
Why?
No. I mean, it's already
I
kind of
just-
broken.
I keep this in my car for emergencies.
It's true. It's a hell of a spark.
And it's signed.
It'll get your engine.
Put it up
running.
against the window, and you plug it into power, and it'll shatter your window for you.
I'll say,
It's
I
a
can
stupid-
pass go. Look, Ron sent me this. And they say, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or if you're not wearing proper protective eyewear and you just happen to be leaning over it when you power it up, you can put your eye out. Yeah.
That's right.
Put your eye out, kid.
Eye out. VHS has a very interesting question. Does anyone know the smaller card edge connector is for old Visa VJ? That
Yes.
thing's at the end.
Yes.
Is he speaking of Vesa local bus cards?
No. He's speaking of the VESA connection on top of the card. So
Oh, the very
if you,
top,
you think
yes.
about like those old I don't know why
Oh!
why this does anything, but you think the ISA connection on the top, and there's like a little subset header on the top that looks
the
like
top.
Yes.
kind of like the same connector as like a 5 1/4 floppy kind of thing. It kind of engulfs
Yeah, okay.
the little.
That
it's
is-
VESA connector.
That's the old VGA feature connectors before they went to pins. It used to. It's the VGA feature connector still. It's just it's a card edge instead of pins. So that's what that is.
Well, look at you people being smart, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know of such things. There you go.
They're handy, and especially they were really super good way back in the day for. It's like, oh, I've got like an overlay card that then I can output stuff, on NTSC or whatever for graphics, or I've got like a Laserdisc card or something that it'll insert the graphics into an application inside Windows or DOS. It's
I
pretty
thought
neat.
it was for licking to see if it's on.
That too.
Dude, Engineering School 101. First day, never lick the metal bits. They teach us this, man. Have you forgot your training?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep. Never touch your tongue on high voltage.
And the hair loss.
Bob's asking any experience with the Rascuzzy. I have a little bit, and I'll share it. Not a fan. Moving on.
Roscuzzy?
Yeah. My experience with it is it works great, but you have to have an attention span because you have to go through the proper process of shutting it down before shutting the computer down, or it'll eat your images because it's a Linux box basically.
Yeah.
And that's been my problem. It's like I don't have the attention span to remember. Wait, are we doing a live stream? If we're just so like I don't have the attention span to pay attention to that. So you've got to go through processes to like to do that. To shut that.
You can put the bare metal version of the Roscuzzy little distribution and stuff on there, and it's pretty good at surviving accidental power offs and stuff. And I've seen kits now where they'll use the GPIO headers and stuff, and basically so you've got a button that you can power down, like send the shutdown command to the Roscuzzy and then power off your Mac or whatever. Because just to be honest, if you're running if you're running a machine that's running like OS 7 or something like that, you can just be at the Finder and just switch it off. It's the chances that something's going to go wrong pretty low. So you
Except
could power
every time
down
I
your.
did it and it ate the image on my Roscuzzy, and I had to put re-upload the image.
Yeah.
But
I
in my
mean,
specific case,
just stop sucking, I guess. I don't. What
dude,
advice can I offer?
dude, when you get to my age, sucking's all you got.
I know you're 42. Rudy is like twice your age.
It's more like spit is all you got. Hey, I look pretty good for 70. Don't you think?
It's true. It's true. I hope my scrotum looks as good as Rudy at that age.
They'll never look as good as this.
Just completely smooth.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe it'll be hairless, but not as smooth as this.
Fingers crossed.
Turtle wax.
Yeah.
Turtle wax.
Be careful. That's how Aeschylus died.
Yeah, I'm joining a rapping group soon.
Hey, there's only 6 of us. Joe, do you want to play a round of riff tracks or something?
There's
your
actually
birthday?
7 of us. Somebody just dropped into the background. You guys probably can't see them, but I can't add this person yet because this person hasn't turned on their microphone or camera. Now, maybe they jumped in accidentally and don't realize that they're not supposed to be in there, and they just want to watch on YouTube. I don't know, because I gave the StreamYard link to all of my patrons and like a whole bunch of people on one of our special things. So all that said, yeah, let's play a game.
Cool.
If you want to do the clicky button stuff.
Yeah, I'll do all the clicky button stuff. Do you would you rather since it is your birthday, would you rather play Jackbox or would you rather play Riff Tracks? Riff Tracks has added, I think, a bunch of new clips just recently. So there are a bunch of new fun things to be served.
Yeah, let's spin Riff Tracks. in that.
Give me 1 minute.
While you load that up, I'm gonna go grab a drink a doodle. So chat amongst yourselves. Take over the stream for a bit.
Joe, before you
break
go,
my channel.
Joe,
I'll be
before
right
you
back.
go,
Yeah.
Joe, wait. I need to go. I need to get stuff ready, packed up for our flight. So happy birthday, everyone! Have a great day and great July, and we'll talk to you hopefully sooner than later.
Yeah.
I might do our retro roundup from the beach at 2:30 in the morning from Greece. So we'll see.
Nice.
Well, 6 hours difference. Anyways, take care, guys.
Thanks, Rudy.
Ron, glad you're back.
We'll
Take
see you
care.
later, Rudy.
See you, Rudy.
I'll be right back.
I think I'm gonna go upstairs and get something to drink too, because it's about that time. Stay hydrated during the summer.
Mm-hmm. And all the other times.
Yeah, that too. I should say stay hydrated all the time so that you can actually enjoy the retro stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get me a drink of water. I'll be right back.
And we'll use this opportunity to do a station break. Everybody, we'll be back in 2 and 2. Actually, no. Use this opportunity with everybody off getting hydrated. If you have not subscribed to whatever the heck Joe's channel's called, Joe's Computer Museum, that sounds right. If you have not subscribed, subscribe today. And if you do not support Joe on his Patreon, did you know that just for $1 a month, you can have your name added to the credits of all of Joe's videos? So check him out over there on patreon.com today.
Thank you, Ron.
No problem.
Ron is a huge advocate of not just my channel, but everybody out there. So
Yeah, I think people that's the skill that this community is worst at, or is the worst at, which is promoting the cool things that they're doing. I just think that people, I'm from the Midwest, so I get it naturally that you think everything is bragging. But if you're doing fun things and you want your friends to know, let them know. Because they want to support you and they want to follow the cool things you're doing. So get the word out.
yes, thank you.
Guess we'll see how well this goes because we're gonna have some fun and get some practice in.
Oh, you got some more cards?
Yeah, except these ones I'm just flashing. I'm arguably doing this the hard way because I want to practice on getting these chips on and off the boards.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull them off these boards, flash them with my programmer, put them back on, and throw them in my PC and see if they work. Because I believe they are currently on the RAID firmware, which will not work on Windows 98. But if I put the IDE firmware on here, they will work on Windows 98.
So VHS asked. VHS asked, what was the last non-stream video that I did? Oh gosh, that would have been in March for Marcintosh.
Yep.
And it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 streams since then. Because to be honest, streaming is a lot easier than producing videos.
It is.
Yeah,
Uh-oh. It broke.
I could agree with that, Joe.
Yes.
Live streams are easier than videos. I'm still trying to work on a certain video that I think I've been saying I'm working on since February.
Mm-hmm. Same. Yep.
I'm working on part 2 to the 9600 stuff, and I'm halfway through the edit process on that. So, getting somewhere, thankfully.
It's the another continuing saga of the Emerson 8000 EC, and I'm not happy with the script still.
That's your problem. Why are you scripting them? Just shoot it. Just shoot it.
I don't know.
Well, it depends on
Just shoot it.
It
Just shoot it.
Shot it.
You come up with any damn excuse not to do it. Just shoot it.
It's time for riff track.
Audience don't know the difference. Just do it.
But I don't have an argument. Never mind. I had one, but I don't.
Yeah.
Time to make movies funny.
All right,
with
you guys
riff
know the drill.
Oh, let me get onto their site here. Hang on.
Gotta go to the thing and type in the letters. Zizawa. Zizayu. Yay! Somebody said it in the chat. I had to do it.
Sure. I mean, you didn't have to, but still.
I wanted to.
You felt obligated. I get it.
Yes.
I get it.
Waiting for the game to be started.
Yep, just waiting on the other folks. Dave's
You have to
in.
shoot and edit a lot. You see, that's
Exodium, you getting in here or what?
what?
No, I'm gonna be doing.
Justin, you
this-
getting in here or
this
what?
thing.
I'm in.
I mean, but more in. Like, I mean, more in. All right. Anybody at home want to play? Eric, you want to play?
Anybody watching want to jump?
Vintage Hillbilly
jump
Shack,
in?
you want to play? Our spicy friend
More the
Lemon Herb.
merrier, man.
Yeah.
Eric, do you not have the link? Do you want to be on video?
Just need one more.
Oh my gosh, a new member.
A new member.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Woo! Thank you,
All right.
Justin.
I thought I'd do that instead of a super sticker that StreamYard won't show anyways.
Short
Yeah.
term, Eric, get logged into the game. Go to rifftracks.games in a web browser, put in the room code, and then I will click start game.
I sent him the video link as well, so if he wants to jump in video, he can do that.
You know he won't. Eric hasn't done his face reveal yet on his channel.
You have to shave first, right?
He after camping, he couldn't even barely get in the door to his house. It was just so. It was like a beehive. Hey, there we go. Okay.
Oh.
What is
You all
that?
know the
Hello,
rules.
rippers. In each round, pick a riff.
Oh, it's fireworks. Okay. I was wondering
Pick.
what that noise was. Anyway.
Write your own joke.
Oh yeah, there's fireworks going off outside my house too.
We call it.
Yes.
Or gunfire, but it's probably
You
fireworks.
need to pick which one of your riffs is the funniest one. Don't
Eric,
like
you're
any
so
of your
tiny.
riffs? Once per game, you can swap them out for a new set. After you make your selection, everyone's riffs are played back, and you vote for your favorite.
Is that better?
End of all the rounds,
Yes.
the team with the most points wins.
Is better.
Round one.
Here
Let's
we go.
do it.
We are WinRAR.
Happy birthday to
Oh,
you.
well,
Oh
okay.
wow. Oh,
Happy birthday.
Why does mine say, oh,
little something for the
watch
ladies.
the next video?
It's go time, Mama Jama. This is
Okay.
your riff time.
So you can pick your riffs.
Did you select that happy birthday to you like riff on purpose? Because that's
I think they're random, Joe.
it was the perfect random.
It was the perfect random.
To you.
This is Samurai Cop, this
Happy
movie, guys.
birthday
It's pretty good.
to you.
Oh, bring back the other guy. We hate you immediately.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
What a pushy NFT.
Birthday
Oh my
to you. Happy birthday to you.
College.
Happy Happy birthday to you.
Do you think he made that cake with like weight gain powder?
And I have my jock strapped back.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
And I understand there's a no girls allowed policy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Samurai
birthday
Cop. Now I
to
gotta look this
you.
movie up.
But I just love you parties.
That's your favorite? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Shake hand with danger.
Shake hands with danger.
Mine's almost done.
If anybody out
Dave,
there
you gonna
has not
vote?
seen that,
He won't let me vote.
Dangeresque. Yeah, there's never going to be a face
Do it
reveal
right
here.
there. Don't get cocky.
He wouldn't let me vote. Yeah, that screen never came up. Oh well.
I'm sorry. Refresh. Use Windows.
But Mommy, if you turn me into a stone statue, who's going to do your chores?
Jesus.
At least I do some of it.
Oh my god.
That time again. Enter your rift now.
Man, that thing really took the beans.
Dave letting you vote this time?
No, it's
letting you come up with riffs?
No. What's going on here?
Well, what screen are you at?
Why can't you enter your own riff?
We're just playing one round where you pick a riff,
Yeah.
and then in the next round,
I
it's
had
just
so
the warm-up.
many for this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just warm up.
For anyone that might have noticed that I reversed the two controller cables on the NES when I tested it, I've straightened those out. So
If you turn me into a stone statue, who's going to do
You're
your
already a
chores?
stone statue, kid.
At least I do some of it.
He's at
I
least
have a
dead.
hard time with eating moisture.
But Mommy, if you turn me into a stone statue, who's going to do your chores? At least I do some of it.
Well, it sounds like it. It's fun.
If you turn me into a stone statue, who's going to do your chores? At least I do some of it.
Huh. That was really, really fun. Well, time to die.
Mommy, if you turn me into a stone statue, who's going to do your chores? At least I do some of it.
Can I borrow your Spanx?
Oh.
No, that was good.
Stone statue, who's going to do your chores? At least I do some of it.
Do you like fries with that?
Got a favorite rift? Vote now.
Not let me vote.
That's
I don't know what happened.
Well,
That's
hit
weird.
refresh in your window,
I did.
and you're logged in. Like it's
Yeah,
You're,
yeah.
You're connected to
Yeah.
the room
It-
code and everything.
Yeah, it's working now. I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it let me vote now.
Oh, well, that's good. Well, it's acting like you haven't voted.
Talk people.
Same thing with Eric.
No? Oh, there's a third best.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You have
There
to.
we go.
It's ranked voting. So
Well, I saw a second. I just assumed that was it. We don't do that ranked voting stuff here in
That I love the modem bar sound. It's the sound of joy.
It's the final round.
why was he calling Mombi mommy?
The buffet supper as a whole is designed as a simple meal which can be eaten simply.
Yeah.
Are you the next top ripper? Enter your rift.
Dave, you gonna vote?
Yep.
What about Justin D. Morgan?
Dangerous, Morgan.
Danger is his middle name.
The buffet supper as a whole is designed as a simple meal which can be eaten simply.
God, I hope that's cheap.
The buffet supper as a whole is designed as a simple meal which can be eaten simply.
One of you is getting put to sleep.
The buffet supper as a whole is
These are
designed as a simple meal which can be eaten simply.
But it was a mistake to marry you. I know, I'm sorry.
The buffet supper as a whole is designed as a simple meal which can be eaten simply.
The punishment for failure is death.
The buffet supper as a whole is designed as a simple meal which can be.
Oh, do they have the Jello mold with the meat?
You'll ever see, kid.
Oh, aspic.
The buffet
Yes.
supper as a whole is designed
Ground
as
beef
a
and
simple
aspic.
meal which can be eaten simply.
Yummy.
A wang for a wang. What do you say?
The riffs are in. Time to vote.
Oh God, cheese!
Ooga, ooga.
$486 points. That's a good number. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's like the perfect answer
Mm-hmm.
for that.
And the winner is
Me!
In Clayton. Who's that?
I believe that is one of my patrons.
Great. Cool. Congrats.
Yeah.
Damn. By like 1,500 points.
Yeah. Wow.
The end.
An Embassy Pictures release.
The end of this horse that you can see. Woohoo! Angie Layton, thank you! You won and things.
All right, we are writing a riff.
Write a riff.
We're gonna start a game.
let the ripping commence. Let the rip track that game to enter your
Yonk! Last time I saw Yonk was in Deep Space Nine.
Here's the thing: you can't click start game.
Oops.
Eric, you gotta wait till everybody gets in.
Sorry.
Shake hands with danger.
I love that video. It's great.
That's why they call him Three Finger Joe.
Hello, aspiring rippers.
Okay.
Each round.
Okay, we got it.
Round one.
Thank you, lady.
Do it.
Thank you, Bridget.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Okay. Take a deep breath. And enter.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all.
What
Except
is this
with
movie?
my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Because sometimes I take a crap in the water.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all. Except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Wait, you've been drinking my pee this whole time?
If it means anything, I don't like water at all. Except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink my toilet sometimes. Don't tell him.
It's okay, cat. I drink from the toilet too. Your secret is safe with me. Naughty wink.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
And I wee in your Mountain Dew.
If it means anything, I don't like water at all, except if I stick my paw in the faucet. It feels so weird. And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Just be sure to flush, kid.
If it means anything, I don't like water.
This movie has Eric Roberts in it.
My paw in the faucet. It feels
That's
so
Eric
weird.
Roberts' voice.
And I drink from the toilet sometimes. Don't tell anyone.
Oh yeah, it is his voice. I couldn't tell from all the freaking reverb.
Who names
Eric
a
Roberts
cat
was just in
Duffy?
the movie I just did. Kevin Sorbo, Eric Roberts, and Angie Everhart.
Here's the thing: is that he gets woefully underestimated for his capabilities. He is a really good actor.
He's the American master, the American Doctor Who pilot.
Better hurry.
Come up here.
Oh, I need to actually vote.
Yeah, you gonna vote? You gonna vote?
I wasn't paying attention. I was reading IMDb like a freaking idiot.
Well played, good Ripper. Around as well.
Barrel.
Round 2.
Fight!
Just
Dong.
you will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
Rum.
Time to bring the bunny. Enter your Ripper now.
DHS had it correctly. I hear kitty purr. Was that your cat, Dave?
Yes, it's Reba. Yeah.
Reba. Is Reba the one that came with the house?
No, that's Betty Cat. Reba's the one that had like the $4,000 surgery on her teeth. So, yeah.
Just before closing time, you will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
Got one last call for alcohol, so finish your whiskey or beer closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't go.
You will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
Because at night Bob sleeps on the bench alone.
Just before closing time, you will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
Ready to fill Joe's capacitor orders again.
Got my vote.
Run ready for the night.
It's closing time, K-Song.
Just before closing time, you will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
Let's put those extra Mountain Dews in the box with Pop-Tarts.
Just before closing time, you will find Bob getting the shipping run ready for the night.
I mean, you can't bang on the shipping table until you move the shipping scale out of the way.
Okay, we all had a good laugh. Now time to vote. Well, I, for one, am impressed.
Ron, as always, is winning.
It's the
No.
final round.
And fortunes change fast.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
You've seen the clip? Now enter your risk.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
I mean, you've seen Brokeback Mountain, right?
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
Oh, I forgot to bring my bullets. I guess I have to throw a rock.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
It's better than no luck at all.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
Smearing their genitals with honey and wild berries as they did in those days.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
The pack prefers to attach the humans at dawn.
That spring, the hunters were plagued by bad luck. My grandfather, though, told me they'd brought it on themselves.
They should have learned the difference between a deer and a dog.
Time to pick the funniest rib. Vote now.
I always have to chair dance when there's music in the background. Just my thing.
Well, we need to get you an 8-bit dance party then.
Too many bits.
Oh, look at this hot shot.
Dude, that is just killer. That is the best line ever.
See? Fortunes change fast.
Hey! I won. I'm a winner.
You're number one.
Yay! Wow, 3,000.
Yeah. See how quickly fortunes change?
Yes.
Godzilla died as he lived, drunk.
Or did he?
But he got some. He got him some Mothra. You know.
You want to try one more of those?
Yeah.
Sure.
Do one more, and then I'll have to go.
Bye.
Let's see.
Should just enter random 4-letter combinations and see what game you end up in.
Yeah, you're just like jumping in somebody else's game. I'm sure it happens.
All right, gather your friends. Head to
Meek.
Easy.
enter your room code.
Not pressing start game.
That's good. That's good.
Doing the right
Too
thing.
Too bad our code is not MECC, because that would be
That'd be awesome.
awesome.
Minnesota Educational.
STSI.
Or yeah, ISMI or SNES or
NIST. No,
no.
that's painful. Never mind.
Not that
Forget
one.
I said that. That is my life.
We getting one more?
Joss is here. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
but how many of the 500,000 options are actually in play at any one time? Right. Could be hundreds of them.
Hello, aspiring rippers. In each round, a brighter rip mode.
Here we go.
A movie round.
Thank you,
one.
Bridget. Let's just start the game.
Ah, the seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
You've seen the clip. Now enter your rip.
So, Ron, are any of the actors in these films getting royalties for every game?
No, no. These are all public domain things mostly.
The seneschal was pleased.
Until he received the bill. Off with his head.
The seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
This way to view our wide selection of orphans' ways and
The seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready?
Shoe accessories.
They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
Do you want to wear them now or eat them later, sir?
The seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
The cobbler did an excellent job removing the cat bar.
The seneschal. Were the nobleman's shoes ready? They had just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
They're just as pointy as I had hoped.
The seneschal.
Isn't bad that I had to Google seneschal to figure out what the hell it was.
Just been finished. The seneschal was pleased.
Very good young grasshopper.
Time to place your
Yeah,
vote,
it's basically
fellow
like the
members.
organizer of the town. So Chatelaine would have been the person that greets new people to the community.
Yep.
There's some really good ones.
Simply stunning work.
Hey, 287 points. How geeky.
Ready
So
to
now
help?
you can calculate
Here we go.
floating points faster.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
It could be anything. God.
Take a deep breath. Enter heaven.
Dave's typing a novel.
Time's almost up.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
I'm going to need all of your clothing off now.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
Apple is going back to the 68 Kelvin's processor line just as soon as the Apple Silicon transition is complete.
Kelvin.
That's a Soyuz rocket in the background, by the way.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
Military intelligence is an oxymoron.
That's just stating the truth.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
I have no dick.
Hey, it worked with the lip sync.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
The Soviets have found a way to attach a rocket to a sex toy. Our wives are doomed.
Gentlemen, the rumors are true.
My wife is having an affair.
Not your favorite? Vote now.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
coconut. Or is yours one of the states where they accidentally made edibles illegal because nobody read the bill?
Minnesota.
Oh yeah, that was great. Yeah. You want to go top?
And they're not taxable because they're food.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you, I think.
Yes, Garth, we are still going. because it's Saturday and it's my birthday, and why the heck not?
I just have to work on a resume and an application. That's all.
Round 3.
Well, now it's time to get online through our internet service provider. Here we go.
Enter your rift now.
Ninja Late, happy birthday, Joe. Thank you.
Well, now it's time to get online through our internet service provider. Here we go.
Okay, does anybody know how to turn this thing on?
Now it's time to get online through our internet service provider. Here we go.
But first a word from our sponsor, NordVPN.
You win the internet.
Less than angry modem noises greater than.
Now it's time to get online through our internet service provider. Here we go.
Now let's listen to those sweet, sweet modem noises.
Everybody had the same idea,
Now
I
it's
think.
time to get online through our internet service provider. Here we go. Here we go.
Bong bong bong.
I think we broke the game.
Oh my gosh.
I think we broke the game because it didn't even read one of them. I think it's just.
Yeah, that's really the best.
High score on this one, people.
I should have known that one was yours,
Yeah.
Joe. The one it didn't even read. How dare it? Doesn't it know it's your birthday?
No,
Apparently not.
I think we can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a chance.
I recognize that actor.
Time to bring the funny.
Oh.
To your rift now.
Those look like some angry vegetables.
They did.
Take your time.
You'll see we can change. I think we can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a chance.
Is going to change into Mr. Potato Head.
He looks like the guy who played Neville Longbottom.
We can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a
A
chance.
bit, but I
breath
recognize
really long
that
and
face.
You'll see we can change.
He may have,
We can change.
you know, sold me Taco Bell recently.
Do we have to eat the Play-Doh again? I'd like a change in the catering menu.
You'll see we can change. I think we can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a chance.
Neville Longbottom is right.
I think we can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a chance.
Change clothes? Why?
You'll see we can change. I think we can change. I think we can all change. Just give us a chance.
But maybe we should, you know, do all that changing behind closed doors? There's laws, you know.
Here we go again.
Neville Longbottom is right. Oh man. Ooh,
One more
last
round.
rounds between me and Ron. Ron,
The final
don't write anything so I can win.
Okay.
You think they're smart, don't you?
Oh, this one.
Are you the next top ripper? Enter your rip.
Is that a Sony Wega tube?
People, TikTok people.
It's Vega.
I'm saying it how he wrote it.
You think you're
Vega.
smart, don't
I'm smart because I use today's sponsor for all my PCB manufacturing. PCB Web.
I sense a pattern.
No, just smarter than you. I'm said because you forgot to add a dick.
you? You think you're smart, don't
Of course, kid. I mean, you're the one eating chop, so I think I have the advantage.
you? You think you're smart, don't
PFFT. Come back when you're taller, short shit.
you? You think you're smart, don't
Short kid, I'm the strange who you didn't want to talk the last time.
you? You think you're smart, don't you?
Of course I am, I'm on them.
Got a favorite rip? Vote now.
Oh, JCM After Hours.
Yeah.
I am Cornholio.
I need teepee.
Might be a champion ripper in the making.
Yeah.
Immediately to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep.
I think it also factors like how quickly people vote for a certain answer as well. See?
Justin,
Yeah!
number one. All right.
Woohoo!
Congratulations! Now, please join us for bar.
And that brings us to the sponsor of today's live stream. Just kidding.
My favorite beverage.
JCM.com.
Yeah, jcm-1.com, where you can get all the wonderful gadgets that you've ever wanted to build,
Absolutely.
including blue scuzzies when they're in stock.
And by our sponsor, our favorite beverage. Dick.
Now with less severe gastrointestinal effects.
It's very slimming.
Slimming. Well.
All right. That was fun.
Yeah.
What a nice birthday, Joe.
So Exodium was the only one that
was.
was productive during the whole thing.
Yes.
No.
He's the only one that did anything.
Wait.
I mean,
Well,
of value. Of value.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm practicing for when Ron sends me the real deal.
I polished the scratches off.
Now, I just.
It's all shiny now.
Nice.
Nice. There's still scratches on it.
Now, the only thing about this NES is there's something sticky on the top of it, and I have to clean it off.
were you playing?
That's what she said.
Bathhouse Babes.
No, I think the seller of this had like masking tape or something on it, and it
Hot and
I don't
saucy
know.
pizza girls. Just
No, I
saying.
was thinking of like real adult titles for the NES.
Well,
Oh, this was
I mean-
a real adult title. I don't think it was ever
Well-
for the NES though.
Yeah, and it couldn't have been because of the lockout chip. They never would have been able to get it to run, but now they will.
Yes.
Well, a lot of those
Yes.
companies that made those bootleg carts and stuff, they made chips that would just like send a little over voltage to the Nest 10.
Oh yeah.
Knock it out, knockout chips and such.
Or let's see, which company was it that actually had the audacity to tell the Copyright Office that Nintendo is suing us, so we need their source code.
Right.
And the
Atari.
Copyright Office said, "Okay, here's the source code, Atari." And then Atari implemented their own lockout chip with Nintendo's code because the Copyright Office sent them the code on the basis that there was a lawsuit, which then I think did spawn an actual lawsuit, probably.
Yep.
That's a cool idea.
That lawsuit was actually quite influential because it helped set some extra precedent regarding reverse engineering and what is and isn't allowed.
Oh. Did you guys
Speaking
see
of
my...
reverse engineering, have you guys seen *Halt and Catch Fire*? AMC's hit series, which has been canceled for like 10 or more years. *Halt and Catch Fire*.
Yes.
Anybody?
I saw the first season of it.
I watched most of the first season of it.
I haven't seen it. I'm behind on my hit TV series.
Well, it's way canceled. It's probably impossible to watch now based on all the streaming stuff. How streaming works.
So did you guys see my latest creation?
Oh wow!
Oh, nice.
It's my swag board.
Swag board.
Neat. What else on there? Bring it back.
A bunch of crap that I got from some people online.
Oh, neat.
See, Ron, you have the whole like upper left quadrant, man.
And listen,
this is the proper
that's what
place
happens
for
when you
this.
get in on the ground floor.
Yeah, I need to get stickers made because.
So do I.
That's what I'm working on too.
I'm working on it.
Thanks
I
to
found a
Ron, he
place-
steered me the right place to get it done.
Oh, I'd like to know because I found a place that'll do 4 cents a sticker for square ones, which seems a pretty good deal, but I don't know if they're any good.
Who's the place?
I'd have to look it up now. I can't remember.
Keep in mind though, some of the really cheap sticker things, they're making them overseas and then bringing them here. So it's like if you've got 6 or 8 months to wait, sure.
No, this one was locally produced.
Oh, so it was
Or,
something
I
like
mean,
in
in the
your
US.
town, not North
I
America.
want to.
They're made in North America.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to actually get some vinyl stickers because I think those are the good ones.
Oh, those are expensive.
I know they are a bit expensive, but if I'm going to do it, I just want to do it right.
You just buy it. The more you buy, the cheaper they get per sticker, and if you're giving them away anyway, that's the point. And so you just buy. When I got mine, I bought like 5,000 of them. It's just like, boom! So I've got stickers for a billion years now.
Yeah.
And they're nice vinyl. They're vinyl round die cut stickers. Yeah.
They're super great, especially since they have not only Joe's website on them, but also his name of his channel, and also a link to his merch store.
Yes.
And all of his information about his Twitter. It's an amazing piece of promotional materials.
I love my stickers. They were the first, they were the first piece of swag I got before I even had the website. So, boom. VHS is asking a question. Is there anything that I have space for which I want but do not have? World peace. I have space in my life for some world peace.
But you don't have it.
No, none of us do, unfortunately. I don't know. A Macintosh Classic. Only because I need the chassis to be able to repair people's Mac Classic boards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I actually have an extra chassis, or actually, I have an extra Classic 2 case and power supply and analog board and all that good stuff. If you need it, Joe, it's yours for the cost of shipping.
Cool. Steve has already promised me one.
You know what? Go fuck yourself, Joe, on your birthday.
Hey, I'm just, hey. Dude,
I offer you this, you throw it up in my face like that.
I'm just being honest. You want me to lie to your face and say, yeah, ship it to me, and then I got an extra one?
The proper response is, it's very kind of you. I'll get with you. And then, in an email later, you say,
For $70 shipping.
you know, actually, Steve said he was going to send me one too. If Steve sends me his, I'm all set. Otherwise, I'm going to keep you in mind. Thanks, brother.
That's.
And then I've got this warm, glowing feeling that I've done something to help you, and not like getting a stiff arm when I'm trying to help you. You know what, Joe? Lock your windows tonight. Leave the doors unlocked. Lock the windows tonight.
Ron's gonna come give you a quote unquote gift.
I'm gonna come, and you're gonna wake up, and there's gonna be like a digital horse head in your bed.
A digital.
Yeah, the
Headless body in a topless bar.
the 4-cent stickers are 2x2-inch square, 70-pound gloss, 1,000 stickers.
How much are those going to cost to ship?
3 days, 4 cents each.
Where from?
U Printing.
Like EYE
No,
or YOU?
not that kind of U.
Or the
Just
letter U?
The letter U Printing. I have no idea if they're any good. It was just the cheapest thing I found.
VHS
They say they'll send you a free proof.
They should send me a free poof. Oh, they even put them on. Oh, custom tape. Joe, you should get some custom tape for all your packing that you do.
Cool.
Should I? Really?
Well, if you printing is anything like uTorrent, I'm gonna love it.
That's toilet paper.
Tell
isn't
me,
it?
does that have your URL on it, or your name of your channel, or Joe? We're batting 0 here on the promotion.
Is that his
Packing
special
tape.
toilet?
I'm
That's
trying-
special toilet paper, right?
I am trying my fastest to get rid of all of the old production stuff as
All
quickly
you
as I
gotta do,
possibly can.
just do like Tom Barber. You just put them all in one box. You send them to one person. When they open it up and there's like 1,000 stickers in there, you just be like, that darn shipping department.
So speaking of toilet paper, let me make
Anyway,
myself.
guys, I have to go. Joe, happy birthday. Thanks, everybody. It's been a lot of fun. I might stream tomorrow. I'll send invites out to you guys if I do.
Yeah.
And we can work on whatever we want to do. So until then, have a nice evening and have a good 4th of July.
Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, you're so very welcome. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
See you later,
Bye-bye.
Dave.
Bye.
So the toilet paper thing
Thank God
reminded
he's
me of the most ridiculous thing I've seen in my life, which is, so there's an audio company you can see here called Shit, quite literally, but
They
you
are
go to
the shit.
products, scroll down to swag, they actually have toilet paper.
Yeah.
$10
bit
a
pricey.
roll.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are pandemic pricing, so that might be actually a really good deal at one point in time.
Could have been.
Depends on how bad you got to go.
But is it 2-ply or single-ply?
Yeah. I mean, you can see right through it to the printing on the other side, so that kind of
Right.
implies it's.
You know, by the time I'm done, it's a mitt.
But also, you know, you
You
can
just
also,
go
if you
around
want-
twice.
You can
If you
wipe
want some
behind
good
me,
audio-
or you can totally clean the barrel on a gun or on a cannon.
You could go to the shitter.
Do you rotate that shaft as you're pushing it into the cannon?
That's right. Well, that's how you got to hit all the walls, as the kids say.
You guys. Oh, I love you. You're the great. Oh, yeah, I put this up earlier.
Exodium, where did you get your little heat tray? Did
Is
it
that your
come with
anti-static
popcorn?
tray?
No, this is just to prevent it from going to my mat down below it.
That's the
Because the mat is what you have to protect the surface underneath.
It's my keyboard / oversized mouse pad.
Oh.
But yeah. No, this is just like a lid to a tin.
So,
Quite literally.
Yeah, that's what
so
I'm
your
saying.
mouse settings
Were there
make
Danish butter cookies in there at one time?
You,
Not.
that's a
I don't
sewing kit
remember.
lid.
Well, it's only a sewing kit lid later. after it ceases to be butter cookies.
Well, I don't know, it depends on how you're into sewing. But so, do you set your mouse controls so that you have to scroll all the way across that huge pad?
No, of course. Because also normally, I mean, my keyboard is sitting here too.
So you have to pick the keyboard up to use the mouse.
This is the original mouse pad I got with my first computer or my first PC in 1996.
So-
I still have it.
My
and the
first
only reason I
PC
use it
didn't
is
have a
because it's got a
mouse.
wrist rest.
So for $2, speaking of which, speaking of mouse pads, at the thrift store, I got these because I figure I could put them to use doing something at some point. Literally, just this stacks of mouse pads. I don't know who Sip Last is, but thank you for all the mouse pads for like $2.
They are probably a SIP provider that has not lasted.
Yeah.
And
I was
therefore,
going to say they're a drinks company that you go to when you have exhausted every other company.
They are the last resort.
Sip last.
Oh, yeah, I went, actually, I've been to the thrift store twice this weekend, and I've just bought probably more stuff than I needed. I bought another graphing calculator like I needed another graphing calculator.
You can never have too many TI-85s.
This was a TI-84 silver edition, and it was $6.
It's missing the one.
What else are you going to play Drug
on the
Wars
keypad.
on? I mean, right?
I mean, exactly. So it'll go nicely with my TI-82 and my TI-83 and my TI-89 and my TI-92. So now I have a TI-84 silver edition.
This was the last computer I bought.
Actually,
That's awesome. I love
You
that
should take
stuff.
that to the science fair.
I actually earned a senior superlative my senior year of high school, and it was most likely to use a TI-82 graphing calculator in real life.
Have you ever used one in real life?
Actually,
Since
I
high
have.
school?
I have.
Mm. So I actually implemented a NOR or a NAND gate with this.
Neat.
So I just need 1 million more. I could build a computer.
Awesome! I love the TI-82. It was my first graphing calculator.
Yeah, the TI-82, the slightly less expensive one that wouldn't run all the software that all your other friends were using Z Shell and C Shell to run. So you got it, and then it was left out because your
And like Nintendo games, they never get cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a TI 58C.
Not that I blame them for anything.
Do you guys ever seen a 58C?
58C, no.
It's
But
ancient.
now I've
It
now
had a
I'm-
magnetic strip card reader. That's what the C stood for.
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta run upstairs now that Joe did
Hi,
what
Ron.
he did.
Hi, Justin.
Oh, I'll be back. I'm just going upstairs to grab something.
All right.
That's a sonic weapon.
Let us hope. Also, I'm surprised no one has given me grief for my flux. Because it's literally the only stuff I have left. I need to get like some more like actual flux.
Back in the day, that's how everybody just used flux. There's nothing wrong with that. If it's
I'm using a PCI slot cover to just get it up too.
You know, it's just like just get
This
crap done.
is my flux.
Yeah,
But I do
Rosin
have.
takes it, man.
I did buy some sample 88, so I've got that now. So I've got to use this up, right? And you want this is my multimeter.
I got one
I
of
was
those.
waiting for someone to say that's exactly what I was waiting for. Somebody to be like, "What? You're not getting? You're not using the sample 88? What is wrong with you?"
Yeah, I haven't used it yet. Every single frickin' computer I bought lately works fine. I don't need to fix them.
You know, Amazon might be an evil company, but I've gotten way too spoiled by Prime because I went to go order some sample 88 and the shipping charges were like, I believe, pretty much the same cost as the flux itself. I was like, oh god, that's a lot.
I bought it directly from them
Yeah,
instead
same here.
of
Just
instead of
bypass it.
Amazon because I did check Amazon. I'm like, no.
Also, there's the whole debacle of is it really Amtech?
True.
Yeah. Also, since you started a multimeter check, of course I've got to show off that I have the approved
Kaiweets.
multimeter.
Joe,
I
you're
would
now
show off-
sponsored. You're now sponsored by Kaiweets.
I would show off my multimeter, but it's a
601.
So how much
It
is a
literally
Kaiweets?
looks like a phone.
$49, $59.
That sounds pretty cheap.
Yeah,
It's
they're
pretty cheap, and it's actually pretty good for the price. I
Is
really
it?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because
Feature to price ratio is excellent on them.
the analog one is, well, analog. I mean, it works, but it also
Another
does
thing
have a lot
that
of
was very
functions.
worth the price I paid, which was like $50, but it took a bit to get here from AliExpress, is this guy right here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This
What's
has been
that?
worth every single penny.
Yep.
What is
I
it?
loved it so
It's a
much.
soldering station.
Which kind?
The Kisker, however you pronounce it.
C12. There's like a Justin.
It's a TI-82 like I had in high school.
So can we do some weird internet thing where we can like connect the two together over the internet with a fake audio cable and like play games?
That would be
That'd be
cool.
pretty
That'd be really cool.
Yeah, you should live stream that.
That'd be
And
awesome.
I have another TI-82 of the like style they made after the 83 came out that I picked up really cheap.
Can you use it as a terminal to his
JCM
No, I mean to get to your oh crap, big blue metal box computer, old
Pro.
K Pro. There you go.
I don't know. It's a
got
Z80. You can probably get it to run CPM. That'd be interesting.
Actually, I think these are Z80.
They
The
are.
82 is Z80.
Yeah.
I've got TI-89, which is a 68K based calculator.
I don't have my calculators anymore. I was
And I
a
picked up-
dumbass and threw them away.
These aren't mine. These are ones I bought later because, I
Yeah.
didn't.
Ooh.
But a TI-92 Plus
Nice.
because actually I kind of wanted one that had the keyboard since I'm not in school anymore. So it's not like I've got to worry about not being able to use it on a test.
Yeah.
So I picked up that one. And then this is what I just picked up today at the thrift shop for $6. A TI-84 Plus Silver Edition. It didn't have batteries in it at the thrift shop, but I put batteries in it as soon as I got home, and it fired right up like they usually do.
Now you
So-
got to do the capacitor hack on all of it, put a smaller value tap in it, and then overclock all of them.
These were my latest
Yeah.
auction purchases. They both
Yes.
need battery replacements, though. And I looked
Oh.
at videos for this one, and it's a bear to do, but I'm going to do them. So
But that's
Nanos.
I spent like $12 to get both of them. So it's not bad.
that's my small little graphing calculator collection.
Yeah,
I
I
would-
used to have the 58C and a 59, and the one of them was my father's, and the battery exploded in it
Oh no! Yeah.
because I was a dumb, ignorant person. Left the battery in for like 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
So
And this is your customer or your public service announcement. Get the damn batteries out.
yep,
Do
learned the battery.
Learn to
Yeah.
battery.
Yeah, Thomas says there are government tests you cannot use a calculator on, and yeah, I don't really want to work for government, so I don't have to worry about that.
You know,
I work for the government.
What's funny
I-
is when
It's all your fault. We're blaming
Yeah.
you.
When I was
I,
I always said you're not gonna have a calculator with you all the time. It's like
Yeah,
Funny.
like they told us in
Like,
well, when I went to school, we didn't have them. They were called slide rules.
Yes.
All right. Well, I got the top of my NES. I got that adhesive off of it, so now it
Good.
doesn't feel awful when I carry it, and
Oh,
it
my.
works. I gotta check the audio, but the audio is probably fine.
Justin, you're getting free advertising right now.
I forgot I had these off to the side of my desk to show like where.
Oh, yeah.
I had
So
them
anybody
lined up
need an
on
empty?
the side, so I could see like where my camera is positioned.
Ah!
Yeah.
Well, Joe, I'm going to give you some free advertising, and of course, it'll give me advertising for tomorrow's stream
Well,
if I
that's
can
where
find
that
the-
went. I wondered where this magnet went. It's inside here. Holding a bunch of screws.
So
yeah, I got this from somebody. They started to do a Raspberry Pi based one.
Yeah. So they took the good parts out and went to put.
Oh.
Got it.
Yeah, it's got.
Forgot.
Yes,
forgot
that's
I
the
put-
pack.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the packing slip. I wanted to make sure I took it out carefully.
Hour, I wonder.
Because it had both of our addresses on it.
VHS is making me very jealous right now. VHS can math. I can't math.
Oh, I have a minor in mathematics, so I can math minor stuff.
All
So
right.
I've forgotten
you
everything.
map
I learned.
everything in negative numbers. Got it.
I've forgotten everything I learned.
So
It was so long ago.
So if anyone's wondering exactly what this chicken lips thing is that I got from Joe's Computer Museum that I'm going to be assembling tomorrow,
That guy.
or if you're on Joe's stream and you've seen these on his web store, jcm-1.com, this is what you get when you buy an LED bright and a chicken lips resistor kit.
Nice. Hey,
See?
Exodium,
Oh.
do you mod retro games too?
If by mod you mean I've hacked the absolute crap out of this thing, yes.
Well, I mean like hardware mods.
No, I have not really done hardware mods as of yet. I mean, it's something I wouldn't mind doing, but it's something I've not had the opportunity to experience, mess with.
Cool. That's
So-
what my daughter does.
So yes, Joe, if you saw my stream when I put fruit together, like Joe's fruit or the one that, well, I don't have it plugged in right now.
Trying to get the
And,
right.
I bought the last one of that run,
There we go.
but due to popular demand of Joe's patrons, he restocked LED brights.
Oh, great.
So you can actually, you can get a fruit.
And if you ask really nicely, I'll give you googly eyes with it.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm
The
glad
LED
you were
bright-
able to restock. That's great.
I only got 5 of them. I think 5 or 10, a very small number, because they're just not a big seller because they're so expensive to do.
Yeah.
So people are like the only folks who really want to do it are folks who really want to do them. Is just
Right.
like soldering as like a chill, because it is basically just solder for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
But the one thing I will say about lead bright is this: these are fully customizable. If you take this grid that Justin is showing right now with the Chicken Lips logo, you can download a blank grid from my website, and then you
Oh,
can
so you can
color in the
design your
grid.
own.
Yeah, you can color in the grid and count up the colors of the LEDs you want, and then you can buy your own sets of LEDs. So you can make whatever logo you want. You're not limited to the ones that I've designed.
Think of all the copyright infringement you can do.
I know, right?
Or trademark infringement, I guess.
Now, one thing is, it is tough to fit some logos in a 16 by 16 grid.
Yes.
But from what Joe has told me, if you like Atari will fit in a 16 by 16 grid and be
Fuji
decipherable
logo
as a
just kind of fit, yep.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, Fuji logo will fit in a 16 by 16 grid, and you can still tell it's a Fuji logo.
The bananas
Unlike,
have gone bad.
yeah,
It ate itself. It's snowing up on that. That's a game. Anyway.
I tried to put the tick marks logo on a 16 by 16 grid, and let's just say that tick marks does not 16 by 16 grid. It looked like a mess of blah when I was done. So, and if anyone is wondering what tick marks is, well, that would be the Amiga double check logo. Also, Boing Ball also does not fit in a 16 by 16 grid and is still decipherable. So, Amiga fans out there, sorry, you can't really do it.
Can I mention something?
But Chicken Lips,
real quick. Like, I found.
Oh, sure.
I saw a post on Twitter about the checkmark logo or the tick marks, and it was like somebody going on about how they were getting kind of hassled by somebody on the bus because they're like, "What are these LGBT people thinking to think of next with like their logos and such. And it's like it's just the Amiga logo. And they were like, "It's just the Amiga logo. Why are you flipping out?" I just thought that was kind of hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, stupid people are gonna stupid.
Yep.
What Ron White said: "You can't educate it, you can't train it. Stupid is stupid."
Yes. Now, VHS, I do have a solution for some of the logos I do want to make. They just won't fit in an LED bright. I've got one of those 32 by 32 grids that Adafruit sells. That's the NeoPixel grids.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm actually, I think I've got a 32 by 64 one. And I would actually, someday, I am going to put it together because I want to put, I've got an idea for one in the background of my basement. But yeah, I kind of like the, these LED brights are cool.
Yes.
So.
They're Macarena cool.
Yeah, so
They are
there's
Macarena.
effectively the LED bright and a $14 panel.
Yes.
And with programmable lights. So now you know why the LED bright's just not that popular.
Well, if you want to do programming, I mean, come on.
Well, this
Who
you
wants to
hook up
do
to an Arduino and you could animate it and do all types of things with it. Like, I'm not trying to unsell my LED bright, but it is what it is.
Joe, Thomas says you need a Pepsi.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Oh,
Joe, you mean Gerard Ratner of the LED brights over here?
I forgot to take my meds.
Oh, no!
Oh,
That's
no.
why I started the stream at 7:45, because it's after my alarm for my meds.
That explains that.
Now you know.
Now I know. It's like 7:45. Well, I guess Joe had something to do and he wanted to make sure he was home for no.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't drink this. I have to go get something to drink this with.
Yeah. Yeah, don't drink that, Eric. That would be bad. Okay, now
guys, something I'm working on here in a moment, since it's late in the stream now and there's not a lot of people watching. I'm not going to tell you what it is or what its purpose is, but because it is a special development project, but I'll let you guys guess, and I will not confirm or deny if your guess happens to be correct.
Well, now you just basically said if you don't confirm or deny it, then it's correct.
Actually, I think that means that we can guess anything we want to, but Joe's just going to have to stay silent now.
Might be, might not be. I don't know.
And Joe internally is going to be like, "Darn, they guessed it first try."
So, need to change cameras real quick. Cuddle kitty. Did somebody cuddle a cat? Did I miss that? Something?
VHS has a cat slumped over his shoulder and is purring.
Aw.
Well,
Thomas is hoping his cat doesn't wake his wife up from her nap.
So
yeah.
here I was making jokes and everything, and I forgot I'm not using this mic. my timing
we can hear
was
you. You can hear
shot.
us, but we can't hear you. That's hilarious.
I'm like, is it your special purpose, Joe? You know, movie references.
Oh, yeah. I plugged in my LED bright. It's hard to tell what it is, but you can somewhat make it out.
It's an apple.
Of meds
Yeah,
is
it's the fruit logo.
Real quick.
It's a pear.
Yeah, it's a pear.
What was that? What was that show? TV show kids loved 20 years ago.
Was it Simpsons?
No.
Did
no,
they
no.
make?
Oh shoot. No, they had a pair on all their stuff. So they had a pair phone and a pair PC and
Foxtrot.
No. Oh. Now it's gonna bother me until I figure it out.
Futurama.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Eric will be
well, establishmentarianism.
No, it was something that the 16-year-old girls like. iCarly.
Was it like iCarly? Oh, iCarly.
The moment you said 16-year-old girl, I'm like,
at one time I had a 16-year-old daughter. So,
well, I
Here's
guess
the
that
thing,
makes
is
sense then.
Carly is still on, and you can watch it, new episodes of it, streaming on Paramount Plus for like 35-year-olds. I kid you freaking not.
really?
iCarly is still a show. It's still being made, and it's on Paramount.
She's a little old for that, isn't she?
They're all old for that.
Yeah.
They all got gray hair. They're like me. Anyway, so people are asking. Thomas Armstrong asked, "What computer is that, Joe?" And Herb got it correct. That is an Apple IIc.
That
So I'm
is
gonna turn
indeed an
on
Apple
this
IIc.
Apple IIc, and you're going to watch the screen.
I never used an Apple IIc ever before. I've never touched one.
What?
Are they made of plastic?
Plastic and metal, yes.
I haven't touched an Apple II since like elementary school.
Like,
They didn't exist when I was in high school.
what is this thing? What is it?
Oh, it's a thingama. What's you call it?
He's gonna
Thing.
play.
What is it?
No,
No,
I
it's
have.
not.
I know exactly what it is.
It's a
It's
red
finally-
blinky light thing.
It's finally a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Sure.
It's actually a Franklin Ace 500 and an Apple IIc case with a little
Why?
LED board on top. I don't
Justin,
know why.
Why?
I
This
have
is
no
why
idea.
would be my question on that. Why?
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yes.
Is this gonna be a game where it's wrong answers only?
Yes.
Yes, because Joe can't tell us if we're right, so it's wrong answers only.
Yeah. Not allowed
Oh.
to
It's a new,
I'm
it's a
just
new
kidding.
variant. It's
You
a new
can guess
variant of
what-
Blue Scuzzy.
Yeah.
It's a Blue Scuzzy 0.1.
It's a blue IDE.
A blue ID.
It's a Blighty.
Blighty. Here, can I change?
Or no, blue MFM. Or whatever it was.
Dude, he's leaking the new Zulu Scuzzy prototype.
No, it's in focus, but I still can't read it because I'm old.
So
I'm
just
going to just. This is
Something-
so outside of my
I think I have an idea what that might be.
Some
it looks
video-
like it's related to the keyboard on the Apple IIc, I bet.
So, like, if I put this jumper on here, that will do. Light changed.
Is that
Oh,
is that your universal?
for the Apple IIc? No way.
What is it?
it's like the Franklin Ace 500 where it's got the switches on it that do like 40 to 80 column and caps lock and whatnot. And Joe's doing something related to keyboards on the Apple IIc.
Herb is on the right track, and that's all I'll say. It's because if I, like, say, if we go down here and we load, I don't know, this.
He's probably working on some fancy new project for. I'll save Joe the frustration of having to keep a straight face. I think I know who it's for. I have a good guess, but I'm just not going to say anything.
Trying to get it all on the screen at the same time.
And that way, I saved Joe from having to say nothing. Not saying anything. And
Watch this and watch this at the same time.
Maybe
Except this light doesn't work for some reason because I broke it.
Are you making your
That's
own keyboard? Complete keyboard replacement?
So that is I did a catalog, and that light lit up. What if I save this? Ooh, interesting. Why did it do that?
is Joe making a replacement for the floppy emu that'll cost half the price?
No.
Oh,
Well,
darn!
It's actually where I was going, only I was thinking twice as much because it has more features.
Do you see
Okay.
that keyboard?
Do I see what?
See the keyboard?
Yeah. Oh, you're making a fancy schmancy keyboard.
Wait a minute.
Because then you've got your indicator lights and things on that board.
Oh.
So you're going to create.
So you're not making an applesauce that costs half as much? Oh well.
No,
Why
he's
would I
making
do
a.
that? The applesauce is worth every penny.
He's making a fancy schmancy keyboard that's got really great keycaps on it and stuff.
I know. I know the applesauce is worth every penny, but my streaming budget just won't allow it at the moment.
All I can say about this project is
Yeah.
I am working with Mac Effects on their
Mhm.
Kickstarter for their keyboard.
So that you can do a blinky light keyboard kind of thing
Well,
that
we
all
know
the
that the keyboard is
all the
going to
cool
be lighted.
kids have.
Yes, and we know that the keyboard is going to be lighted.
So it's going to have a
And-
clear shell. Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a clear shell version.
Nice.
He has to reshoot the keycaps too. And I believe
Mhm.
he's going to do those as clear keycaps.
Oh, so
and
as you
Plum
type,
is-
each
what's
key
that?
will light up if you program it to do that?
No.
No. Okay.
You realize how much power the power supply can supply to this, and how
Well,
much.
that's why you add the giant battery. And make it a portable.
My keyboard draws 16 amps.
It also doubles as a hand warmer when you're, in a cold spot.
I'll take 2.
But Plowman, of course, is on the project now as well because he has experience in programming microcontrollers way above and beyond my pay grade.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea is, so the prototype of this, it was shown at K-Fest last year. The key switches, the Alps key switches you can get,
Mm-hmm.
there are no non-momentary switches that you can get anymore. The ones
Oh,
that
and this one's got a locking kind of a switch.
locking key switch, right? These are
Yeah.
all momentary. So for the options on the keyboard that are non-momentary, like caps lock and the 2 switches up here, the Dvorak and the 80 column, I designed some electronics. It's basically just a flip-flop. It's an on-off.
Right.
And I designed that as a base. But we were going back through it when we were going to finalize the design.
Mm-hmm.
We thought, well, why don't we use a microcontroller instead? Because it'll cost less, and we can do other fancy stuff down the road if we decided to.
And if for some reason something happens to come out wrong, you can just flash it again.
Yep, flash it and fix the programming, and it's
right.
done. So Plowman already knows how to control LEDs really, really, really well with a microcontroller. So we
Mhm.
brought him on the project. So, and
Well,
that's
that's cool.
That's all I can say. We have other plans.
Yeah.
The world is going to be blown away. When you see it when it's done, you're going to be like, what? So it's going to be really cool.
Oh, I can imagine.
Is it going to be, I want an Apple IIc in preparation for this? Cool?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well,
here, I'll see
Well-
if I can show you guys the actual little board here.
How much do they go for it, like BCF, if you can find one, typically?
Apple II Plus or an Apple II,
Well,
100 maybe.
100,
They're not
so it's
cheap, but they're not expensive either.
right. It's something I've never gone into is that far back for Apple.
See if I can get a good shot of this chip. Show you how tiny this microcontroller is.
The only thing, the farthest back I go is Mac Plus.
So if I do this, stick that down to the surface like that, and we change to scope cam, and it's utterly not in focus at all. More like it's in focus to me, but not to the camera. So I have to get in focus for the camera, then change the other stuff.
I see jelly beans.
I'm trying to take this Franklin 500 motherboard off this metal tray on the back.
Is it glued to it?
Well, that's your first mistake.
No, I had this problem trying to get the 500 apart, that the screws were just like stripping out.
Oh.
And so I got the screw out here. This screw here is just stripping. These are like horribly cheap screws.
Oh, so the head of the screw is stripping.
The head of the screw is stripping. I'm gonna have to get a Dremel to get this board off.
What would you like me to put in the shot for scale?
Pop can?
A pop
quarter?
can? A quarter.
Actually, wait, that's probably too big. Maybe a.
Oh, you mean on your? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure what you were talking about.
Wow. I think you're gonna need a dime.
That's
still
that
gonna be
really
huge.
tiny chip you were talking about in a earlier live stream, wasn't it?
Yep. There's the dime.
Yeah,
Wow,
it's like a grain of sand chip.
Yeah.
That's stupid small.
There's a cotton swab.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to solder that.
You win, Joe.
Yeah.
You win.
It was.
How many times?
Oh.
More than once.
Yeah. It looks good.
Yeah.
Can you get any closer?
Oh, I can get way in there. I had to like go at maximum zoom to solder the damn thing.
So did you flow it or did you do individual?
I did it manually. I don't have reflow capabilities yet.
No, I'm sorry. Drag solder is what I was going to say.
Oh, yeah. So at this point, we're at the focal range where, like, you can see the top of the chip is focused, but not the pins themselves. So then I just have to zoom in a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like a nice soldering job. Out of focus. I can't see it yet, so.
Yeah.
It's definitely above my scope set.
It's hard to get it on screen here.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's about my there you go. That's about better. Yeah.
Wow.
And so this chip also doesn't have legs. It has pads on the bottom with tiny little, they go up the side of the chip.
Right.
So you're pushing the chip down and you're like running the iron across the edge of it and hoping to pick up and underneath it. These are like 100% designed to be done with hot air reflow or something like that, you know.
Right.
But it was doable so that we could do the test unit here. What is wobbly on my? Sorry, I'm like diagnosing my.
Your camera mount's moving.
Yeah, it's like wibbly wobbly. That's better. Yeah, insanely small. But yep, that's the AT Tiny 4313, which if it had more I/O pins would be powerful enough to run Blue SCSI code. Like it's crazy fast. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah. Did I fry any chips? Lemon Herb asks. No. This is the first chip I did. I had to take it off and put it on a couple different times. Must be fun to solder. No. Would the hot plate that Bruce would it have helped at all? Probably. This chip is designed for that. It has the ground pad on it, or the ground plane on it is a big fat square pad on the bottom of the chip. That's ground.
Oh,
so to do that, I had to put a thin layer of solder underneath it, stick it on there so that it would have solder, and then on this design, there's a through hole. There's a via. So then I had to flip it over and flood the crap out of that via to get it to go through the via and connect to the pad on the bottom so it would ground out. Yeah, it was a challenge. But yep, it's up there now, and now we can do really, really cool stuff with this project. So if anybody who has backed the keyboard, the clear keyboard, Apple IIc keyboard project, you guys are in for a treat. I'll tell you what. Yep. One on eBay with a US voltage for about $50 is nearly identical to Bruce's. Are you talking about the hot plate VHS, I presume?
I presume.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I don't know that Bruce has a 2C.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, he okay.
Did you guys order
Somebody sent him
stuff?
one.
Yeah, VHS is confirming hot plate.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was
Guys
about
have-
to say 2C on eBay for $50. Give me the auction number and buy it now.
Give. My 2C
Yeah, 'cause-
Plus, man, I got that in 2006 for $300. Yeah.
That was a good price.
Yeah.
Now they're like crazy.
But still, yeah. This Plus here was an absolute steal. Or not Plus, this 2C. Machine and the cool small 9-inch green CRT that perfectly matches the machine. Whole thing for like $150. And it was local. I just had to drive and go get it. Kind of lucky.
Yeah, I'm counting the number of capacitors in this Franklin power supply, and I'm trying to mentally figure out which is going to be cheaper, buying caps or buying the reactive micro upgrade.
Do you need an abacus to keep track?
I might actually need to pull this graphing calculator out to compute the cost, because there are a lot of caps on this board.
Yeah. That's where, dude. That's where you open Excel, and you have a quantity, part number. Yep.
I mean, at least it looks like these 4 are the same value, and these 4 are the same value, and I think there's 2 of the same value, but none of those are price break quantities.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're doing one,
I'm just doing one.
it's a crapshoot.
It's like
Exodium is doing graphic design.
Yeah, I've been meaning to make an end screen for my stream, and finally I just got the motivation to get it done now.
Yeah.
Are you doing that in Photoshop?
Yeah. As much as I cannot stand Adobe right now.
Yeah, I have more practice with GIMP.
Dude.
Oh.
Dude. I'll show you. Maybe.
Well, I got the inspiration because I had these 2 Rifa caps that I pulled out of this thing. And I was like, well, maybe I should start looking at the caps to fix it. Oh, that looks like...
This is my app that I use. Paint Shop Pro, baby.
Yeah.
I love that you just have a render of yourself.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Paint Shop Pro.
I'm
I've
on
been
the
using
wrong...
Paint Shop Pro 8 since 2000, and I don't know, before I graduated high school.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I've ever used it.
And it's PSP 8 was like the last gasping breath of JASC before they sold out to Corel.
Yeah.
And it was really the #1 competitor to Paint Shop to Photoshop at the time.
Yeah.
They had just added layer support and all of that kind of stuff. And it was kind of like the poor man's Photoshop, because it's even to this day, for most everyday pedestrian use, it does a great job. I can layer this graphic behind that, but in front of that, I put this drop shadow around me. You can't see my cursor. But I put this drop shadow around me by doing layers and contracting selections and stuff.
Yeah.
Which, of course, Photoshop now is like, click object, shadow, and it just kind of like AI does it.
Yeah.
But still, it'll do it. And back in the day, it cost $99 once. Not a subscription, not a, oh, you need to keep paying to use it. Oh, your file's in the cloud? That's great. You stop paying it. We'll remove access to you from all of the files you created. Have a nice day.
Yeah, that's why my daughter bought CS6.
Yeah.
The suite, and she has 2 licenses, and I'm using one of them. So I don't use it very often, because normally the simple stuff I do, I could whip out and GIMP a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So
these, Thomas, to answer your question, These two caps are bad. They are cracked. I actually refuse to try powering up the power supply with them in because they're
just
cracked.
Fine. They're fine.
I have a rule. Cracked reefas get removed before power up.
Well, you need to send them to Joe so he can grind them up and make candles.
Yes. I mean, how else do you get the magic smoke into the candle?
Right.
From the source. I am
And
looking for a picture.
and like Joe said, you don't lick them.
Yeah, never lick
That's
them out.
E101.
I mean, I guess I could look for an equivalent meanwhile. But, I mean, I don't know if I really do need to recap the supply. The caps look fine, but there's always the chance they're leaking underneath because Franklin put hot glue all around these larger caps on the bottom. So if they were leaking, the electrolyte is going to be trapped under the capacitor because basically there's a hot glue gasket around all the large capacitors.
So
I
there's
would
no
never.
way you can't do a sniff test or anything.
No, I can't do a sniff test.
Turn it on and inhale deeply.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that fishy
the
smell.
glue or something.
If this was an Apple II power supply of the same vintage, then everyone would pretty much say it has to be rebuilt. Franklin cloned an Apple power supply, so
Yank
do
the reefas out and you'll be fine.
From what I understand, didn't the plague was pretty widespread, so you couldn't just trust the particular brand of caps, or could you?
Well, the plague came a lot later, though.
Oh.
Thomas is saying I can.
99, 2000.
Reefas are just dying of old age.
No, I didn't. I wasn't talking about the reefas, just the regular caps.
Thomas says I can check the power supply for ripple. So I guess I can. Yeah, I can do that. Maybe if the ripple's fine, this power supply's fine, and
That
I'll
is
just
a very
replace
clean nose, Joe.
Yeah.
I commend you. Or
I
did you
will-
Photoshop it?
He photoshopped it.
It's even cleaner now.
It's time to
pristine.
give yourself like satanic red eyes.
What I was looking for is I have a transparent GIF of googly eyes that I'd used for another live stream, and I was going to just stick the googly eyes in there, but I couldn't find them. So
yeah,
that's a pretty good job.
Well,
right there.
I'll I guess VHS though says replace PSUs with a modern one, especially if they're around 40 years old. And yes, the Franklin's power supply I would consider it's basically 40 years old. Maybe given this date code here, it's 39. But I mean, if this power supply were a human in a year,
it would be Joe's age.
I was going to say if it was a human going to the doctor in a year, its yearly physical would get upgraded requirements.
It needs a colonoscopy.
This town needs an enema.
Actually, that would be 11 years because I think the recommendation now is age
It's
50 for that.
Well, isn't it 45 or something like that now? 'Cause it used to be 50.
It's 45 now.
It's 45. Okay, so in 6 years, this power supply would be getting a colonoscopy, but in a year it would be. I think there's some other medical exam they start doing at age 40, but yeah.
Turn and cough.
Yeah.
Do a prostate exam.
Yeah, exactly.
Believe me, I know. I'm almost 60.
Yeah.
So I'm on the 5-year plan for colonoscopies.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, Michael Jackson's favorite drug, Propanol or whatever it was, that is awesome. You don't remember a thing. And it's good. You don't want to remember.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to remember that. I mean, the nice thing though about the Franklin is, if I guess I do need to get a new CPU for it, but I haven't placed an order with Mauser yet. But thanks to Joe on his Discord yesterday, he probably saved me from buying 6502s from UT Source that could have turned out to be defective or counterfeit, or remarked not 6502s, like they'd be maybe a remarked 65CO2 that says 6502, and I'd be like, why isn't this working? And it's,
Yeah.
but anyway, yeah.
You did a good job sorting out what it was.
Anyways, you can actually, I mean, oh, maybe I'll make myself bigger here. If I can find the right.
Ambigify.
There we go. Ambigify. Yeah, you can actually buy a 6502 from Mauser, brand new. Currently, they're $10.75 for quantity of one.
That's
That's
not
like a brand new 6502, probably made within the past year. Do a small mod to it, and it will go in a vintage 6502 computer. I'm like, wow.
So what's the mod that you have to do?
There's a couple signals on the new ones that aren't on the old ones, and you basically have to do a mod to bypass those, because one of them's like bus enable and one of them is something else.
Vector pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 65 CSO or CO2S, whatever, the Western Design Center version of the 6502 has a couple of extra little updates on it to make it more feature compatible with the 65816. One being vector pool and the other being bus enable.
So how do you bypass that?
So one is an input and one is an output. Bus enable is an input.
Okay.
And so that on most boards, on most 6502s that are out there, that pin is a non-connect. It's floating.
Okay.
So you have to check it first. And you can see I've been thinking about this, Justin, since your previous question.
Oh, cool.
You have to check the machine that you're using it in, because it's possible that pin was used as what's called a tie pin for a through via to go from one side of the board to the other because they knew it wouldn't go anywhere.
So if you just bend the pin up or don't connect it, you might be causing problems. Okay.
Well, no, the opposite.
Oh.
That pin on the Western Design Center means something, but on every other 6502 doesn't. But if the design manufacturer happened to use that as a via to get from one side to the other because it was convenient, there's a signal there that could pass to the new 6502.
Okay.
So you have to, but that pin on that has to be pulled up.
Yeah.
So you have to make it go high.
Correct.
You might have to lift the pin and tie it to 5 volts.
Tie it.
So you may or may not have to lift that pin.
Okay.
So you have to basically test that pin with the original CPU.
A working one.
Or look at the schematic or do some checkouts or whatever to see if that pin actually connects to anything. Under 99.9% of circumstances, it probably won't. It's probably an open pin that doesn't go anywhere, but you can never trust a PCB designer to do anything correctly. Ask me how I know, and all of the stack of bad boards I have back here that don't work.
And bodge wires. Right.
Exactly. So that's that. So you have to pull BE high, but make sure you're not accidentally connecting that to high when it shouldn't be.
Oh, hey, Rudy's in chat.
What's
What,
that?
Grudy? You got a super chat.
Woo! Thank you, Grudy. How you doing? The other pin is pin 1. It's VPB, vector pull. That is an output pin that is high all the time. It's actually outputting 5 volts and goes low when the CPU has pulled a vector, meaning it's pulled reset, NMI, or break. And that allows you to, through other hardware connected to that pin, know if the CPU's been put into reset for some reason, and then do other things with it. It allows you to detect a reset condition effectively.
Have an LED go on.
Yeah. But it allows, but it can. So if you've got hardware that you want it to keep its state between resets,
oh, I see.
You would connect your hardware to the vector pull instead of the reset pin.
Okay.
Because then you'll know I'm resetting, but it's not a hard reset. It's the system is restarting for something.
So you don't shut down what you're doing.
You can do other more advanced stuff with that. But that said,
that's cool.
That's an output pin. Again, same reason. That pin may go to something as a cross via, because in the original, again, that's a no connect. It doesn't go anywhere. But who knows what somebody did with a PCB. So in that one, because it's an output, you don't have to pull it. You just literally, you don't have to pull it high or low. You just pick it up out of the pin and just let it float.
Okay.
So that's it. You do those 2 modifications, and that 6.5 CSO2 will drop in anything that uses a 6502. It'll just work. Magic.
I'll probably do a video on it at some point because it's really cool. And besides, I'm going to have to do that to get the Franklin up and running, because I want to put the CPU back in my Atari 400 that I borrowed to just make sure the Franklin worked. I borrowed the CPU from my Atari.
Yeah, I remember watching that in the video. So that was really cool. I learned a lot watching you do that, and I appreciate everybody else making the comments in the chat about what you were doing and why. So
which video was that again, Justin? I missed it probably.
It was I think the one I did. It was the one I did Friday. You might have been at work because I had Friday. I took Friday off, and since Friday was my 1-year streaming anniversary, I started streaming at like 2:30.
Oh,
so I did an early stream.
Yeah,
but I was looking at the Franklin clones.
Yeah, I joined late. I think I joined at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. You were still going.
And of course, VHS knows about these adapters as well. There are little adapters that you can put a 6.5 CEO2 into, and then it does all the magic on the adapter itself, and then you just socket that straight in, so you don't have to dodge wires and pull pins and stuff. You just go boom, boom.
I was actually thinking of including those in the video as options. So I'll send you an email, VHS, because it was kind of one of those. I started to do some research because Joe mentioned that, hey, this is possible. Here's the mod I did, and he told me where to find the picture of it. And I looked at it. I was like, that's cool. And I started to do a little more research because I'd also mentioned to Joe, hey, maybe you should make an interposer board. And Joe replies back, someone already did that.
Yeah, I mean,
so I was looking into that too. So I was thinking of making a video that kind of walked through kind of the why you need to do it, but the fact that you can do it, and here's your options. You can just put some bodge wires on the CPU if you just want to do quick and dirty. But if you're not comfortable with that, here's some adapter boards you could also use that would allow you to just simply plug the new CPU into the adapter board, plug the adapter board into your computer, and you don't have to worry if you're not comfortable doing bodge wires.
So would the adapter board have like jumpers or something so that you could, I need to have this one high, I need to have this,
Some of them are, some of them I think have jumpers, because I think I found a few actually. Some of them have jumpers, and some of them are designed for specific computers.
Right. This is the one for the Franklin, takes care of it. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Although in reality, it's more like this one's for the Apple II.
Right.
Or like this one's for the Commodore 64. But still, same idea.
If anybody wants to see a picture of that mod, it's my Facebook banner picture. It's been my Facebook banner picture since I joined Facebook. I've never changed it.
I don't Facebook very much.
On the CPU and the mod.
Yes, for those of you that Facebook.
Yeah, I don't do it very much anymore.
Since getting into the whole retro thing, I have not used Facebook very much because I get my social interaction on Twitter now.
Yeah. I'm there for family.
There for the Apple II enthusiast group.
I'm tempted to start posting pictures to Twitter instead of Instagram, because Facebook Meta has recently made some changes to the Instagram app that have infuriated me.
Yeah.
You can no longer mute videos.
Sorry, Exodium.
What?
I took your video away. That's the mod right there.
Yeah.
Someone needs to point the finger.
Oh yeah, it's the you see the
between
chip?
the two boards.
Yeah, the one's got the yellow wire running across it. That's the modded CPU.
Pin 1 is pulled up, and then you can see that pin 8 is connected to pin 36.
Right.
That's it. That's all you got to do. At least on the Apple IIe, that's all you got to do.
Right.
And then you can see my other chips, the ROM chips and stuff down there that have been changed out. This was upgraded from an Apple IIe enhanced to an Apple IIe enhanced.
So how many of the chips on that board are just, you can't get them unless you sacrifice another board?
On the Apple IIe,
yeah.
technically speaking, 2.
Yeah.
The MMU and the IOU are the only custom chips on the Apple IIe.
Okay.
There is what's called a HAL. It's really a PAL or a GAL chip. They call it a HAL because HAL means it was programmed from the factory with custom logic instead of being programmable via a programmer on an engineer's bench, basically.
Right.
But it does a lot of this system timing. It takes the 14 megahertz clock and splits it out into all the different clocks and stuff. But the equations for those have been dumped. So if you've got an equivalent GAL chip, you can reflash that.
Oh, okay. All right. So you can get around it if it doesn't exist.
Yeah. The rest of these are ROMs, RAMs, off-the-shelf Jelly Bean logic.
Right.
There's a NE558 typer, which is a quadruple 555 timer chip, which is not manufactured anymore. But with a little skullduggery, you can take 4 555 chips and like wire it up and make it work. So
there's a way around it.
So actually,
generic.
Yeah, looking at the chat, Thomas has shared a project that apparently has been done. It's the 65F02.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like an implementation of the 6502 on a Spartan 6.
Yes.
So what's the
equivalent of 100 megahertz?
So what's the Spartan 6? Sorry,
That's
ignorance.
It's a FPGA from Xilinx. It's like a really
so that's a programmable logic chip, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So someone took a 6502 core and put it on a FPGA, and it apparently runs at 100 megahertz.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
100 megahertz equivalent, yeah. And then basically, like that.
It actually runs slower than or faster than that, but because it's doing a lot of faking the signals and stuff, it really doesn't run as fast.
It's hard to say exactly how fast does it run, right?
Right.
Like you'd have to do some crazy code path testing and stuff like that to figure out, is it actually cycle accurate effectively as the 6502 or is it not? And
I think you talked about this before with like your keyboard encoder or whatever, the chip that you use.
Yeah.
For that, you're simulating what the chip would do, so you have to kind of be careful about the programming. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then VHS was describing I think it's probably the adapter board he has was one that the Byte Addict did, and it actually has some bus transceivers on it, which I think are there to improve compatibility with certain computers. But I do know from reading some things online that there also are computers that are not compatible with that adapter because the transceivers change the timing too much. Right. And some of the Apple IIs are actually ones that are not compatible with the transceivers. Yeah. Probably because I read that and I thought Woz did something smart. He eked every bit of performance out of this thing. Yeah, smart.
Yeah. Some of the timings in the Apple IIs are like tight to the nanosecond.
Well, yeah, didn't he make a lot of compromise to reduce the number of chips in some cases? So he was trading off some things.
Yeah, compromise / intelligent engineering design decisions. It's hard to, like the one thing that he has said most of the time and that most programmers have agreed with him is, can you go back in time to 1976 and add that one chip back in so we can have a linear freaking frame buffer? That's why the Apple II's frame buffer is so funky, because he figured out, well, the addressing, when it comes down to like the way things are in RAM and all this stuff, it really doesn't matter because you can get around it in software. But if he had added this other, I think it was like a 74LS138 that changed the order in which the addressing went through the memory space. It would have made made video games in the Apple II a lot better, because then you wouldn't have had to do all this like extra calculation to figure out where you actually were on the screen to put stuff into memory.
Yeah.
Right.
Just have to build the time machine so we could go back and redo it.
Right? Exactly. I mean, I mean, he's working on that right now, but
I think VHS VHS did have a question for you, Joe. He was asking about the date in Sharpie on your
Yes,
power supply.
thank you. I saw that. Was going to say something about it, and then ADHD, and I heard somebody's dog bark, and then I thought of squirrels myself. Yes, the date in Sharpie on that is the date that I replaced the guts of that power supply with a reactive microsupply. I tend to use reactive microsupplies in my test units just so I know that that is not a problem that I have to worry about. It's a good, clean supply that can supply way more power than I'll ever need. It's going to just be... So if I'm designing something, diagnosing something, working on something for somebody, I'm not... Is it the supply I'm using because it still has a refa cap I haven't replaced because I'm a lazy bastard? Right. So, yeah. So that's the answer to that question. Oh, Exodium is really like loving the 3D maze screensaver here.
I figure I wanted to have something up here because I took off Droid Cam, so I can't switch back to camera.
Yeah.
This brings back memories.
Yes. It's like when you got really bored, you would just kind of hang out, just sit there and watch it.
I worked in an office where if they saw you with this on your computer, they gave you a hard time.
Why?
I don't know, because they were stupid.
I'm not controlling it. I'm not playing a game.
I once had a 286. It was new. That was a laptop, and I was trying it out to see how fast, it would do stuff, because I had a passive matrix LCD screen. So I had Microsoft Flight Simulator running on it, sitting on the desk next to me while I was working.
Mm-hmm.
And some guy in a suit, I was wearing a suit too because it was one of those companies. Anyway, some guy in a suit came up to me and says, "What is that?" I said, "It's a laptop." Kind of thing. He's like, "No, what's on the screen?" I said, it's a diagnostic that's checking the speed of the computer. He says, "That's a game. Turn it off."
I'm like,
well, so that's the problem. Anybody that was wearing a suit, walking around like that, saying things like that, was probably somebody that could get you fired. It was that kind of a company.
Yeah.
It was the first job out of college. So,
Gotcha.
I was there almost exactly 2 years and left.
I've worked those jobs before. I've worked way back at I used to work grocery and such, and we had those types of bosses who literally, if you did not look like you were busting your ass, they were like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing it?
Compiling.
Why aren't you working?"
And I used
monitoring the console output.
Yeah. You'd be compiling or something, and they'd be, "Why aren't you typing?" I'm saying, "Because the computer is compiling the program. I've already done all the typing part." They just didn't understand. It's like you could go get, this is back in the day where you went to get coffee, chatted with some people and stuff, walked by, nope, not done yet, did some other things, went back, it took that long. DOS 6, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft C. Those were the days.
Those were the days. Do you remember when?
I think that was still on TV at the time. Happy birthday, Joe.
Thank you. But I think back to my careers, and I'm like, I am so glad I never had. Well, I don't want to say never. I mostly avoided all of that stuff. My first job, I worked at Kentucky Fried Chicken for about a year and 9 months. Got fired because I got into an argument with an African American employee who thought I was being racist when I was not.
Yeah.
It was
Can't
more
win that argument.
Yeah. So I just got fired. I was also 19 and freaking stupid, so whatever. I then was unemployed for 3 months, which was the best time of my life. I then got a job I got 4 jobs. I got a job at McDonald's for 1 week and quit because it was fucking awful.
Yeah.
They paid me twice because they forgot that they paid me and they paid me again. So I'm like, okay. I called them. I'm like, you paid me a second time.
It's too much work for them to
they're like,
take it
eh.
back. Yeah.
I'm like, great. And then I got a job working at the Little Caesars in the Kmart.
Remember the company that I mentioned that I started with out
Yeah.
of college?
Yeah.
Might have been corporate version of that.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It was it served the purpose
Yeah.
of
Same here.
First job, Well,
But-
first job out of college, put it that way.
And I got the job where I'm working now, and this August will be 23 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, the longest I've been
Congratulations.
any place is like 7 years.
Yeah. It's just I magically navigated the craziness of that corporate environment somehow, and it ended up being where I am. Like, I started as a junior repair I went out, got my A+ certification, became the junior repair tech, and was very quickly, and this is going to sound, I'm not trying to be egotistical, sound like I'm awesome, but I am.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you get hired and you're outsmarting the other techs with 4 years of experience. What can you do?
Yeah.
Like, I read a book and now I know how to fix computers. I'm sorry, you're stupid. But no, but I worked my way up, became the senior tech, then became the build supervisor, which was basically I built every computer that we sold, every single one of them. My hands were on them. I learned a lot of how to do things the correct way and the incorrect way. People call me Scotty because I frequently do things wrong. But anyway, it works, right? Baling twine and duct tape. If the server is still running and your data's there, you should be thanking me. It's not how I got it done; it's that it got done. Anyway, and then the entire corporation changed. So, like, the company that I worked for was effectively a dial-up ISP. But the computer repair and sales side was literally more like a value-added proposition to sell people the computer so they would have something to get online with.
Right.
For the recurring revenue. Well, that business started falling over, obviously, because it's dial-up. It was around 2001, 2002. It just, broadband came by. And so I was put in charge of the computer business. And they're like, this is yours now. Have fun. And what I did is it sounds like I'm being egotistical. I'm not trying to be.
No, you're not.
I flipped that company to where it was basically just like kind of a hole in the wall repair shop. And we did a good job. We were at our height fixing 120 computers a month. It was crazy. But I changed pricing policy, increased repair quality, all of that stuff, and then started to push us into contracts and managed services.
Right.
Because the same thing, like, okay, repairing computers for end users because of, things like that was going to die, and managed services is where it was.
So you went enterprisey.
Yeah, basically. And so we shifted that over. And, I don't want to I can speak ill of the management now because they're no longer our management because they sold the company off. Screw them. If they're listening, Mark, you're an asshole. But it's funny. I just talked to his brother a couple days ago. They still own the building we're in. Anyway, but they didn't really, in my opinion, did not give me the support I required to build the company properly. This meaning I am a high school graduate with absolutely no degree, no training, nothing. I just, as I say, I know things. I can just kind of figure things out.
Yeah.
But that only goes so far. Like, you don't know how to really run a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And back then I didn't, right? I knew how to, buy low, sell high, just the basics of common sense. But how do you build a business? How do you build a repertoire with a guy in a suit on the other side of a desk How do you do things like that? How do you actually get out into the public and sell things? And I didn't know. I know it all now, but I didn't know all that stuff back then.
Yeah.
And the management at the time didn't get that. They just expected me to know it.
Mm-hmm.
And so the support wasn't there, and that business unit kind of we just kind of floated. Like we were always profitable with the exception of maybe 1 year.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Jim Leonard. Jim Leonard is in the chat, folks. Do we all know who Jim is?
I don't.
Do you remember Moby Games?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. He invented it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Jim. So yes. Thank you for the happy birthday, sir. So this where was I? Yeah, so they didn't the company. It did okay. It floated, but it never really grew like the other project that they had moved on from dial-up. And so when their project is doing this and mine is just kind of sneaking up, they're like, we're done with this. It doesn't meet our it doesn't meet our core values. Blah 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 blah. So they decided to send it off. They sent it off to a local gentleman who is now the company president. I am second in command, and it's great.
Yeah, awesome.
Our customers love us. We do cool stuff. We manage people's networks. We do our really gosh darn hard work job to be the outsourced IT company that isn't actually outsourced. We do our best not to take anybody's jobs away from them.
Mm-hmm.
We try not to go after really high-end companies because, they have their own internal IT, and that's just an uphill battle. And it's like,
there's
you're
a lot of baggage
now. Ha, 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 ha. And then
there's a lot of baggage for that.
in town that I stole their job. Yeah, we don't do that. Right?
Yeah.
We help smaller companies that need professional high-end IT services that need cybersecurity, dark web all that other, I'm in sales mode now. But we do that for companies that are smaller than us, and we're not that big, right?
And they want somebody that can be a local presence as well.
Exactly.
And they're not just another dime a dozen, customer for some place that's overseas and you can never get support and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
One of our local competitors that has been our biggest competitor basically since the formation of the company back in 94, a few years back, decided to sell his company off. And he sold it to one of those conglomerations, one of those consolidators in the managed services space that had just tried to buy our company because they knew we were better. So they went after us first.
Yeah.
And we were like, but we're like, yeah, we know how this is going to go. We're just going to wait. And we waited. So they sold that company and it just tanked.
Yeah.
And in the past 12 months, or so,
they've been trickling in.
Doubled our size.
Yeah.
Because they're leaving that company to come to us. The only reason they went with that, and this gets into, there are so many stories about this other company. I'm trying to be very careful about what I say here.
Well, yeah, no, I understand.
Other company.
I've worked for small consulting companies,
so
I get it. I get it.
But nepotism, drugs, insurance fraud, people knowing people.
Yeah.
So even though we were the better company, we were the smaller one because this guy had all of this business locked up because he was local and he was doing things. We'll just put it that way.
Right.
He sold his company. He leaves. A lot of how can we put it? The companies that knew what was going on, but they kept with him because of reasons I can't go into, they all jumped ship immediately. We got them immediately, and later on over the next couple of years, they started coming over. Yeah, we call these guys. We get somebody in New Jersey and they don't answer the phone, and they're like, "Yeah, we might dispatch that in 3 weeks."
Right.
But my server's down. He's like, "I'm sorry, we don't have anybody to help you." Yet they have a branch office in our town that I can drive up to, walk into, and there are people in there. It doesn't make any freaking sense with their business model.
It's like the apathy demotivational poster with the phone with cobwebs on it.
Yeah.
If we stop answering the phone, the customers will go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like sales 101.
Question. People throwing questions at a Franklin clone of the 2E. Justin.
Franklin clone of the 2 Plus.
2 Plus. Got it.
It's
Tim
Franklin Ace, a Franklin Ace 1000 Plus.
Yes.
And I think the Plus just means it has the floppy drive over thingy.
Floppy drive over thingy.
It actually replaces the normal lid with no floppy drives with one that has the floppy drives integrated.
Oh, okay. Great. Tim Cross says, "Hey Joe, are you hiring?" No, unfortunately.
Oh, VHS, the 500 is Franklin's clone of the 2C, but it's also one of the two they did near the end of their computer days, and it's not as compatible because they actually had to re-engineer some of the ROM code.
Yeah.
They were seeing the writing on the wall and had to stop blatantly copying Apple's ROMs.
Oh, gee. Yeah, they don't like that, do they?
No.
Well, how long was the period of time where they were licensing,
They weren't
like
licensing. Yeah, they weren't
that?
licensing.
How long was the period they were licensing? Maybe 6 months or a year?
I think the time it took for Apple versus Franklin Computer to work through the court systems was several years.
Yeah.
And Franklin got several favorable, I guess the initial result of the suit was favorable to Franklin because there hadn't been a precedent that the compiled code was copyrightable.
Oh.
So Franklin initially won and Apple kept appealing. And the tides finally turned. I don't think they made it to the Supreme Court. I think it was one of the last appellate courts before the Supreme Court. But finally, there had been a precedent set by another district court that the compiled code was copyrightable. Therefore, Apple and Franklin settled.
You could print it out as ones and zeros. It's copyrightable.
But I think basically Franklin at some point, and I don't know at what point in the lawsuit, saw the writing on the wall that, wait a minute, and it might have been right after that appellate decision in the other district when Franklin tried to go back and like, oops, we're bad. We need to go like maybe clean room implement Apple's ROMs.
Oh,
So,
like
then,
the Compact.
like doing it like Compact did.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, though, at that point, though, they had already been selling computers with blatant copy ROMs. And finally, Apple and Franklin settled because I guess maybe they decided they didn't want to go all the way to the Supreme Court and possibly risk. Apple probably didn't want to risk the Supreme Court saying, no, those actually aren't copyrightable. And Franklin probably didn't want to risk the inevitable larger money if they made it all the way there and lost.
Right.
But
that was a very important decision, though, in intellectual property law. The basic tenet of that stands to this day. It is copyrightable. If you compile it, it's the similar effect to translating from one language to another.
Right.
Therefore, it is the same thing. It's not a transformation. It's a translation.
Right.
So basically, Franklin actually still exists to this day. However, part of their settlement with Apple is they are forever prohibited from selling another computer. That's why they sell but apparently at some point they sell those electronic dictionaries.
That's Franklin.
Yeah, that's the same Franklin. They actually
those things I throw away in the trash when I find them.
They actually figured out about the time where they were settling with Apple that those were more profitable than computers. So even though they're forever barred from making another computer, and they're apparently those things are still profitable even with the internet. But yeah, that's what they make is those electronic, like the dictionaries and the translators and the Bibles
for popular in nascent markets like say India, China, Vietnam,
for the next 10 years,
Africa.
Yeah. At some point, though, unfortunately, yeah, that's going to become not profitable for them, and Franklin will
like
cease
day
to exist
planners.
as a company.
When was
yeah.
the last time you used a day planner?
But apparently, though, still in parts of the world, those are more popular than others, so they're still in business.
It's no longer Joe's birthday.
Bye.
Yeah.
It still is here. You're good.
Oh, that's right.
For
in
another
California, it's still
it's 9:20 here. So
Still my birthday until
you're
it's
still
no
good.
longer my birthday in Hawaii.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Or
International
Midway or
date
whatever the farthest one is east that isn't over 180.
Isn't there some island that's like really south that's got, it bumps into?
Sure. Maps.google.com.
Yeah, where the time zone
Yeah.
bumps out around them or something.
Oh, I don't know.
I can't
I'm
remember.
gonna go run upstairs and grab some capacitors because I'm gonna do a really quick recapping of this floppy drive board.
Okay.
But I realized my capacitors are upstairs and I'm not ready to call it quits yet because I'm wide awake. So.
Oh, excuse me, I keep yawning.
Yay for brain keeping me awake. I'm gonna go grab the capacitors for this board.
I'm trying to look up battery replacements for these things, and I'm
Samoa
failing miserably.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, iPod.
Well,
Midway
I've got
is
two of them.
on Samoa Standard Time, which is
Oh.
GMT -11. It is as far east as you can get. In Samoa, it is currently Saturday, July 2, 2022 at 5:21 p.m.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
So until
Lots of time
midway,
left.
until it's, yep. Mm-hmm.
We
Well,
learned.
that's not that
We
far
learned.
south either.
Yeah, we learned so much on these things.
What the heck is Samoa in reference to Midway? I don't freaking know. I'm looking at like random dots in a big blue sea of whatever on Google.
Yeah, it's Samoa is
directly
part
south.
of the Midway chain, right?
Yeah, it's directly south of Midway.
Yeah. I know it in reference to World War II, and then I know a little bit about Samoa because of a job I had in Southern California for a brief period of time. The bouncer for the place that I was a short order cook was Samoan.
Ooh, yeah.
He was a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
They're all big guys out there.
Yes, they are.
One of my coworkers had a beard. Accidentally dropped the square metal pan that had the hot oil in it from the fryer.
Oh.
It hit the floor and it splashed up on his face.
Oh, no.
And the Samoan bouncer just picked him up and set him in the sink and turned the cold water tap on his head.
Wow.
Well, it saved his, because he
Yeah.
had severe burns, and it,
Yeah.
the beard held the grease in. But the guy saved his life, basically.
Wow, that's crazy.
That was
happened.
a crazy year.
Yeah, that happened a long time ago. My cousin and his friend, they worked at Long John Silver's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the restaurant. And anyways, I would go there after work late at night, and I get free food, right?
Yeah.
It's the thing to do, right? So anyway, one of the they had one of these swinging doors that went from the dining room to the back where the kitchen was.
Yeah.
And you couldn't. It was real tall, and there was like a little porthole because it was supposed to look like a ship.
Yeah.
Well, what they would do at closing, they would take these big hot vats of grease, and they'd take them out, and they had to take and run them through a like a filter system.
Yeah.
All right, so this grease is.
KFC, I know what that's about. Mhm.
Oh, okay. So it was several hundred degrees, and so he was going, and somebody was coming through the other side, and knocked him down. And all the hot oil went all over him.
Oh.
And we all just ran into the freezer. We threw all kinds of just ice
Everything.
and iced him down. The guy was in agony.
Yeah.
And then we had the ambulance come and get him and stuff. Yeah, he had some really bad burns, but at least we,
Yeah, we nullified it.
Exactly, we did the emergency first aid that we could at the time.
Oh.
Like God, that was an
I
awful
wasn't
thing.
working. We worked at the same place, or rather, we were working at the same place. We roomed together. We rented a cabin unit, and I slept on the floor. This was a long time ago. And at 2 a.m, he came in, and he's like got bandages all over himself. He was still high in Demerol, and I'm like, what the happened to you? But yeah, he was really lucky, and it just hit the floor and splashed up, so it immediately went down. I can't imagine how bad it was if it got poured on you.
Oh yeah, it was just, oh my God, it was just awful. Yeah. But he recovered pretty well though.
And I'm pretty sure that the owner of this place was paying us under the table. A, we didn't get a check, we got cash. And B, he probably only had a couple of real employees. The owner drove him to the emergency room and paid cash.
Of course, this was a long time ago, so it was.
Yeah. This was a long time ago. Paid cash for everything.
Sorry, that may have come across as insulting. As far as
what's that? Oh, no.
A long time ago.
I'm a graybeard, so I embrace it.
I'm older than you. I'm 42 and a half years old.
Okay, you can be older than me, Joe.
Okay.
Well, what did you say earlier? You're like physically 80 or something like that.
Yeah.
So,
to answer a weird earlier question, Midway Atoll is technically part of the Hawaii chain.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured it's north, further out in the Pacific. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah. So that's my experience of there. I have more experience with Okinawa. I never went there, but I used to do karate. And the three main branches of karate are from Okinawa. So I've met a lot of guys from Okinawa. But.
Yeah, I did high karate, but never karate. Yeah.
Where is Okinawa in reference to the Big Island?
It's south of Samoa, I believe. It's part of the same group of islands.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think.
Okinawa?
It's been a while. It's close to Japan. It's between China and Japan. Sort of.
Yeah, I was going to say, because like Samoa is like way down by Australia.
Okay, I'm confusing the two. Yeah. No, Okinawa is between kind of China and Japan.
Okay.
For a long time, it was mostly historically for ship trading and that kind of a thing, and they had relations mostly with China, and then Japan eventually occupied them. So it's one of the reasons why karate developed like it did to be kind of a weaponless defense thing, at least the style I was doing, is because you had samurais, and there were laws that wouldn't allow Okinawans to have weapons of any kind. So they had to learn how to defend themselves without a weapon. At least that's the story I was told. So
sounds
reasonable.
Yeah.
It's way down south. It's like due south of South Korea, much nearer to Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense why we would have a military base there then as well.
So some of the styles of martial arts in China influenced what happened in Okinawa, and then and the Japanese never really respected it. They thought it was a style of fighting that was beneath them. They preferred judo and some of their own things. So
I think I pulled a Joe when I last ordered capacitors.
You bought $800 worth of the wrong
capacitor? Okay, there's one of the two capacitors I need right there. That one right there. I think I failed to order that one right there.
And now your one capacitor is $6.99 more expensive.
Yeah.
Isn't
that terrible? You know what?
I know it. I feel it.
I was on vacation. I actually walked into a store that sold capacitors and resistors. Guess what it was?
Radio Shack.
Yep.
Where?
There's a few of them around.
They're in Upper Michigan, north of Alpena, in Rogers City. There's a Radio Shack that still has discrete components. I happened to find it because we were looking at when I was camping up there. What was in Rogers City?
Did it have on the outside? Did it say Radio Shack, or was it like okay?
Yeah,
so it was an actual Radio Shack
sign.
store still. Yeah.
So I walked into the store and I said, "I'm not here to buy anything. I just want to smell the resistors."
We get it twice a week. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, they're right
that
there.
one over really good.
Well, he looked at me and says, "I'll charge you the entry fee later." But we just kind of talked about the old days because he had been in that store for like 20 years, and he says things are changing again. They don't know how much longer they'll be able to hang on, but
it's all going web based. Yeah,
exactly. He said the sales stock and everything, they're having a harder time getting it. So
yeah, there's one down there where my daughter went to school. There's a Radio Shack down there. It's dealer owned, and it's about from here. It's probably about less than 2 hours from here. And so what I plan to do, hopefully in the next month or so, is go down there and do a video.
Yeah.
And just just go inside, and one of the last they're dropping off like flies.
Yeah.
And
I almost said, could I take some pictures, but I thought that might be a little too weird while I was in, because he was like, you just came here to look around? I said, yeah.
You're an endangered species. That's
yeah,
right.
Exactly. They still did. He mostly was doing a lot of PC repair because Rogers City is half an hour from Alpena, and Sheboygan's the next biggest city. There isn't much up there, and so I was telling him that I'm an Apple enthusiast and stuff. He got out this short baseball bat and he says, "This is how I fix apples."
Yeah.
He did not like Apple at all because selling iPods and things like that, basically the margin on it was dollars, like a few dollars, and so it was just a hassle.
Welcome to the entire IT industry right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a hassle for him to sell the stuff. He can't fix it, and all he could do was sell it. PCs and stuff he could still fix and do things with.
Unfortunately, in this case, VHS, a capacitor kit for testing would be great. Unfortunately, these two capacitors, in order to put the drive back together to test it, I can't just use any capacitor because they will actually hit the metal frame. Because right there's the motor for the floppy drive.
Just throw a couple of tantalums on there; it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Put them in backwards.
Put it backward. Yeah. I'm actually not sure recapping this is going to fix it. I'm going to actually pull these two caps and
then plug it in and see if it works.
The one I can't find, I'm actually going to put it on my ESR meter, or the thing I have that's the closest to an ESR meter, and see what it reads. And in fact, actually, I'm just going to test them first before I even recap it. If these two caps are fine, this floppy drive's going in the trash because it's
sad.
Recapping it won't. Yeah, it's one of those that it's having read-write errors.
Go Tech.
Yeah, well, actually, the only reason I knew it was having errors, I was trying to use this with my Grease Weasel and to read Amiga discs so I could image them, and it was throwing errors trying to read them. Yeah. So I thought, because someone mentioned that, those floppy drives really don't go bad. So I was kind of thinking, well, the caps do, but not the read-write heads. So if these caps are fine, then that means...
my sandpaper.
Well, the thing is, this floppy drive, I believe where I got it, this floppy drive had a very long life of reading and writing discs.
Yeah.
So the heads in it might actually be shot.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I'm just going to test these caps, and if the caps are fine, then I'm just tossing the drive. I'm not even going to put the... Yeah, I'll save the connectors.
Well, just sell it on eBay as non-work or untested. Yeah, that's it.
Yep. That's an extra 10% margin if you just say untested.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm kind of maybe kicking myself again for not buying those Mac Pro parts at the thrift shop, but they wanted too much for them. I would have made. I know it was a great idea to buy that Mac Pro 5.1 Logic board to try to get it for $5 to $10 and sell it for 30, but I realized.
Does everybody here in the chat even know about that?
Probably not.
Yeah,
I was at the. There's a nice thrift shop where I live. It's our local SPCA has a thrift shop, and they get some really nice things from time to time because basically they get the things that are too good for Goodwill, and then anything they reject goes to Goodwill. So if you want to find the nice things, you go to the SPCA thrift shop because the Goodwill gets the rejects. So anyway, someone donated a bunch of Mac Pro 5.1 parts. They had 2 chassis that were just bare chassis. They had some fans. They had drive carriers. They had a Mac Pro Logic board that was not in an anti-static bag, just sitting on the shelf. And that's the item I posted to Joe's Discord. I was like, hey, could anyone use a Mac Pro Logic board? It's been sitting outside of an anti-static bag for who knows how long. And Joe, I think Joe was like, buy it, flip it on eBay, and buy a Chipotle burrito or something like that.
With the profits.
With the profits. And unfortunately, I then went to look to see what all these parts are going for. And I did realize the one bad thing is when the thrift shop initially gets things, they tend to price them closer to eBay for the beginning. And then, of course, they do the thing that a lot of other thrift shops do, that they have the colored price tags and that they have a 25% off and a 50% off color. But anyways, so these items have been recently donated, so I'm not sure I could have talked them down because they were that new. I could tell from the dates that were on some of the labels. But anyways, yeah, they had priced them at eBay prices, and I was like, I can't make any profit.
No.
I'm going to have to wait until I know they've been there for a month.
When they're
and then maybe, yeah, and then maybe I can make them an offer. Because actually, I probably probably the one thing that I should check back in a month, and if they're still there, are those drive carriers, because they're light and easy to ship. And those actually seemed, if I could get them cheap enough, those would actually, I mean, I could make a couple bucks off each.
Yeah.
Because people have lost the drive carriers. They want to be able to swap drives and have extras. And they like to have the nice numbered. So they have the 1, 2, 3, 4 carriers in their Mac Pro because they can.
Those drive sleds, yeah.
Yeah, the drive sleds. Unfortunately, though, at the moment, the price they had on them, I could make negative money on them. So I didn't actually get them.
So
I did though get a couple things. I got some actually one thing I did pick up today because I went back today because I bought a printer yesterday. It's a Canon BJC 80. Yeah. So I got a Canon BJC 80 for $2 yesterday. I realized it didn't have last night it dawned on me, I forgot to check the power adapter bin to see if the power adapter was in there, so that's why I went back today. But apparently, in the past 24 hours, this nice long VGA cable appeared.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Damn.
That's a long one. Gee whiz.
Well, the thing is, so I have what you can't see, and I really can't show it on camera. So my oscilloscope has a VGA out, and it's over to my right. My scaler is over to the left, and the cable I have on it right now is really taut. And I don't like that. Mm-hmm. So when I saw they had this really nice, I mean, this is one of the high quality heavy gauge VGA cables that's probably at least 10 feet. So I'll have slack for $6 and it's in good shape. Yeah, I was like, that will fix the fact that there is no slack in the VGA cable for my oscilloscope, and I don't like having cables with no slack.
That cable looks longer than 10 feet. Looks like about 50 feet.
It might be.
Well, it's pretty big.
It might be a 15 feet cable, but still.
I think 15 is closer.
Yeah.
So
for $6 for a
it's bargain.
heavy gauge VGA cable. So I'm glad I went back today because it showed up.
Yeah.
I think it showed up within the past 24 hours because I don't think it was there yesterday. Or well, I guess now that it's Sunday, it wasn't there Friday, but it was there yesterday.
Yeah, the only place I can get vintage equipment, and it's kind of hit or miss because they've gotten rid of most of it now, is the university surplus stores. Up until about 5 years ago, I was still getting Macs, plastic Macs from them. Because they still had a few departments, like the ag department still had an SE they were using, things like that. Now they've pretty much gotten rid of them. The thrift stores and all that have nothing. The only other place I can get things is usually Marketplace. Once in a while I get lucky, somebody's got a monitor and it's actually an iMac. They don't really know what they have.
$500, I know what I have.
I mean,
you don't know what you have and you're still overpriced.
I got a G5 iMac for $20. It was, but I had to drive $10 worth of gas to get it.
I mean,
kind of thing.
It's not going to give away really exactly where I am if I say there is a university that I am near, and it would be the University of Virginia. And the SPCA that has the thrift shop would be the Charlottesville Albemarle SPCA.
Okay.
So
but I've been
if you are in this area and you want to go thrifting, honestly, I'll just warn you, you might as well skip the Goodwills because the SPCA thrift shop gets all the good stuff. But again, they're still hit or miss, and they hardly have any vintage electronics.
Yeah.
But I guess if you are in this area and you want to go thrifting, your best bet would be the SPCA thrift shop and just skip the Goodwills.
There is a couple of vintage, not vintage, whatever you want to call them. There's some place called the Mega Mall that's near us. It's like an acre full of vintage stuff. They don't have that much, but they have a swap meet or whatever you want to call it that they have outside the facility once a month, and sometimes I find things there. But what I've been looking for recently is the old diskette carriers. The boxes with the smoked plastic lid that you could lift up, and it would, because this is what I'm using. It's a pizza box. And you can exactly right that kind of thing. And you would think, you might find that in a junk store kind of thrift thing. No, they throw them away. Nobody keeps them. They just throw them out because they're plastic, whatever. eBay, you can find them, and Etsy. They want $25, $30, $40 for them. I'm like,
for crafts, and you're like, for you.
I'm like, no, I want a $5 one.
Wow.
There's a hospice interfaith food bank thrift store. Just I could walk there. Be a long walk, but I could walk there.
All right.
But anyway, I swore they always have lots of old monitors. Any kind of keyboard you want. Once in a while, I'll find. I found a Apple Pro keyboard, Pro mouse all together. I took it, works. I cleaned it up, works fine.
Yeah.
And I got what else did I find? There's some cables that I needed. But yeah, then I got the one Dell monitor that I had that crapped out when I was using that LC. That was an old Dell monitor. So on the off chance, I just went there the day before I did the video on it, and found the right there is just VGA only. I said, hey, it's private. And the nice thing about the Dell monitors, they scale really nicely to these older Macs.
Yeah, I've got one I picked up. Where did I get it? Auction. There's an auction house that occasionally gets IT stuff. In fact, my PowerBook 520C I got there. But I had another person bidding on it against me, so I spent $90 for it instead of $10. But
oh, by the way, if anyone's wondering,
this one works great. This is the kind of good aspect ratio and everything.
Yes, that's exactly what I have.
4x3, baby.
These capacitors tested fine, so unfortunately this floppy
So you
drive's
took them
trash.
out?
Yeah. Well, I had to take them out to test them. So this floppy drive is, I just declared it dead, and I'm scrapping it for parts. So I think Thomas or someone was saying that.
VHS, I think.
Yeah, VHS was saying.
Yeah, keep the.
Yeah, take the Berg power connector and the 34-pin connector. So, basically, I'm taking the 2 valuable parts off of it, and I'll save my capacity. So I guess the good news is,
now you have
even though I forgot to order the other capacitor, I don't need to go out and order capacitors.
Yeah.
The bad news is, well, I have one less vintage floppy drive.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said nothing's worth $5 is worth selling, and they're right. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for rummage sale stuff, and occasionally you find stuff like that. And then and Goodwill, good point. I'm also into analog film.
Oh yeah, I always find lots and lots of camera equipment at that hospital store. They have tons of it.
So I recently got back into analog photography again, and I found this on Goodwill, and it's a Chinese knockoff of a Japanese knockoff of a German camera. So it's a Pearl River. It's a twin lens reflex camera. And it's actually a half decent camera. It's got a decent lens on it. It's the kind where you look through the top here and focus. But they're really nice cameras.
What millimeter film does that take?
It's 6x6.
Okay.
So you use a 120 film roll.
Okay.
Behind me here is an enlarger that takes 6x6, so that I can actually, enlarge the negatives for prints. And then the other camera I've got is a 4x5. I don't have like an 8x10 enlarger, or so I can do 4x5. So I just contact print those.
Yeah, man, it's been a long time since I was in a darkroom. We did that in high school. We had a photography class. We didn't do color. We did black and white, but
I only
got to do the enlarger and all that. It was pretty cool. And you get
I same thing. High school did. It was our graphic arts class where you did not computer graphic arts. You did lithography and screen printing and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
The comments are telling you your Moo Moo machine might need an enema.
Yeah, I see that, but my Moo Moo machine is so hot that I will have to wait for it to cool down 10 minutes to service it.
Moo Moo machine.
I service mine while it's hot. It makes it easier to clean out.
It's so hot right on the glass tube. I can't touch it long enough to remove it.
What?
Leather gloves?
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go get some.
It's fine. Do however you want. I'm just being silly.
Well, I can. Yeah, maybe I can.
Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, it is kind of warm.
Yeah.
Well, I started to tell you, Eric, is that thrift store that I go to, they have, I was telling you, they have lots of photography stuff. I mean, I've got like about 10 tripods from them for like $1, $2, different heights. I got one that's like about 9 feet tall. It's sucker's like yeah. And then but I'm looking for a real short one so you could just put right there on your desk, But like exactly like that. Yeah.
Well, this is a cheap
dollar
store.
Cents.
Yeah, this is one of those. I mean, I think it's even one of the legs is broken.
Okay. I'm not
kind of like that.
Yeah.
For the people that are saying that you don't clean them out cold, I'm not going to wait for it to cool down all the way. I just need to let it cool down enough that I'm not going to burn myself on the tube. Because it's already hard enough to remove it. I'm always afraid I'm going to break it. Yeah. But I need to let it cool down enough that I'm not going to burn myself.
Yeah, don't lick it to check the temperature. It's
absolutely.
Yeah. I guess though, while I'm waiting for it to cool down a little, I do have another project I'm going to work on sometime. And I would like to thank Tom Barber for sending me some Blue Scuzzy PCBs.
And it's metal.
Nice. Yeah.
Now-
No, I'm sorry. The tripod.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, now, I'm doing something Blue Scuzzy related. So hopefully at some
Related to Blue Scuzzy.
So
I'm going to actually. Well, I don't mind mentioning on Joe's stream. So I'm not going to make a Blue Scuzzy with this board. And I guess I've got a couple. I mean, I might make some, if I got extras, I might make some Blue Scuzzies with them. But I'm actually going to populate this board, but instead of soldering a blue pill on it, I'm going to solder some headers on it so that I could then solder headers onto other microcontroller project boards and basically make a development adapter so I could try putting the Blue Scuzzy firmware on other microcontrollers.
I have one of those.
Selfie stick.
Selfie
I don't
stick.
have one.
Yeah. Oh.
Because basically Exodium was showing
Way
the
to go.
benchmarks of the Zulu Scuzzy.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, I've got a microcontroller development board that's an even faster processor. Challenge accepted.
Cool.
So basically, I
it'll-
want to take actually it's the green Scuzzy firmware, which is the Blue Scuzzy firmware running on a Teensy 3.6, I believe. And I'm going to try to build it for the Teensy 4.0, or actually the 4.1, because it's got the micro SD on it, which that microcontroller is way faster than the one on the Zulu Scuzzy, because I just want to blow it out of the water. And Zodium's going to be my beta tester.
Awesome.
I think he knows that he's my beta tester when I have something ready, because I want to blow the Zulu Scuzzy out of the water with something that's a really open community project.
On top of all of
would love
that,
that.
here's the awesome thing, Justin, is that it uses the same Blue Scuzzy code base for the most part. So it can be cross-compiled, run on a completely different processor, and you just, oh yeah, by the way, Blue Scuzzy is now kick-ass.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
Already, but yeah.
Where do I
Now-
buy?
Now, granted, I have already figured out that unfortunately, there probably would be a price premium to using a Teensy 4.1 as a Blue Scuzzy,
Well, how
but I don't know. I know the
Twice as
Teensy
much?
4.1 runs about $30, and I think probably the board that eventually would carry the Teensy 4.1 would probably have to have some bus transceivers, because usually you're going to be installing it in some of the
VHS.
Macs that are maybe pickier with what's on the Scuzzy bus, i.e. the Power Mac 9600 and some of those. So it probably needs to have bus transceivers.
Okay.
I mean, so ballpark, you're probably looking at something that's not going to be any cheaper than a Zulu Scuzzy by the time you actually
that would
put
be
all the
competitive,
components
though.
together.
Yeah.
But it probably would be. My estimate would be it would be competitive in cost.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be cheaper, because you have to factor in the fact that the Teensy 4.1, and the only reason I want to go with that one is because the micro SD is pre-soldered. The Teensy 4.0 has the same microcontroller, but it doesn't have an onboard micro SD. It's got the pinout so you can use an SD card, but it's not an SD socket. It's for this like 0.1 pitch flat cable connector that you then would have to. It's something that I kind of figured out that,
like
given
like
the
one of these things.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I really looked at it and said, for the common hobbyist, this is not something that I would expect them to. That I would expect an average hobbyist to successfully solder onto the bottom of a Teensy without potentially damaging the microcontroller on the other side due to overheating the board.
Oh,
So I was like,
so keeping it simple.
so really you'd need to use a Teensy 4.1, which has the micro SD socket pre-soldered from PJRC,
Yeah.
which is a little bit more in cost, but it probably would make up for the fact that it'd be easier to then I could make a kit that someone could assemble, because they don't have to, because there's not the risk of soldering an SD, the flat cable connector that's pretty much right on the other side of the teensy as to where the microcontroller is. Because confession time, I, in my even less experienced self, tried to do a mod to a Radeon 7950 where it required desoldering a resistor that was on the exact opposite side of the board from the GPU chip, and I bricked the board because I probably desoldered solder balls on the underside of the GPU in the attempt of desoldering the resistor. Yeah. So I was like, no. In reality, if I do this, it needs a TNC 4.1 that has the micro SD socket. The advantage is, though, you don't have to try to solder micro SD. And so, really, it could be a kit someone could assemble this all through whole.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and my skill set at this point is I'm successfully able to build a Blue SCSI from a kit and solder the SD card slot on there. Right. To me, that's where I'm at. That's my basic skill level right now. I'm confident enough I could do that.
Nick.
But from what you described, I probably end up toasting that board.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nick, the TNC 4.1, I think actually has the microcontroller has a faster licensed core because it's not using SPI to read the micro SD card. It's actually doing the 4-bit faster transfer. So I think it actually has a chance that it could be able to use the transfer data from the micro SD card fast enough where you would see a difference. And because I think the microcontroller actually has licensed whatever microcontroller it uses. I don't remember which one it is right offhand. I think it actually has the faster modes licensed. So that would be the other benefit. But anyways, Tom Barber, for the cost of shipping, sent me, and I was just expecting to get a small number of PCBs, and I think he sent me 4 of each. So he sent me some DB25 and some the desktop, or I guess the 1.1As. So
I had
anyways,
a wrong business model. All these other Blue SCSI guys are literally just handing away handfuls of Blue SCSI boards.
I think Tom knew what I was going to do with them because he's on Joe's Discord where I had mentioned this before. So, but I would like to thank Tom for making sure I had more than enough Blue SCSIs so that I can make a development platform to be able to jumper in different microcontrollers for testing. So thank you, Tom. Or, otherwise known as not Tom B.
I call him Googly Eyes. He doesn't like
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Googly Eyes. Googly Eyes hooked me up with some Blue SCSI boards so that I can make my little Blue SCSI prototyping board to jumper in things. Oh yeah, and Exodium says someone needs to sell Blue SCSI stickers like yesterday. So
you're talking about
allowed. I'm
this
not
sticker?
allowed to. I have to give them out.
Is this
I
the
have to
sticker?
give them with.
Yeah. That's the Blue SCSI sticker.
Yes.
Yep.
There's two different ones. That one right there is the design I believe Tom came up with and
Is
that
it?
I use. And then there's another that's literally just the Blue SCSI logo itself.
That's the one that my last kit I bought from you, Joe.
Yeah.
So
Lots of questions in the chat. Gregory Brady asked if this is my collection of adult toys. I'm an adult and it's full of toys, so sure.
Sure.
Exodium made Exodium, I believe it's Exodium. Everybody says Exodium. That's what you say. Exodium made a really good comment about the whole Blue SCSI. Zulu
That's the
SCSI
ones I got. I got a couple of those. Yeah.
That with Zulu SCSI, he has an open GitHub problem that he's had open for like weeks or something or days, and nobody's referenced it. But with Eric Helgeson and this, I can cite. You could be thinking, I'm having a problem with my blue, and then Eric's like, what?
Yeah, he'll contact me and says, "You're thinking about Blue SCSI right now, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the chip in his brain. So, yeah.
I'm actually glad that Exodium was finally able to solve his GitHub problem, so that maybe the Zulu SCSI team
good.
might eventually get around to seeing his GitHub defect.
They took you out of the doghouse, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must be 1 a.m. because Dave's clocks are going off.
Yep.
10.
It's 1 a.m.
It's
because
1
I am
a.m.
the center of the universe.
Yeah.
10 out here in the alternate universe. There you go.
I reject your reality and substitute my own. We can keep going, buddy.
It's still your birthday here. So,
Yes.
there you go.
Exodium, post a link, sure. I don't know what you're posting a link to, but post a link. So
Wow.
this is the coolest thing. One of the fourth grade, best teacher I ever had. Fourth grade was freaking awesome. So we learned how to do like tons of really cool things that weren't in the curriculum, but they were like learning about music and frequency and stuff by taking a simple paper straw, cutting the ends of it like that, and blowing through it, and it makes a kazoo.
I hope that sounds better to everyone because there's really not much else I can do.
Hopefully chat didn't eat it. It probably did. Usually I can see those Exodium on my end, but I couldn't this time. So I'm going to make you a moderator. And so now you can post it again. But just like these paper straws, you just fold the end, cut the ends off, and it makes a little reed instrument. And I've loved that ever since for years and years and years and years. And every time I find a box of these, I've only found 2 since 4th grade. I'm 42 years old. Figure out the math. I've only ever found these twice. And so, yep. This completely unrelated aside. But yeah, this is over here in my tools. I keep this over here in my tool. Because why not? Because you get it was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
And there was much rejoicing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Once more for great justice.
Yes.
All your base art belong to us.
Yes.
That was in the news lately.
Was it really?
Zero Wing was ported to the Switch or something.
Really?
The video game that came from, they re-released it on like the Switch marketplace or how I don't know how that works. I don't play modern games. And so like it was this. It's like all your bases a huge thing.
I'll have to ask my daughter about that. She's got Switch.
All your bases
She has all those
belong to
toys.
us. Move every zig for great justice.
We just have the Wii, which we hardly ever play.
Yeah. What is it? Someone set us up the bomb?
Somebody set up us the bomb.
Yeah, somebody set up.
You have no chance to survive. Make your time.
Zig.
Yeah. Move, zig, move, civ. Take off every zig for great justice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never played it.
Yeah, I've never played it either. I was around when the meme came out, and we were like, "This is funny. The internet's fun." And then Twitter occurred, and now we're all like trying to kill each other. So.
Yeah, true.
Isn't that an NES game? Didn't that come from an NES game?
I think that's a SNES game.
SNES? Okay. Because I was about to say, well, I just recapped an NES. It works great now.
It is a side-scrolling shooter arcade video game dated 1989.
Oh, okay.
No, I was too busy with college.
That was
after
European Sega Mega Drive version later gained renewed popularity due to the "All Your Base Are Belong to Us" internet meme. So it was the version we know is a Genesis game.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Genesis.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
All right, well, at least now I have a floppy drive header and a bird connector.
That was a lot of work.
A burp connector?
Berg connector.
Main screen turn on.
It was a lot of work to get it off, but at least my desolder gun is clean again.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Until it's not clean again and the chat will let me know again.
Here I go again. Eric, I got your stuff it file. Thank you.
Now, maybe Joe can help me out with a little problem I'm having here.
No.
No.
Sure, not.
Okay. So this
You're a
is
patron. You get free advice. What do you need?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the original floppy drive from my Amiga 1000.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, I'm having trouble figuring out how to disassemble the boards so that I can get to where the through-hole capacitors are soldered.
Yes.
But that's not my quandary.
You smack it with a keyboard.
There are 2 non-polarized electrolytic capacitors on this drive.
Sure.
And I am having trouble locating replacements.
Replace them with non-electrolytics.
See,
Replace
like
them with
the-
ceramics.
I knew Joe would have a
The
useful
ceramic
suggestion.
caps?
Yeah, okay.
Well,
If you-
yeah, they're not polar.
Yeah, ceramics tend to be not polarized.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Analogs, of course. Yeah. And the reason that is because those are probably part of the head move circuit. The head motor
Probably.
move, so it has to have different polarities to move in different directions. So if
Yeah.
they'll have problems. Yeah.
And I think they need
Ray
replaced.
also good says polymer cap should work as well.
Yeah.
Okay. But anyways,
But
yeah.
finding ones that have the right capacitance that will fit in your physical size constraint.
Right.
Because I think I can repair this floppy drive if I recap it, because it mostly works. It just seems like it will. Eventually, it gets to the point where I think the drive, because I've watched on a GoTech how the heads and tracks move on the drive when it's trying to boot Workbench. Because this drive will actually work fine to boot Kickstart, but when you boot Kickstart, the ROM image for Kickstart is in contiguous tracks. So it only has to move the heads one step.
Yep.
But when it starts to move when you then try to boot Workbench, which is moving the heads like back and forth and back and forth, it eventually just gets to the point where you start getting read errors, but you use a different drive and the disk's fine. So I think I need to recap the drive, and I'm hoping it'll be fine if I recap it, because these Amiga drives are kind of, they're not making any more of them. I'd like to save this drive if I can. So, okay, I'll look for some non-electrolytics to replace because I actually ordered caps thinking these were all
Gregory's
polarized.
got really good comments here
Yeah,
too.
could be an
Yeah.
alignment problem.
It could be, but I need to recap it first, because this drive was in the Amiga 1000. This Amiga 1000 was in suboptimal storage conditions. And I know the capacitors in the power supply were baked beyond. They were so baked that it was like one of those, they don't look like they're leaking, but these capacitors have baked so much, they just need to be replaced. And the ones on the Amiga mainboard were like, they look just as baked. These need replaced. So I'm thinking that just the storage conditions of this drive, that even though these capacitors look fine, I want to replace them, because I think they baked just as badly as the rest of the system.
Aren't they supposed to operate at a fairly high temperature though? So even in storage, if they're not electrolytic with fluid, whatever, they really shouldn't be harmed by that, should they?
Well,
Says the guy who doesn't know anything. So
No. Yeah, electrolytics can fail with simple age as well.
yeah.
The electrolyte will eat through the seals eventually and leak
Right.
out. They'll dry out to do that. The thing is, so here, weird sort of related questions. So the fact that those are non-polarized caps, and you're saying is having problems moving the head, that kind of makes sense to me then, that those caps are part of the drive unit for the stepper motor.
However, I think these are the caps for the stepper motor here.
Yeah,
Because
so I'm
right
like-
there's the stepper motor.
Yeah,
These,
and
I think, are
the speed.
those are the caps for the speed motor for
Now,
this.
that can also indicate why, if you've got the contiguous first few tracks are fine, then you try to get to the center and it doesn't work as well, or gets to the outside, or however the track layout is on an Amiga disc. That might also explain that well, because if the speed is a little bit off, it might be having issues. Now that drive is also a multi-speed drive like the Mac drives are, isn't it?
I don't think so.
No, the Amiga didn't do that. I thought the Amiga had GCR with constant angular velocity, just like the Mac drives did.
Well, actually, I'd have to go look that up.
Because the Amiga discs also held more space. You could read Mac discs in the Amiga if you had the right software.
Actually, I think the way the Amiga drive works is a little different. I think they are like a PC drive, but what Commodore did, instead of... Actually, they wrote each track as one contiguous write on the drive. So actually, I think what the Amiga has to do to read and write discs, it has to read and write not sectors at a time, but tracks at a time. Because there is no gap between sectors on an Amiga drive. It is written as one contiguous track. And I think that's how they got more space out of the drive, is by writing it as a contiguous track instead of having the intersector spacing. They just basically, I guess, realized if we write it as a track at a time, we get space, because this wasted space between sectors isn't necessary now because we're writing one track.
Okay.
So
Brady, it seems to indicate it has constant angular velocity.
Anyways,
is the same as the Mac.
Anyways, well, the other thing is I kind of thought I saw indications on this board that the capacitors actually had leaked at some point, which is the other reason I would like to recap it, because it kind of looked like they might have actually leaked. Now, granted, it might have been old solder flux, because I know when they put... There is solder flux that was on the boards from the factory, but I kind of thought it might have leaked, because I did a check, and it sure seemed like there was electrolyte on the boards.
Oh, it sounds like Gregory has...
Oh, no, I had that backwards, yeah. Max or CLB. Constant linear... I was just getting the terminology mixed up. But
yeah.
I had it right in my head, I just had the wrong word.
I mean, anyways, I'd kind of like to get this drive back working, so I had an extra Amiga floppy drive. But in the meantime, though, Garth had a spare Amiga floppy drive, and he sent it to me, and actually works fine on the Amiga 1000, so I'm not without an Amiga floppy drive. The one Garth sent me, it works totally fine, and I think it'll actually line up with I think alignment-wise, the eject button is in the same spot on the drive he sent me as this one. So I think it will be totally fine, and I install it in the case, and the button will line up, and everything will be fine, and I won't actually need this drive. However, the part of me that wants to have a drive in the Amiga wants a backup in case my eyeballing it is actually wrong when I actually do go to reassemble it. I'm not ready to reassemble it yet. I really need to clean the plastics. I'm close. I am actually really close to actually being able to put the Amiga back together, but the plastic case needs to be cleaned. I'm not putting my clean. Actually, it's the. I just need to actually take them upstairs and put them in the sink and let them soak, and then. Because if you watched my stream where I put the keyboard back together, I just need to take the time and actually do the same thing. The keyboard looks great, and all I did was I used Dawn dish detergent, and that's really because I had Dawn dish detergent and not something else. I'm sure the store brand would have worked just as fine because of what detergents really are. But I first let all the keycaps and the keyboard case soak for 24 hours in dish detergent. And then I replaced that water with fresh detergent and fresh water and just used a dishcloth, and I scrubbed the dirt out, and it looks like 1,000% better.
Dawn dishwashing soap works really good. We use that in the optical industry. Yeah,
it works on dogs.
I know.
Dogs, cats, fleas. Yep.
And actually, it's really not that much more expensive than the store brand, and it works.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those. It works great. So, anyways, that's what I have, though.
If corporate America can use it to bail out other parts of corporate America
Yeah.
and up in Exxon Valdez, I mean, if it can make it look like it saves ducks when really all it does is make him look like it saves ducks, it's good enough for you.
But anyways,
40 was designed for.
So if you have the store brand, don't feel bad. It will probably work just as well, because really all a dish detergent is surfactants and other things to get the dirt and grease off of your dishes. So don't feel bad that you've got the store brand. It's really the same thing.
And if you want something completely dye-free, use PhotoFlow.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, all I did is now I may retrobrite the Amiga 1000 at some point, but because of how rare the Amiga 1000 is, I have actually decided that I am not going to try to retrobrite it now. I am going to just accept the fact that it's yellowed, but in most cases not yellowed that badly. And quite honestly, I was really happy with how well the Dawn dish detergent removed the dirt from the keycaps. In fact, actually, it works so well, I'm actually going to go get the keyboard, because it's...
While he's doing that, Gregory, send the link. Hurry before he starts talking again.
Yeah. I mean, here, so...
Oh, that looks great. Yeah.
I know, it looks really nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
That does look great.
Excellent.
If you watched my live stream with the before and how dirty these keys were,
Looks like a different keyboard. Yeah.
it looks like, I know, it looks like this is a different keyboard. And it's actually to the point where, I'll put it on the bench cam because you can see the yellowing a bit better on the bench cam. Yes, it is yellowed. If you look at it, it is obviously yellowed.
It's
The space bar is
This is
really the
patina.
biggest victim. But you can kind of tell the case is, because actually this one side of the space bar is where it wasn't in the sun is less yellowed. But if you look at this, though, I am so happy with this. I don't want to risk blotchiness to try to get the yellowing out.
Right.
So I'm
No,
just
it
going to...
looks really good.
It looks good. I would be willing to use this keyboard. So I'm actually thinking of not trying to retrobite the case. I think the case will look... I think with some soap, the case will look good enough that I'm just
Yeah.
going to take it as is. So I'm hoping that soaking it in 24 hours in Dawn dish detergent and then replacing the water and then using a dishcloth. And it might take me 20 or 30 minutes of kind of scrubbing with a dishcloth to get the dirt out. But, and Joe, I think, really wants to say something.
No, he's about to show something on screen.
Oh, he's about to show
Well,
something
I was
on
going to
screen.
ask about plastics because, and I know that the different formulas and all that, but why hasn't this thing yellowed?
Because there's
Mine has.
there's lots of reasons it could have not yellowed. All right.
Okay.
Let me give you just a quick scientific breakdown. Okay. So when we have things in the environment, okay, ultraviolet's the main culprit.
Right.
The bentonite that they put in the mold process to keep the plastic from catching on fire, that is what leaches out in time.
Right.
So the ultraviolet, because the plastic cannot absorb the ultraviolet, that's what makes it turn yellow. That's what causes the brittleness over time. Okay?
Yeah, I've read some of this.
And they do make plastics that have the capability, like your polypropylene. A lot of those have the stuff that's already put in it, and it absorbs plastic because it's outside all the time. You see them, wire ties, plastic wire ties is a good example of it.
Yeah.
They put that in there, and you can get one that's been on there 5 years and it's still, it's not broken up yet. But you can get some of them that are really cheap and they break like the first year. So that's one of the culprits is the ultraviolet and what they put in the chemical process, and also the actual ABS or whatever material they're using to put in the mold process.
Mm-hmm.
See, I know things, just like Joe.
Oh,
and Justin and Eric.
I read some
I
of
know
this,
things.
and I got just enough chemistry to understand that. And what I was thinking is it because this was probably stored in somebody's case or something, so it was well protected. It wasn't sitting out in the room
Exactly.
exposed. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone
Like
previous
mine was in a shop. It was in an electronics factory under lights like these for years and years and years. And these lights will do that too because
ultraviolet.
I'm getting a suntan right now.
Yeah.
It's great. My arm is hot.
Yep.
Why? So like and that's the same gosh darn thing. And Thomas Armstrong, it's the flame retardants and the bromine and stuff, and it's not just the flame retardant, the brominated flame retardants. It's not the only thing that can cause that.
Right.
Sometimes it's the colorants they can put in the plastic can discolor themselves.
It leaches out.
And the pigments can change with exposure.
Because a lot of that stuff they put in there, in time it leaches out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And a good example of that is when I used to work in the printing industry, the rollers that pick up the ink. The problem with that, when the ink starts to emulsify, which it's not supposed to because you have an aqua water system that keeps the plate clean, but when it starts breaking down, it's because these surfactants are leaching out of the rollers. So what you have to do is you have to go through a very, very long, tedious process to get that stuff off of there. And you'll be fine for a long time, and all of a sudden you get this other stuff starts leaching out again. But that's a good example. That's how I learned about a long time ago. And it's just causes a lot of grief.
Oh, so you worked in the printing industry.
I used to work on the AB Dick printers, offset printer duplicators.
Oh, okay. All right. I know this much about printers.
And sometimes I was just looking at this keyboard where I'm sure when this was new, the outer case and all these lighter keycaps, I know the F keys are a gray shade, but the outer case and all these other keycaps would probably look the same. But for whatever reason, I suspect there's probably 3 different plastic blends on this keyboard.
Right.
And it might just come down to successfully injection mold the spacebar might have required a slightly different blend of plastic than the rest of these keys versus the exterior of the keyboard.
There's also
and therefore it's yellowed at 3 different Yeah,
because you always see the space bars seem to be a little different.
They use a different material.
Size of it. It's so much bigger than the rest of the keys. This can come down to actual regulations regarding the plastics and the size of the item. If the item is larger than a certain mass or physical size, they have to put retardant in it.
Oh, I see.
If it's not,
each
of these individual keys is lower than that size. So the regular keys here don't have the yellowing problem so much because they don't have the brominated.
But when you get to the space bar and the exterior plastic, you're above the threshold. So,
which seems odd to me since the whole thing is essentially a single lump of plastic.
Welcome to the regulatory system of the United States.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
And another thing too, what happens when you leave, like certain plastics, when they are bombarded by ultraviolet, again, they can't absorb it. If they can absorb it, it stays stable. It won't yellow. When it's not stable, then what happens is all these free radicals, we're talking about these little things that leach out. It has a chemical and I forget the name of it, but it changes the molecular structure of it, and starts the process, and it will make it brittle. Any plastic,
it breaks the
it does. It breaks the links down because it's not designed to,
between the chains.
Exactly. It's not designed to absorb the ultraviolet, and like these older plastics, good case right there.
Yeah.
They were cheap. They I guess that's something they never thought about.
Here's the other thing too.
Planned
is
obsolescence.
Effectively, what that is it is from a purely chemical process. It's an oxidation. It's an oxidation reduction. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And so, in a lot of these cases, the ultraviolet does that and makes it brittle. But in the case of spindler plastics, oxygen from the air gets into the plastic and breaks it up from the inside. So you've got the spindler Macs, where you have a Mac that's been in storage in a back room for 35 years, and you open it up and you look at the stuff inside it wrong. That's never seen a single ultraviolet ray, and it breaks. Why? Because it was attacked by air. So yeah, it's the exact same thing, just in a different way. The plastic is so friggin' cheap, and they didn't put enough antioxidants and plasticizers in it to make it a little bit more gooey. They got rid of all that to make it cheaper. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah. Nerd Talk with Joe.
Nerd Talk with Joe. Yeah. Nerd Talk with Joe.
One of the other materials, like the power book that I have, the rubber feet turned into toothpaste.
Yeah.
That's something else. And I haven't found a replacement material or just replacement ones. I need to do a reverse cast of the socket or the slot that it goes into and try to form one, and I haven't gotten around to doing it.
Yep. This is the other thing that happens. This is all related to the same thing. You get cord burn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What happens is
the volatiles and that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is PVC with plasticizers in it to make it act like rubber.
Mm-hmm.
Those plasticizers then attack the ABS.
And they wrap the cord around it and store it.
Yeah, it leaches out. It leaches out of it.
5 years ago. It wasn't me. I promise. It was me. And so then it destroyed the keyboard because it leached into it, and it's like to this day it's gooey. You can stick your finger in there, and it's all yucky.
It's been plasticized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm wrapping the cord around the keyboard.
Don't do that.
But, Joe, you're not the only one that's done it. I can't count how many vintage YouTuber videos I've watched where they get a computer and it's had a cord wrapped around it for 20, 30 years. And I mean, it's
I hate the battery cases.
So yeah, if one thing you could do, don't wrap your cords around the item because the plasticizers can eat into the plastic and basically plasticize it. So yeah, bundle that cord, wrap it with like a cable tie or one of the Velcro things or whatnot. Don't wrap it around the item. Yeah.
If you really want to protect it, you're storing multiple things together, you can then Ziploc, put the actual cord kind of wrapped in a Ziploc bag or something. So
exactly.
And if you take like 100% isopropyl on that cord, you'll get a lot of that goo off of it. That stuff that's leaching out of it. It ain't gonna hurt it. Just do it once in a while, because I tell you the cords that do it, like these here. These
the entire keyboard in a vat of isopropyl.
No,
and
this
in your garage next to a flame.
So like these are on the G3 IMAX.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And these plugs are notorious to getting sticky. You hit it with the isopropyl alcohol, looks brand new again. It takes all the sticky off of it.
Yeah.
And but you get these cords and you just chase it all down.
What about acetone? Can you use acetone? That makes it more sticky. Sorry, wrong problem. Yeah.
You know, it depends on the cord. Sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes you can't. I wouldn't do it acetone on these. It probably would melt it. But yeah.
So
never put acetone on anything plastic. That is Joe's disclaimer for the day.
Although there is one thing. There is one thing you can do with acetone and plastic.
No.
No. Well, what about repairing something like this?
Oh yeah, you can use acetone.
Yep.
This would be a case where acetone could help you basically melt the plastic back into itself.
You're thermal welding it back together.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I did to my bezel on my G3
Yeah.
Ruby iMac. That's
So
how I
now-
got rid of the cracks. Yeah.
So when
You will-
do you use?
You will want to be very careful doing it that you don't
'Cause you-
get acetone on any of the nice looking parts of the plastic,
Right.
or you will melt it.
It'll
But
smooth
if you
it
can,
out. Yeah.
it'll smooth it out. But this would be one time where a little bit of acetone will probably help me fix this Franklin Ace 1000 case, because
So
I'll
when do you
basically
use-
basically melt the crack back into itself.
Yeah. So when do you use something like CA and baking soda, or what's the appropriate place to use something like that?
CA and baking soda is best for filling in.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
so if you had like a plate,
you had like a chip or something out of it.
a chip.
Yeah. Actually,
Or
Gregory's last comment
rebuilding
was
a
good.
screw, what do you call those? The metal ferrules for screws.
Yeah.
That are in the embedded plastic. Because on these power books, that's what I have to deal with all the time. Is that it's just disintegrated where the screw goes in, but you still have the nice metal screw receptacle.
The post. Yeah.
The post. And I can piece them back together. And I've tried JB Weld.
Use acetone.
And that doesn't work very well.
Yeah.
And I thought
I-
maybe CA glue, CA with baking soda might work, but I thought that might be too brittle. So you're saying use acetone?
Use acetone because I have fixed on they're made out of that plastic. So hi Bruce, and it's a ABS plastic. So you just take your part, you make sure you fit it right. You just basically I just put it on a Q-tip, then do both sides, and just kind of push it together. And then I take a little acetone and just kind of go around, keep it wet, and then kind of
so
push
you're
it.
just using it like you would a glue.
Yeah, and it thermally welds the plastic back together. It'll work better than the CA because CA, it's got a shear point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should put. I did this for a
Be a
modeling
great video.
forum that I used to be. His name is Mr. Sticky, and he's been on Modern Marvels. And that's it.
I'm sorry, that doesn't sound right. Mr.
Honest to God, that's that's the name of his company. And so, but anyway, Modern Marvels did a challenge. They have waterproof glue. They actually take a steel pipe, they glue it together underwater, and then they lift a car out of the water. And but anyway, I went to where they do the testing and stuff, and it's really interesting how they test different glues. They tested Gorilla Glue, all kinds of stuff. But he was saying about the thermally bonding things together is the best thing you can do if like it's a plastic to plastic, and that's basically what you're doing with some glues. Like when you do the epoxy, it gets real hot, and it's got that thermal action to it. So yeah.
Basically, what you're doing is you're mixing the two sides back together so that it becomes one piece.
Mhm.
Instead of having a piece, glue in a piece, you're actually
you're welding it together.
Yeah.
In a sense.
If you hear the noise, people are already setting their fireworks off already. They do it on the 3rd here, but it's not midnight yet. but anyway, what I do is I've got a couple containers all filled with acetone, and I've got plastic bits in there, and it's like putty, okay?
So
It's
you
always
use that to take what you need.
And you just take what you need, you use that for your patch, and then you can smooth it out, sand
that's
it
a
out,
good
whatever you
idea.
want to do. Yeah.
Because I've got.
Do that modeling. When,
Yeah.
I have it.
There he goes.
I actually just pulled the ABS plastic bezel off that floppy drive I threw away because it's not repairable.
Mhm.
So I will actually, I think Greg was suggesting to actually mix acetone and ABS to make a jelly, and then repair the Franklin to help control where the acetone goes.
Yep.
So I have some ABS now.
Mm-hmm.
And
that'll work better than any super
work.
glue or epoxy you can get.
Well, that's great because
Yeah.
I saved all the broken bits.
Yeah, that's what you do.
And
I
you
have
just
ABS
make it like a nice
in my
goo.
car. Is that good enough?
What's that?
Your whole car is ABS.
My whole car is ABS, yeah, and there's the extra joke.
Yeah.
Back to the telephone pole I backed into when my car was 4 weeks old.
Oh boy.
Oh.
It
Yeah.
made me sad.
Well, I could tell you about the time where I was in an accident because someone wasn't paying attention to where they were driving and just basically drove into the side of my car with the side of their car, which was annoying enough. But they were driving their wife's 2-day-old car, and their wife was in the car with them. And they just basically merged right into the side of my car.
Oh, wow.
You want to talk about stink eye? His wife was so mad, I could tell it from where I was pulled off on the side of the road.
If you can pick that up from a block away, you know somebody is off.
Yeah, I was probably 100 feet away from where they actually finally parked because we both pulled into a parking lot. She was so mad. I could tell it from 100 feet away because she stayed in the car. He came over to me to apologize. She stayed in the car the entire time.
Well, it's because he had just finished apologizing to her before he got out to apologize to you.
And I don't think he was. And he wasn't done apologizing at all.
Yeah. and she probably told him, you get your you know what out there and you apologize. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see him. He pulled into my lane. Blah, 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 blah. She's like, you're full of shit. Just get out there and apologize.
Yeah, he basically
anyway, right?
Yeah, he basically assumed, and I think he even admitted to the cops because it was pretty evident at this point. He assumed that I was merging over and actually getting into the left-hand turn lane to turn off the highway when he just came over 3 lanes right into the side of my car. I mean, he didn't even stop between lanes. He went from the right, it was a 4-lane, well, I guess 8-lane, 4 lanes each way. He went from the entire right lane all the way over to the left lane into me because he assumed I was merging over into the left-hand turn lane.
In other words, he was stupid.
He was stupid.
Stupid.
It was actually the police report was entirely crystal clear that he was at fault, and my insurance company basically said, "Yeah, there's no way he's getting out of this."
Yeah.
That's why I have it must be getting late. That's why I have a dash cam in my car, both front and back.
Yeah, I didn't. This was at the time where those really weren't available. But yeah, this was pretty much. I gave my insurance agent my report, and he was basically like, "Yeah, there's no them getting out of this because," he's like, "Don't worry, you're fine. It sounds like you did everything you could," and he was totally at fault because he just basically merged 3 lanes right over into me, and yeah, it was pretty much. I think even when because I had to give my statement to his insurance company, I got the impression after I got done talking with them that they pretty much were of the same opinion of, without them telling me, that they were pretty much to the conclusion of, unfortunately, our driver's at fault. There's we're not getting out of this one. Our driver was totally at fault, but it was pretty much that they didn't have to say it, but I could tell from the way they were talking with me at the end of the call that they pretty much had their whatever department insurance companies do when they take statements, that they'd pretty much conceded without telling me. Yeah, their assessor had pretty much had to concede that they were 100% at fault and I was 0% at fault because in fact, I think he pretty much had to admit to them that, yes, I merged over 3 lanes without paying a lick of attention to what this driver was doing.
Yeah. This type of power supply cord.
Yeah.
Would you avoid wrapping it around the things?
Oh, you're asking me?
Just anybody.
I don't have.
What do you guys think?
I have some of those, and I do have the cord wrapped around them. because that's where they're supposed to go. But I do clean them with the alcohol.
Right, because this is getting a little stiff.
Is it?
Yeah. I did clean it with IPA.
Okay. Good.
And I did clean this one, and mostly just because it was gross.
Yeah. Yeah, those are that's the silicone casing on them. Yeah.
But I didn't pull really hard on this when I did it because it's pretty small, and this looks pretty weak.
Yeah. Those are from that entire period of it was kind of that silicone rubber stuff too, where your hand oils would make it dissolve, and that's why the ends of them are always frayed and falling apart, and why all of mine have been heat shrink fixed. So
I get
Gregory,
the armored cabled ones.
I guess in that accident, Gregory, I should add that by the time our two cars actually collided, neither of us were going over the speed at which airbags deploy. So there were no airbags. It was a relatively low speed collision at the point of which he actually hit my car.
Complain about your neck anyway.
Maybe I should have, but turns out I didn't need to. There were fortunately no injuries. I think at the point at which he actually finally collided, he was going like 5 to 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Because at some point I actually realized
K-Weeks meter. Nice.
Because actually the other thing I should add is at some point I realized that he was actually not paying a lick of attention to what he was doing, and I actually I actually started to abort into the left-hand turn lane when I realized
that word. It's now illegal.
Yeah, I know. I realized he was coming over into my lane, and I actually probably minimized the collision because I had actually then started to
veer away
into the left-hand turn lane, because fortunately there were 2 left-hand turn lanes at this point, so I actually had space to veer off
He just
wanted
your left-hand turn lane.
He wanted,
It was given to him by his privilege, and you were in his way. So he was just going to take your lane.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
he did about $1,000 of damage to my car, and luckily the place I took it to did a good job of repairing it. And they did something really odd because the dealership I bought the car from had put the pinstriping on the car on upside down, because the pinstriping had the car manufacturer's logo at the end of the pinstriping. So unfortunately, when they pointed out that, sir, we put the pinstriping on the same as it was on the other side of the car, I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Because I didn't realize it was upside down until after they pointed it out.
I was going to say, I noticed. Yeah.
I don't want to know how much damage he did to a brand new car, because unfortunately, while it was mostly the plastic body panels in the car I was driving, I think he crushed like the side view mirror, and he probably had about $4,000 damage to his wife's car.
He paid for it.
That's my and he paid for it.
He paid for it twice over.
Yeah.
One more question about power adapters.
No.
Not asking you, Joe.
Oh, okay. I can.
Dave's the one that knows things.
Just I can just like nobody can hear you now. We can't. Just mess.
Yeah.
Timeout's over. There you go.
All right.
I was actually glad to trade that car in when I did, because actually I was involved in a total of 3 accidents in that car, that none of which were my fault.
Justin,
it's almost like there was a target painted on the back of that car.
So the pinstriping was a bullseye?
Hey, Justin.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Eric's been trying to ask a question for 25 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. So, all right. So the original.
I love you. You know I do.
Yeah. The original power cord has just 2 prongs. Right. I have this, which probably comes from a later thing, but it's got the same adapter, but of course it's 3 prongs.
Yep.
Is there any reason why I should or shouldn't use the 3-prong on this power adapter?
Should not matter
Should
at all.
make a difference.
Because
is there any real reason to use it versus
No.
just using the original? Okay.
Now, if the original was designed with the 2-prong, that means that little holding knob that holds it on
It's not doing anything.
It's not connected to anything.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
So it's really just another 2-prong because the third's not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly.
They probably changed
Except in Joe's house where you have to be really careful.
Yeah, because like everything's live. I'm literally laying against a rack right now that has 50 volts AC on it. So
yeah.
Yeah. What they probably did, they probably changed it after the fact because they were probably finding that folks were buying aftermarket 2-prong ones from China that are not polarized. They were plugging them in backwards, and they were getting little zings and shocks off of their Mac because then instead of the Mac's chassis being effectively referenced to neutral, which is effectively ground and that type of thing, it's referenced to live. So they would touch the USB port and be like, "Ow, why is it live?"
Okay, this on the end of this it says Velix. I don't know, VELEX maybe? China.
Yeah.
I think they make power cords.
Apparently they do.
I mean, is it polarized? One of the pins is wider than the other?
No. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, it'd be just a little wider, yeah.
It's slightly wider, you're right.
Yeah.
It is
So
polarized.
it's polarized, yeah.
So it's polarized, so you can't plug it in backwards, so you can't.
Oh, okay. So we're good.
Yeah.
And of course,
I
old
recognize
stuff
that
has
name.
Oh, go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I recognize that name. I think they make power cords for a bunch of companies.
A buddy of mine had a plumbing stack that was 50 volt AC, surprisingly no fires. Everything in my house that should be at ground
They're the same size.
is at 50 volts AC. They are the same width.
They're the same width.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're
So
not
that's
polarized.
probably the sitch.
Not.
there. Yeah, they were probably having factory issues or something, and so they changed the specification to add the extra, the prong to ensure no matter what it would go in. I'm willing to bet that it's still not a grounded brick.
Yeah.
They just did it for forced polarization. That's my guess. Yeah. So anyway, like Greg's like. Plumbing stack that's 50 volts AC. Everything in this house is at 50 volts AC. This right here, my whatever this my
Air conditioning heating duct.
they're all at 50.
This is a little more flexible.
Like
I
I'm
think I'll
touching
probably
it because I'm on the floor. I'm getting a little bit of a tingle right now. I can
use this one.
Yeah, everything. My microwave chassis is at 50 volts. Anything you plug in that's supposed to be ground is live in this house.
So this cord's a bit heavier. I
Yeah.
think I'll just use it.
Is that an actual Apple power brick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I assume so.
If it's got Apple on it.
Oh yeah, it is.
Joe, you have
And usually they'll have Apple on the plug too sometimes. Not always.
Yeah, and this plug doesn't. I wonder if.
see if I can test it live. We'll see.
Well, I don't know. Hang on.
I bet
There's no Apple
Kaiweets-
thing on this part.
I bet Joe's Kaiweets multimeter will show 50 volts AC.
Let's get a true ground reference because I do have a properly grounded outlet in here that's actual ground. And so we'll put it into my ground.
I just kind of like the feel of this cord anyway, so I'll use this one.
I'm not getting it right now.
Well, you'll have to find a place where there's no powder coat on that rack, probably.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Well, you seem to find it easily when you.
Oh yeah, I lean up against this the right way. I'm like, yeah, why am I? Oh, okay.
When you try to find it, you can't find it.
Well, I mean, if you put a large enough surface against it, you'll feel it. But for your multimeter probe, you're going to have to find a spot that there's.
Well, just
no
lick the post
powder
until
coat.
you
Yeah.
find it, and then you know where to put the meter.
Measuring with multimeters can be fun. and not fun.
There's a way. I know. I'm having problems getting it right now. Yeah. Here we go. Chassis. I need the chassis. Stand by. Like my computer down here.
Yeah, maybe you might want to turn on your table cam so we can see your multimeter.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually get a reading first.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'm just lucky today and it's not being done.
Well, I tell you what, I got really lucky when I bought
There
this
we go.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I did pay for shipping.
You see that?
And the box they sent it in, it rattled around in that box when I got it.
Yeah.
I took it out and it had, the little
yeah.
tiny bubble.
Oh yeah, look at that.
43 volts AC.
Is it?
Yeah.
Between the chassis
Yeah.
of my computer and this rack.
Yeah.
Yep, we
Look
see
at
it.
that. Yeah.
Yep. And so that's what it is.
crazy.
So like, it's probably like when I'm touching a USB connector or something, and I happen to be leaned over here, it finds a path through me. I'm like, oh, okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
Certain things. How can I put it? If I worked on the Apple II back here, when it was plugged into a monitor that was not
Ooh.
grounded, that's when I noticed it. If I'd just be working on the computer and I would grab up underneath here and touch one of the screws. I'd be like, why? And so that's why everything on my bed, other than my PC here, everything on my bench, all of this power over here runs through an extension cord that goes out to the garage that actually has a properly isolated outlet that I don't have that problem.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tom, actually, do you have an old lightning arrestor on your house?
Yeah, people are throwing that in, bad lightning arrestor, water bond. There's a possibility that my main ground in the house is right outside this window. It's a wall, but it's right outside here, and it's possible that it's so close I'm literally just getting ground feedback right back through the wall. But the thing is, this house has no grounds in it. There's ground here. But aside from like 2 or 3 outlets out in the garage, which are only like 15 years old, the rest of the 65-year-old wiring in this house, it's all 2-wire wiring. There are no in the house.
Yeah.
So what's probably happened is somehow, some way, that neutral is probably bonded to a box somewhere, or something like that. There's a bootleg ground or some BS. And so, like, stuff isn't finding a proper path back through neutral, which you would figure would be breaking or snapping on my breakers.
Yeah.
Because that's how a breaker works. If a breaker if it has current coming in, but it doesn't go back out because it goes through a coil to negate the coil. If it doesn't go back out that coil, it trips the breaker. But I don't know.
This is called fun with 60-year-old houses.
Knob and tube or armored cable? Neither, Gregory. The cable wiring in my house is PV. I assume it's probably gutta percha. It's rubber coated, 2-conductor, 14 gauge. I think it's 14, might be 12. That's cloth wrapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know at what point in the U.S. they started running three-wire power, but yeah,
Probably
60
the
years
year after
old.
they built this house. This house
Probably.
was built in 50. So
Yeah, 1950.
right
Yeah,
now,
1950. I know they were still running only 2 wires for outlets. So yeah, Joe's. Yeah, basically.
At least it's not aluminum wire, Joe. That's good.
Yeah, that's at least good. Yeah, aluminum 2-wire would be really bad.
That was
But yeah, I know.
ground wire. Here's the problem, Thomas. Like I said, there are no ground wires in the outlets.
Yeah, this was.
The
Yeah,
outlets don't have a 3rd wire. All of the outlets upstairs on the 2nd floor are 3-prong outlets so that you can plug things in. But that 3rd plug connects to nothing. It connects to air. There is no 3rd wire.
Yeah.
Where is your breaker box inside the house or outside?
Yeah, it's right back here.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe.
There's a ground wire there. I can see it coming into the building and going into the box. I can see it. And on the other side of the wall, I can see the post there. but it goes
Yeah.
to the box and it's just there.
Yeah,
There's
Thomas.
it wasn't carried through the rest of the house.
Yeah,
So the panel's
Thomas.
grounded.
Yeah.
This is one of those things where there were definitely differences in electrical codes between countries. So yeah,
Right.
in the 60s in the U.S., you could have, I think the electrical panel might be grounded, but the rest of the house could be 2 wires, no grounds. And in fact, in the 60s, when Joe's house was built, I bet all of the outlets in the house were 2-prong and not even a ground. And someone probably went back later and put 3-prong outlets in just so you could plug things in.
That's exactly.
And
So you'd be
and the
snipping
thing
off
is,
the ground.
yep,
At
that
least.
was
Like
totally
this room,
too. Yeah,
All of the power outlets are in the ceiling.
and
There,
and that was
there and here and over here. And
Well,
they're
so if your
outlet.
basement floods,
yeah, and that was code. And the thing is, since that was code, I mean, Joe's house is basically grandfathered.
so if you did
Now-
enough renovation that required a permit, they might
Then-
require you to rewire.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is why that's never going to happen. So yeah.
Yes. If Joe decided to renovate his basement, that would, or anything that would require a permit, and I think that's pretty much anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah.
If it has 2 wires and you pull a permit to do any sort of renovation, then yeah, Joe would have to rewire the entire house because that'd be the only way to meet the permitting for that renovation.
So
Which would yeah.
when you go outside, do you see like a big grounding rod that goes down the
Right
ground?
out on the other side of this wall where the
Okay.
electric service comes in.
Yeah, because usually they're about 7-8 feet long into the earth.
Yeah.
And that's what you're grounded to is the earth. So yeah. Did
It's
you ever?
there.
I'm just curious. Have you ever had an electrician just come out and say, "Hey, why is it doing this?"
No, but I have because in my business, I bet is gone, Joe. Oh, okay. In my business, I know lots of people in lots of industries all over the place, and I've asked several electricians who are my clients, and they're like, "That's just the way your house is. You probably have a bootleg ground." And what that means is that doesn't make sense in my case, but that's what they're saying. Is that effectively what they're saying is at some place in the house, the ground lug somewhere is connected to neutral.
Yeah.
And so what you're getting is you're getting through
You're getting
and
feedback
probably
from it.
with the fact that it's literally everywhere in the house, it's probably through the HVAC. And
oh yeah,
so what's
probably.
happening is getting this weird residual current where there shouldn't be any residual current.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
neutral and ground inside the house aren't the same thing. They are all the way back at the pole of the transformer because they do end up connecting to the same point there. But you can get a differential between them inside the house, and that's their theory. But I've never had anybody come out and actually look at it because
It's a good theory. I would agree. I guess from my limited house electrical wiring knowledge,
yeah.
Your HVAC is probably the most likely place where it is tied together.
So in the grand scheme, I'm not that worried about it. Have you checked your neighbor's house, Thomas Armstrong? That would require me to like my neighbors enough to want to talk to them, let alone go inside their house. So the answer to that would be no.
You can't pick your neighbors.
Are you close to a radio station? Yes, but not that close. There is a grandfathered 50,000 watt radio station about 3 or 4 miles from here.
Yeah, I don't think
any
that's close
nuclear
enough.
plants, Joe?
The closest nuclear plant to me is the Davis-Bessa nuclear plant near Toledo.
So
Yes,
not
I know
close
these
enough.
things because I'm weird.
So the Toledo one, the Toledo plant's actually closer to me than it is to you.
Yeah, probably. The one where the borated water ate a hole through a 6-inch plate to where it was 3/8 of an inch, holding everything back from us in Fukushima/Chernobyl. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know which one I'm talking about.
Yep. Yeah, the fish in the streams around here have 3 eyes.
Oh.
I live in Michigan, north of Joe.
Oh, well, actually, it looks like Thomas might be saying that might actually be close enough to that radio station.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a fairly
decent. If that's literally the case, I'm getting induction on the wires. candy, about that, short of wrap my house in like chicken wire and ground it to the ground.
Yeah,
This is an AM station, right?
Yeah.
So they decreased their power at night.
Yeah.
So you said it was
Power
harder. It
night,
was.
So it wouldn't be. Yeah. It's still.
Yeah.
Are they 50,000 watt station?
Yeah, at night. They
Oh
don't need
no! They got they got their grandfather pulled. They're no station. They are 410 watts. Right now
Okay,
they're
well-
transmitting at 51.
Okay.
Oh, well, then that probably doesn't explain
not
it at all.
free.
Yep.
It's free power.
Free power. Unfortunately, Joe's free power got its grandfather pulled.
If Nikolai Tesla if he got Westinghouse to keep financing him, we would this day we'd have all wireless power. So yeah,
Yes.
because he had developed the technology way back then, but the power companies want to keep you on the wire. Yeah.
What, Joe? That's not how this works.
Yeah.
WMVO. Mount Vernon, Ohio. WMVO has been broadcasting since 1951. It was founded by Helen E. Zelkowitz, who I have personally met. Wonderful lady. Basically controlled this town, ran the radio stations. She didn't run the newspaper, but she also ran the cable company. Yeah, she was a media mogul. She died in a car accident when her slightly younger sister fell asleep while they were driving to Columbus from here, and they wrecked the vehicle.
Wow.
Yes. On December
Sad.
16, 2006, she died at Grant Hospital in Columbus after being injured as a passenger in a single car accident.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Anyway, sorry.
Joe's in
A little
Ohio,
bit of town
down
history
here. I'm right here.
Yes.
Just out. Well, Lansing's over here. Detroit's. It's hard to do this when you're looking at it.
You're backwards, yeah.
Yeah. Detroit's over here. So I'm like halfway between Lansing and Detroit.
Oh, so you're on the lifeline. Got it.
Yeah,
Basically.
basically.
The lifeline. Nerd joke.
Yep.
Astrology.
And yes, Eric, you got really lucky with that MacBook. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it was not packaged well at all. I did a video. That's right. I did an unboxing for it.
Mhm.
It had like 3 wraps of the tiny bubble wrap around it with the ends uncovered in the box where it would slide back and forth across that box. And then a couple of, I think 4 pieces of paper crumpled up and stuck in the box to try to keep it from going up and down. That thing rattled all around in it. So I got lucky.
Oh, it wasn't meant to be a toy for your children?
Yeah, apparently.
Well,
Yeah.
it's about 2 o'clock.
USPS smiled on me.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it a night for tonight.
Me too.
It's for 3 of us, it is insane in the morning, and for Dave,
Just a little after 11.
It's
Still your birthday.
Still my birthday. Still my birthday until like 5 in the morning here. But,
Joe wants to call the stream quits before the participants have exited his birthday.
Eric looks like he's about to fall asleep, and I'm getting up there too. So.
Yeah.
Well,
Happy birthday, Joe.
Thank you.
Yes,
It's all
happy
downhill
birthday.
from here.
Yeah. I'm 42. It's been downhill for 2 years now.
Oh, no, 40. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's-
40
It
is
gets
what
worse.
it really thinks.
Happy birthday, Joe.
There you go. Here, I'll do my thumb trick for you. Bend them backwards.
Mine don't quite do quite that bad.
Yeah. I forget what they call it.
But
I'm double jointed in that thumb there. So
you
there
know,
go. I can't.
stop. Ban from my channel. Eric, special thanks for the work on the hypercard today. You
Sure.
probably did not intend that to be a birthday gift, but it ended up being one. So, thank you.
I watched that today, Eric. That was very good.
I
learned a lot.
apologize for falling asleep during it,
don't.
but my sleep schedule is backwards. As you can see, it's 2 a.m. and I'm still like running like 90 miles an hour.
I think my videos are a lot like watching golf or baseball. You just kind of naturally fall asleep. So it's good. And it was a 2-hour stream. Didn't intend it to be a 2-hour stream.
Yeah, hey, we're at 6 now. It never really gets that way, right?
Yeah,
It's just how it is. So.
Nope.
Justin, thank you. I'm sorry I cut you off, Eric. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. If you want more special effects or anything, or if you run into something you want, let me know.
No problem. I'll go back and watch your stream so I can figure out how to like do the thing. And
it's really easy.
So I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Justin, thank you for being a guest basically from the beginning until now. Thank you for being an awesome patron all these years, by the way. Justin is one of my biggest patrons. He also like randomly ships me whole computers that just kind of show up on my doorstep, and it's always appreciated. I have like 2 MSXs over here now I got to work on. So, Dave, you're here. I'm just being silly. No, seriously. Again, thank you for stopping by and then leaving and stopping by again. That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, when you show up the second time, that's usually when the stream's supposed to be over, according to Mac Yak rules. But whatever. It's all good. And to the 8 other people who were on stream tonight that we had, Rudy stopped by, Javier, Exodium was in the chat. We had Ron and several other patrons also dropped by. Thank you all for stopping by and wishing me a happy birthday. I don't think I could have had a better birthday for 42. I mean, how often do you get to actually celebrate your birthday when you get old? Not very often. So it was super cool. If you liked us goofing off for the past 6 hours, for anybody, for all 9 of you who are still here and you're not a huge follower of mine, hit like, hit subscribe, tells YouTube the things. You can go to Joe's Computer Museum on Patreon and support me there. You can go to jcm-1.com and get cool nerd trinkets like blue scuzzies or these silly things or stickers, whatever. And again, all of that goes to just help support my operation and my hobby so that I can keep doing things and keep doing things like helping Blue Scuzzy develop their things and keyboards, replacement parts, and just it feeds back and then all itself. Like the stickers, yes. 8 bits are all you need. More, just keep multiplying that by 2 until you get the number of bits you require. So again, thank you all for stopping by. It was a hoot. It was a blast. And remember, 8 bits.
8 bits are all you need.
Good night, folks. Bye.